Okay, I think this is working now. Yes. Okay, so I started the stream like a minute ago, and YouTube wasn't updating. And I was like, wait, what the heck is happening? And then I realized that I still had my Twitch setup stuff, like for the stream encode or whatever. And for a minute there, I was streaming on Twitch. I don't think anybody actually saw it, because I'm pretty sure that most of the people who watch my Twitch streams only do so when I actively provide a link. But if somebody did see it, they were probably very confused. But now we're actually ready to go. I just want to make sure I didn't screw anything else up. Yeah. All right, perfect. So obviously, as the title says, this is the first of hopefully many. I plan on doing a lot of Cataclysm speedruns. I'm really excited for Cataclysm. If you've been watching my videos for any amount of time, you've probably heard me say many times that I'm very excited for Cataclysm Classic, and that is absolutely still true. The only reason I really haven't been playing the beta as much up until now is because, A, it's really buggy, and a lot of people told me it was really buggy, and then I kind of underestimated that. And when I went to set up the stream, I was like, oh my god, it really is fucked. Also, character copy isn't working, so initially I was going to play around with seeing how heirlooms would work in this, but I can't access any of the heirlooms that I have on Wrath Classic. So this is just a fresh character run, no anything. Which, honestly, I think is good in hindsight. Now I'll be able to do this run, and on my second run, hopefully they have account data copy working, so I can get all my heirlooms, and we can directly compare it. Hello, Astral Fox. How long does I honestly, I have no idea. So that's another thing that I want to make clear right at the start here. I have absolutely no clue how long this is going to take me. It probably a while, and one thing that I know for a fact is that I will not be able to level up to 85 in a single stream. That's just not happening. Shouldn't take too long, 20 hours. 20 hours, honestly, I could see that. That actually sounds about what I'm expecting it to take. Hello, you, Joshy. Good to see you. So, yeah, on that note, right, this is definitely going to be a multi-stream / video affair. I do want to try to get this character all the way up to 85, but a lot of the streams that I do for speedruns, they are like a one-sitting stream ends when I'm done with it. I mean, fuck. The Panda Remix thing, I didn't know how long that was going to take, and I gave the same exact disclaimer here, which is why I want to give the disclaimer again. But for real, in the Panda Remix thing, I said, I'm totally not going to be able to level in one sitting. It's probably going to take a while. And then I ended up doing a 14-hour stream, and I got to max level in that thing, even though it took way longer than I thought it would. And I just want to be absolutely abundantly clear, that is not going to happen today, again. Because this stream, it's not going to be a short stream, but it's going to be like a regular length stream. Even if it looks like, oh wow, this is faster than I expected, and I'm like level 60 and it's only been, I don't know, 8 hours or something. Really good estimate there. I don't think it'll even be that fast. I'm not going to say, yeah, let's just power through, because there are only so many periods of time where I can just stay awake for 36 hours and stream for 15 hours and not just die of exhaustion, so I just want to get that out of the way. This will be done across multiple streams or videos. It's cool you're going to do it? Yeah. But yeah, so all joking aside, yeah. What I am not sure... what I'm not sure yet is how I'm going to split this up. Because I've said this before, but part 2s tend to perform pretty poorly in terms of, you know, viewership and stuff. So while I do want to do the entire thing, what I'm considering doing is like up until level 80 for the rest of this, I do it on like Twitch or something, because that won't affect like the YouTube algorithm or whatever. And of course, any Twitch streams that I do will be posted on my second channel. So something that I think a lot of people haven't realized is I actually did a second Pandemonium Remix speedrun with a Paladin, and that one was only like 3.5 hours, up to level 60. So with the experience bonuses, it gets really fast. and I'm of course going to be doing more testing for that when it eventually rolls around again. But if you did not see that stream, the recording is on the second channel, and I don't know if I have the second channel linked anywhere. Let me go just find that real quick. And yeah, so I'll throw that in the description. Check out my second channel. I post miscellaneous clips or Twitch stream recordings. All right. Did that work? Yeah, that worked. 3 hours to 60. We're talking Panda Remix, not Cataclysm Classic, different thing. I am just saying that the second run was much faster compared to. It took me 9 hours the first time in the Panda Remix, so it gets much, much, much faster. Second channel, here's the link. Put it in chat real quick. So if you missed that Twitch stream, which I would imagine a lot of you have, then there's an entire bonus stream that you can watch on there, among other things. I've been posting a lot of stuff there that I just don't think would really fit on my main channel, but I still want to record just because I think it's fun. Like a lot of me rambling about Sod tanking or Sod Warlock tanking, because I enjoy doing that, but there's only so much of that I can cover on my main channel before, people don't want to watch it. You're pretty stoked for Mop Remix? Yeah, same. Hey, Kuan, and how much bonus XP did I get on my cloak? I think it got up to like 350%. I got pretty high towards the end, so pretty high in the cloak towards the end. Hav said, first tree you caught? Nice. Glad to have you here. Totally not going to rush Kata in 10 hours. I mean, look, if it ends up being ridiculously fast, cool, but I do not think it will be, and I also don't have heirlooms. If I had heirlooms, maybe, but I don't have heirlooms, so. Yeah, the XP modifier in Panda Remix gets really crazy. But yeah, so all that to say, I don't know exactly what I'm going to do for splitting up the stream, but I will keep you posted in the Discord as I decide. One of the main things is, at least for the next few days, or kind of next week, my focus is going to be more on, what's it called? Dragonflight Season 4. So I have a big guide to like all 3 of the raids coming out within the next 48 hours before the patch goes live. Then I'm going to be working on a mix of the updated 60 to 70 guide, because I've been chipping away at that, and I want to get it done very, 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 very soon. I just don't know if it's going to take priority over other stuff. I also want to make an updated, like, Fated Raids gearing guide, because there's a lot of new systems, and Blizzard hasn't really allowed us to test it on the PTR, so a lot of people don't really know how that works. And I don't really know what else I'm going to cover for Season 4, but I'm definitely going to be playing it a lot, and I will probably stream on Tuesday. So the current plan is raid guide on Monday, stream on Tuesday, maybe full 8 out of 8 Vault of the Incarnates Mythic recording on Wednesday, assuming my guild is really good, which I don't know if we're going to one-shot all the bosses. There's probably going to be a bit of a learning curve, so that'll probably be later in the week. But I would like to record and post a full Fated Vault of the Incarnates kill thing sometime so people can see what it actually feels like. That is at least the plan for this next week, but once that settles down, unless there's another Panda Remix testing session, my main focus after Season 4 is going to be on Cataclysm Classic. So we'll be doing a lot of runs over the next month. I don't expect Blizzard to do any major releases until then. I do not think Mop Remix will be until after Cataclysm Classic, because it would be insane if they did it before. But yeah, we'll see. Hey, Owner, good to see you. Aaron Bjorn said, thanks for the info, no problem. And Donk said, you've been waiting for this. Awesome. Yeah, I've been excited to try this for a while. 4-day weekend and a Haraldin stream, what a treat. Yeah. What was I going to say? Yeah, one other thing. Let me just uncover chat here. So, obviously you can see this will be the character that I'm using. If I go to /played, I have 1 hour, 41 minutes, because what I did is I created this character and then I set up the UI and stuff, because it's really fucked and none of my settings carried over. So I didn't want to have to spend the first, like, 20 minutes of the speedrun setting up UI and stuff. I know normally we do, like, when you enter world and interact with something, the time starts. Obviously, this is more of a testing speedrun than anything, so I just want to make that absolutely clear. When we get to the final time, I'll do /play it again right before I start, and you can just subtract that time from the final, because realistically, I have not moved a step from where you enter the world as a fresh goblin. I literally entered, set up all my stuff, messed around with some of my keybinds, etc., etc., and I guess you get mail from May Francis. A 7-day stream log, yeah. Yeah, we'll see how many it takes. Do you have any estimates on how long Cata will take? Honestly, no idea. We're going to find out. This is kind of like the benchmark speedrun. This is trying to figure out roughly how long it'll take. And also, since this will be a completely no mailing, no anything run, partially by necessity because no character copy is allowed, we will be able to see then later on how much heirlooms speed up the process. Because a lot of my testing runs closer to Cata's launch will be using heirlooms. I will be trying to really heavily optimize it, stuff like that. I do not have alpha access, no. I generally don't get access to the very early alpha builds. Keep in mind that the super early alpha builds are like personal invites only. It is friends and family, basically. If you are a super duper big streamer, which, like, I mean, I stream, and obviously all you guys are here, but I would not consider myself a super duper big streamer. So those people get invites. The people who do, like, testing for the class discords and stuff get invites. Like, I know a few people who are, like, theory crafters that have, like, Blizzard contacts and stuff. They get invites. I know Hina Lover in my Discord was talking about that the other day. And obviously, as the name Friends and Family would imply, if you are a friend or family, they usually give you an invite. I am none of those things. I just, you know, I make YouTube videos, but not to a scale that gets me an automatic invite from Blizzard. So I tend to get into the later waves of alpha invites, and I've gotten into every single beta ever. So I suspect that towards the end of the alpha, if it's anything like Dragonflight, I'll get in, but I don't plan on testing the War Within at all until beta. Alpha generally is really broken and is like focus testing in specific areas, and a lot of times the entire leveling process isn't even open. So there's just kind of no point in really testing it out. I might play around with it in my own time just to see what it's like whenever I do get in. But we aren't going to do War Within speedruns for a while. That's not until... Don't even expect that until, like, June, I would say. June is probably the earliest I will start doing War Within 70 to 80 speedruns or testing for anything else like that. I don't expect I'll get in until, like, a month from now. But even if I do, I'm going to wait until we're in beta and we have the entire thing roughly ironed out, because when I do those testing runs, I want them to be somewhat accurate and reflect what it'll look like when it goes live. It's not going to be perfect, but I don't want to have all my testing time wasted. Wow, chat is moving very fast today. I'm going to try to work through all this as quickly as I can, and then we can start. Kind of works out well because I usually like to leave a bit of a buffer time, and obviously I'm not going to be creating my character this time, so that means we're going to jump right into it the moment I'm done. Crazy that WoW speedruns get so many views? Yeah, people definitely like watching it. Would have been perfect if they had Mop Remix up before Season 4 and Cata release, that way we'd have time to level characters for Season 4. Yeah, if they were to do that, it would have been ideal that, you know, there was more time. Frankly, I think Season 4 should have been pushed back a little bit. I think this is really aggressive considering how few nerfs we've got into Mythic Amirdrassil. This raid tier has destroyed so many guilds. I actually know a lot of people, funnily enough, through Classic, a lot of people that I've met in Classic either are raiding in Retail WoW or have friends that raid in Retail WoW, and every single one of them that I've talked to, their guild is either broken up or their friend's guild is broken up. And it's kind of interesting because, like, I don't really get out much in terms of the WoW rating scene, right? A lot of the people I talk to are kind of at my same, like, rating level for Retail WoW. So you kind of get a more, like, self-contained perspective of what everything is like. And I knew that the rating situation was bad, but having spoken to... Can't speak today. Having spoken to a lot of people who are, like, in the lower to mid Mythic levels, it is absolutely brutal, this tier. Or it has been, because now it's about to be over. And the fact that Blizzard not only didn't nerf the bosses for any significant amount of time, but also is really rushing out Season 4 is just crushing those guilds, and I feel bad for them. And I'm gonna be honest, like, I've killed Farok a few times at this point, and I really am not enjoying Mythic Emir Drasil. This has been maybe one of my least favorite raid tiers ever. I started off not minding it that much, but considering how bad the later bosses are, I don't hate Farok, but Farok is really annoying because the entire difficulty is in the final phase. And a lot of the seed stuff feels absolute bullshit. There are certain seed overlaps that I've gotten now that I finally started carrying a seed on Mythic Farok that are just like, what do I fucking do? Just a million blaze lines overlap my seed. It just... obviously the idea is, well, you need to communicate with the other people, but sometimes I call it out and it just feels like there's absolutely nothing that we could have done to save a seed. It just feels bullshit. And I like the fight as a whole, but it is kind of crazy that the first two phases have been nerfed to be completely trivial, and the final phase is still just a kick in the nuts. So it doesn't make it any considerably easier. It just makes it more frustrating because you continually spend 8 minutes-ish getting to the final phase, however long it takes, and then you just wipe to a seed exploding, and re-clear is just a massive pain. And Tindral, even after the nerfs, while he is much easier now, he is still the worst boss ever created. Absolute dogshit fight. Fuck that fight. Hate Emir Drasil. Yeah, so overall, I think that this season should have gotten more breathing room, and they should have just spaced everything out better. But they are going for an insanely aggressive release schedule, and it is what it is. So, all that to say, I think that Mop Remix, with the current release schedule, can't come out until June, or it's just going to give nothing else any room to breathe. But it would have been nice if they had just spaced things out and maybe slotted Mop Remix in earlier to give people something to do. I'd agree with that. If you delete a character, yeah, Razgar, I get what you're saying, and I considered doing that, but at this point, right, I did all the setup that you just talked about. I could delete my character and just create a new one and do a few UI changes, but this is not like a super, super serious speedrun, so that's why I'm saying fuck it, and I'm just going to do the character that I set up instead of deleting it and recreating it. But I understand what you're saying, and I do that for actual serious speedruns where I'm like trying to set a record or something like that. Let's see. Is Cat out now? No, this is beta. You've never played Cataclysm, though? Or you never played Classic, though, so you have no idea. Well, Classic, it's very different. In Wrath leveling is very slow. All Classic leveling is very, 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 very slow. But Cataclysm streamlined the leveling process a lot. It is not retail. There is still a lot of stuff you need to slog through. But it is significantly faster than all previous versions of Classic. 1 to 85 is going to be very slow. Yeah, I expect it will be. Iron Woman said, first time catching you live. How are you? I'm good. Hope you're doing good as well. Reminds you you're looking forward to how you XP boosts from... Oh, yeah. I don't really think that's going to impact things much, but since that is something a lot of people have been asking me about, so obviously in the War Within, they showed that as you get more max level characters, you're going to get an experience bonus up to level 80. It is 5% per character. It caps out at 5 characters, though. So you're going to get a maximum of a, 25% experience bonus. Now, that's good. I like it. I think it's great that they're doing that. But it's not going to significantly change anything, which I think is good. It means that the same exact route that you will use without the 25% bonus, you will use with the 25% bonus. You'll just trim some of the slower stuff off the route. It's just like when Winds of Wisdom was around and we had the 50% bonus, the route didn't fundamentally change. If you watch my runs with that, I just cut out some parts that were slightly less efficient. Say, Duskwood, I cut that out from the Alliance route, or I cut out Wad almost entirely from the Horde route. We barely touched Gorgrond. So stuff like that, that is really the only meaningful change that the bonus will give. It's not going to change speedruns or even the speed leveling route at all. It's just going to make things a little bit faster, which is great. You don't really start to get major route changes until you get modifiers in like the hundreds. Then you start exploiting some really dumb stuff where you can just grind in like one spot. Is leveling a new character in Kata slow like Classic or more like Retail? Honestly, Kata is kind of weird because I would say it is a very, like, perfect hybrid between the two. It is... I kind of already said this before, but it's like smack dab in the middle. It's more efficient, but not as efficient as Retail. And kind of after Cataclysm, leveling starts to speed up dramatically, and then it slows down again. So in MoP, leveling gets really fast. Then in WoD, leveling gets to be the fastest that it has ever been because of the 300% XP bonuses. Then in Legion, it slows to a crawl. Legion is not quite Cataclysm, or it's not quite classic leveling speeds, but they really slowed down leveling times in Legion. BFA, same deal kind of, but throughout BFA, they did a lot of Winds of Wisdom bonuses, like plus 50% XP, or they added Draft of 10 lands for the 10% increased experience. So they tried to speed it up a little bit. Obviously, War Mode bonus was also added in BFA, and then they finally revamped leveling with Chromie Time and Shadowlands, and we get the system that we have today. But yeah, leveling speeds, after Cataclysm, they kept trying to make it faster or slower, find the right balance, and then they just said fuck it and gave us Chromie Time. When am I starting? Soon. Fairly soon. I don't want to take too long. Maybe like 10 minutes at most is how long I'm going to spend reading over stuff. Let's see. Dev, I don't know what WA dev is in. A week or a dev is in. Yes. Yeah, a lot of week aura devs, or, well, I assume the developer of the week aura's add-on, yes, is in. But a lot of, like, major developers and theory crafters for stuff like that are in, yeah. Does not surprise me. The people who do nothing but complain about the game get alpha in fights. I mean, I don't know if I'd go that far. Farok being the state he's currently in, going into Fated is messed up. I expect Farok to get nerfs at some point in Fated, because I'm curious what the hardest boss in Fated is going to be. I'm actually really looking forward to that. I think Aberrus is going to be easy, especially because I would say Echo of Neltharion is the hardest boss in Aberrus, and it's getting nerfed. So Volcanic Heart, which is the worst part of Echo, is getting nerfed, and Sarkareth really is not that difficult, all things considered. It's a hard fight, but like relative to a lot of the other hard fights this expansion, quote-unquote, Sarkareth is not that bad. Same with Siskarn. Siskarn is more annoying than anything. I think Razageth is also going to be a real pain. Like, Dathia will be annoying, but not hard. Broodkeeper will be annoying, but not hard. Razageth is a bitch. I really dislike that fight. I honestly think I'm going to hate Razageth on reclears more than I'm going to hate Tindril or Farok. Just because that fight is just absolute agony. But it'll be close, I think. I think Razageth, Tindril, and Farok are probably the 3 hardest bosses this expansion. So we'll see how that goes. I think Razageth tuning will give us a good idea on what to expect from Farok, though. Because we'll get to see that in just a few days. And if Razageth is just extremely difficult, just impossible to beat, that's going to suck. But at the same time, with the way that Bullion works, and the fact that in most cases, every spec is getting their most powerful tier set of the expansion, unless people trolled the voting, which is why the voting system was fucking dog shit, and Blizzard should stop doing that, because it really sucks. Because some of us lost our favorite tier sets because of idiots who voted for the wrong thing. But most people get the tier set they want. All of the trinkets are back, and we get a lot of really overpowered ones like Manic Grief Torch, so that's going to be very, very nice for a lot of people. And because we get Bullion at a massively increased rate, and tier set acquisition is going to be very easy, by the time we get to even like Sarkareth, we're going to have almost full BIS. Pretty much. Or close to it. And Farok, Tindril, we are going to almost guaranteed have full BIS if you are gearing in an optimal manner, so should be a little bit easier, hopefully. Is it worth going back to retail? I would say that if you are considering playing retail again, wait until Tuesday when Season 4 comes out. Generally speaking, the Fated catch-up seasons are the best time to play retail because Blizzard doesn't care about trying to, like, min-max your playtime metrics, and they just want to let you have fun. Which, you know, you would hope should be their strategy all of the expansion, And when Ian says things in interviews like, we don't think that players should have access to too many helpful catch-up systems in regular raid tiers, and it's just like, why? So you acknowledge that people like this stuff, but you don't think that you should give it to people for regular raiding? Because having more options and more fun is a bad thing? It's weird. Their design philosophy is something I do not understand, but what I can say for sure is that in Faded is when they actually let you have fun. No holds barred. So, should be interesting. Once you got to Mythic Nimue, you saw all that green on green, you just said nope and haven't raided since. Yeah. Trust me, I agree with you. I do not like the visual design in Mythic Nimue, and I said so directly to the designer who made Mythic Nimue. But, you know, at the very least, I can safely say that they heard the complaints, but there's only so much they can do, right? Worse than Spine of Deathwing, I did not raid in Cataclysm, so I can't compare to that. And when I said Tintrol is the worst boss ever made, I was being a little bit hyperbolic. I would say it is my least favorite fight of the expansion, for sure. That's actually close. Dathia really sucks. It's either Dathia or Tintrol for my least favorite fight of the expansion. They're both really bad bosses. Tintrol is bad for different reasons, but it's tricky. I also think Tintrol is especially worse for tanks than any other role. A lot of my DPS friends have said they enjoy Tintrol, and I respect their opinion, but for tanks, it just sucks. And there's really no debating that. The mushroom mechanic is the worst tank buster ever made. That one is not hyperbolic. It just is. Whoever designed the mushroom mechanic just has no fucking clue what they're doing. It sucks. You think 10.2.7 is coming out 6 weeks after Season 4 release, so mop in 7.5 weeks? Yeah, I think it'll be bare minimum 2 weeks after Cataclysm launch. So I've said this before, but obviously... Can I click in the calendar, please? Thank you. Cataclysm launches here, and I expect this is the earliest that they will release the mop remix thing. And it has been data mined by Wowhead that it'll release 1 week after 10.2.7. So personally, my theory, this is 10.2.7, May 3rd, or May 4th, and 1 week after, May 11th, or June, God, I can't read. June 4th is when we're going to get 10.2.7. June 11th is when Panda Remix opens. That is my prediction, calling it now. If I'm completely off, you can laugh at me. If I'm dead on, then I will look like a prophet. But yeah, that is what I think makes the most sense. How is Cata for Warrior? No idea. Absolutely no idea. I have looked into a little bit of Cataclysm design. So back in Cataclysm, just for reference, I played mostly Hunter. When I originally played it, like, as a kid, I was, I don't know, like 12 or something. I was really young back in Cataclysm. I almost exclusively played Hunter. So outside of that, my knowledge is fairly limited. I have done a good amount of research into Cataclysm Paladin and Cataclysm Blood DK, because I am very interested in playing either Prot Paladin or Blood Death Knight for this expansion, and I'm curious to see how they play. I'm excited because I liked what I saw, but I have not really done a lot of research into the other classes, which should make this interesting, because I don't really know what to expect. I have absolutely no idea how Warrior's going to play, so we'll figure it out. Owner said, press that like button, guys. Hey, he said it, not me. But, you know, thank you, Owner. Cata level revamp was insanely fun for Altaholics. Could level a Horde Tune in Kalimdor from 1 to 60 without having to use your brain. Yeah. I love the Cataclysm Zone. Okay. I love the Cataclysm Zone revamps, obviously, because they're still used in my leveling speedrun routes to this day. And what I'm going to try to do here for fun is, like, test out a lot of those zones that I use. And, crap. I need to get the Lua errors disabling thing. Lua, disable, Lua errors. Wow. There's, what's the line? Yes, console script errors 0. Okay, there we go. That should cover it. Bispec for Warrior and PvE's arms. Yeah, I did read that, but I'm interested in tanking anyway. So I'm probably going to transition to Prot Warrior later on in the run, once, like, I can actually do that. But that's mainly what I'm interested in. A lot of people forget, but Cata is much more classic than it is retail. WoW doesn't get retail until late MoP. Well, you're right and you're wrong. I think that Cataclysm has a lot of major changes that bring it closer to retail than, like, Wrath and stuff. I would actually say, though, Cataclysm is more like Wrath of the Lich King than Wrath of the Lich King is like original classic. Wrath of the Lich King is where a lot of the really big changes happened. Cataclysm definitely made a lot of big leaps past that, but it's pretty similar. Honestly, Wrath already feels very different from original classic. But yeah, you are correct that MoP is, I would say, the first raid, or the first expansion where you could really look at the raid and class design and say this is like retail, and they've just kind of evolved on that formula ever since, is, I would agree, MoP. But I do think that if we're looking at, like, original vanilla and retail, Cataclysm is much closer to retail than it is to original vanilla. But at the same time, Wrath, in my opinion, is also much closer to retail than it is to original vanilla, and yet a lot of people still group the three together in, like, one big trilogy, when I think that Wrath is already way different. Really hope Blizz ups the amount of character slots you can get. Yeah, I agree. It's not only a 25% bonus, didn't they also cut needed XP in half? I think you're confusing something else I talked about. When I said 25% bonus, I was referring to something from The War Within, answering a question about that. But yeah, that's a different thing. They did cut the needed experience down by a lot in Cataclysm. You miss being able to grant levels through RAF? Yeah. Protection is great. Arms is good. Fury is butts for warriors. Yeah, I did hear that. What's the actual world record? I mean, there is none, right? There's no world record yet. This is like a benchmark testing speedrun, effectively. Okay, I'm gonna skim a lot of these other messages because, you know, we have hit the 30-minute mark since the start, and I want to get this started very soon. Let's see. Sark has the same problems as Nimue. I agree, yeah, visually. A lot of people saying, when are you starting? Very, very shortly. That's the idea. Hello, waiter, more frogs, please. Nice name. I finally caught you live. Glad to see you. Cata Warrior PvP was really fun. Not sure for PvE, yeah. Blood TK is fucking nuts in Cata. Yeah, that is probably what I'm going to play. It looks really fun. We'll see, though. Whole Fated system made you really enjoy the final patch of Shadowlands. Completely agree. Yep. 30-minute mark of staring at Goblin Butt. Yeah, pretty much. Cat Abyss. I am very excited for it, yeah. Did it delete your level 1 spell? Oh, fuck me, it did. Thank you for letting me know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have realized. It's because it deleted my macro. Cast Strike. There we go. The speedrun will start tomorrow. Yeah. About to start. Cata Holy Paladins are basically caster DPS who occasionally healed. Makes sense. Arms is good. You still want to bring more than 2 at most in a 25-man raid. One thing that I am very excited about, though, they have officially stated that 10-man loot will be on par with 25-man loot. It's going to be completely identical, no differences. So if you want to raid 10-man in Cataclysm, absolutely nothing is stopping you. And they are shared lockouts, so you have to pick one. I'm going to be honest, I don't really see many people wanting to raid 25-man. Personally, I don't really want to. I was going to if it gave better loot, because duh. But if I can just raid 10-man and get all the same stuff, that's just more fun for me. I think that's just a better design game. So, we'll see, but I am hoping to raid 10-man in Cataclysm. You gotta reload to save macros? Yeah, good point. Oh, it also wiped my keylines. Man. Oh, that's brutal. That is fucking brutal. Please tell me it didn't, Yeah, I see what you mean now about the War Within XP reduction, yeah. I get. 10-man seemed less forgiving. I can't speak to that because I didn't raid current content in Cataclysm, but I've heard a lot of people say that one of the main reasons 10-man felt very unforgiving in early Cataclysm was due to healer mana tuning, and apparently that got adjusted later in the expansion, and we're playing on the 4.3 patch where all of that is adjusted, so we'll see. I do not believe that was the case, Goose Comics. I could be wrong, but I believe that it was still better loot, marginally, in original Cataclysm. If the rewards are identical, most people won't do 25. Yeah, exactly. I do think it is weird. Obviously, 10-man is less loot, but, you know, 25-man gives you more items, but you also have over double the amount of people. So it's not really an advantage unless you're loot counseling and, like, trying to funnel yourself all the gear, in which case, yeah, it's kind of shitty. But I could understand why somebody would want to do that. At the very least, it's not too hard to reset this up now that I know I want to do this. What do I want to do for the last few? An action bar 5. Okay. And then just to make sure that it saves all that, so I don't get DC'd and lose it again, I'm just going to log out and then log back in. When are you starting? Like, literally in a minute or two. Wonder if Blizz will ever go past Mop. I'm almost certain that they will. What I'm just not sure about is how they are going to get to Legion. Because I am almost like 99% sure we are going to get Legion Classic at this point. It's really just a question of how are they going to handle WoD. I've talked at length about how I think they should handle WoD. But I'm going to be completely honest, I don't think anybody wants BFA Classic. I would love to play Legion Classic. I would even play Warlords of Draenor Classic. I'm probably one of the very few people who would be excited for WoD Classic and wants it to come back in some capacity. But BFA Classic, I do not think a single person wants it. BFA and Shadowlands are just objectively bad expansions. WoD at least was fun to play, it just was missing content and went on for way too long. I think you condense WoD into like a 5-month period, banger. Good raids, good leveling zones, good class design, honestly, peak class design in WoD. It would be fun as hell. And I think a lot of people who skipped WoD because it was so mismanaged would come back to it and say, holy shit, this expansion is awesome, why did people hate this? Forgetting, of course, the fact that it lasted way too long. But the actual content in WoD is phenomenal. But BFA just has bad content. Shadowlands just has bad content. I don't think there's any world in which a Shadowlands or BFA Classic exists. But up to Legion, could absolutely see it. You want WoD so much? Yeah, for sure. We're going up to 40 minutes? Yeah. WoD was great until Endgame? I disagree. WoD Endgame was still amazing. There just wasn't enough content. The content that was there, amazing. Just wasn't enough of it for how long it lasted. BFA, if Corruption was there, I did not like Corruption, but I understand. It's people who did. Shadowlands Classic is a grim, dark future. Yeah, we made jokes about Shadowlands Classic a few years ago. If that ever happens, oh god. If WoD is getting accelerated, it's probably not going to be too bad. Yeah, for sure. After raids, yes. Okay, fair. Yeah, and challenge modes, a lot of people didn't try challenge modes, but they were phenomenal. And if they were to do WoD Classic again, what they should do is keep challenge modes, but then basically make like a Mythic Plus system for WoD. And they already kind of have the framework to do that because a lot of WoD dungeons have been brought back at this point. But I think a lot of people didn't really have a reason to try the WoD dungeons on a harder difficulty because if you weren't interested in the transmog from challenge modes, you didn't. But WoD challenge modes were some of the most fun I've ever had in this game, and if they brought that back, I would love it. Really, really have a lot of fun with that. You liked WoD because you had an army of alts? Yeah, a lot of people did, for sure. If we don't get WoD Classic, give us WoD Remix. WoD Remix is actually a pretty solid idea. Black Ark Foundry, yeah, banger raid, for sure. And let me just see one more message before I start. Let's Talk About It said, hey, long time sleeper to your speedruns before. Glad I got to watch this one live in case you're releveling a main in Cata, so you're interested to see what could be done. Awesome. I'm glad you enjoy the speedruns. Okay, so I'm going to just real quick once again show the slash played. So this is how long I've spent sitting around doing nothing, and we'll just keep that in mind for the final time. Right. Obviously, you'll still have the timer, but when I show the slash played at the end, just as a reference. Alright, let's get to Goblin mode. Sure. Okay, so I will start the timer, and we will crack on with this. So, it has been a long time. What is the mail? Right, this stuff. Just... Obviously don't need that, especially because this is all account-wide now in Cataclysm. Okay. So I have not done the Goblin quests in a very, very long time. Like, the Worgen starting zone, if that had won the poll, which, honestly, the poll was very, very close. It was a dead 50-50 for most of the time. One other thing that got messed up. Huh. Oh, I guess the nameplates in these guys don't automatically appear. But yeah, the poll was really, really, really close. Worgen starting zone, I've done a lot. Goblin starting zone, I just haven't done in a very long time. Because it is notoriously inefficient. But I remember running this place a lot back in Cataclysm just because I enjoyed the quests as a kid. Also, I guess Questy is not working. So I guess I'm just going to have to go blind, which works for me. Testing a Worgen Warrior speedrun yourself for pre-patch? Awesome. Yeah, I guess, when do we get access to a lot of that stuff? Because pre-patch, do we get Worgen and Goblin during pre-patch? I'm not sure. Target needs to be in front of you. Oh, okay. 2 weeks. Oh, we do get them in pre-patch. Okay, that'll be cool. I'll probably level up a Goblin at the very least. Honestly, so one of the things about Classic is, since everything isn't cross-faction, I don't really have any intention of playing Alliance that much for Cataclysm, just because if I can only use the characters like together, I'm gonna stick to one faction and all my stuff is on Horde. So I'm gonna focus on that. Obviously, for the purposes of like a leveling guide and testing and whatnot, I will still be testing Alliance. But I think in my own like personal time leveling characters, I will probably not focus too much on like leveling ally characters. But I kind of want to play a Goblin, at least one, and it will probably be a Goblin Warrior, which is why I've chosen it for the speedrun. But I don't know. The main thing is I don't really have a warrior, because I have a druid for sure that I'll be just leveling up again. My level 80 characters right now, I just have a paladin and a death knight, which is most likely what I'm going to be maining anyway. But the only warrior that I have is the one that I played for 2019 Classic, and it's level 70 because I did play it in... neither of these are good. I did get it leveled in TBC, but I haven't really touched it much in Wrath. And I don't know. I don't really care enough to finish leveling it. Okay. Ah, yeah, this quest. Right. You get the hot rod. Do you have heirlooms? No. So I was initially going to do this run with heirlooms, but character information copy is not actually working on the Cataclysm Beta, so I cannot use that. But I do have every single heirloom, at least that you can get in Wrath, unlocked. So I even have the Dread Pirate Ring on Wrath. And when I start doing further testing runs, once they fix that on Cataclysm Beta, I will be doing runs with heirlooms, because I just think that'll be more fun. Goblin starter quests are basically GTA, yeah. Exactly. Heirlooms don't work anyway in beta. They have no stats of the last... Oh, okay. That's good to know. Well, I'm assuming by the time they fix account copying, they'll have heirlooms fixed. It's entirely possible that's the reason why they disabled account copying. If they have a lot of bugs like that, then there's no real point. You tested Undead and Goblin 1 to 10 with the looms, and Undead was so much faster? Yeah. Well, the Undead starting quests are actually really good in Cataclysm. Even to this day, the Undead starting zone is one of the fastest Horde 1 to 10 starting zones. It's just that I don't really do a lot of 1 to 10 speedruns. So.
Well, spit it out.
But I would actually say if I did... I guess the gun? You can technically use guns, right? Double beds. I remember that stuff. Your level 2 Bloodied Arcanite Reaper has 13 stamina, but it doesn't give actual health. That is weird. Where's the other quest? Candy Cane. I guess I don't have that one yet. Okay. Do any of the starting zones compete with Exile's Reach in terms of speed? Oh, absolutely, yeah. The Worgen starting zone is, technically speaking, really fast. The problem with it is you're locked into the entire thing. And the end of the Worgen starting zone gets really slow. So it doesn't end up being really fast in practice if you're doing, like, the full run. You thought Warrior was super slow to level? I don't really know how it's going to be for Cataclysm. In Wrath Classic, it's actually not bad. So, a lot of people think that Warrior is really bad to level because in Original Classic, it is fairly slow. But what people don't realize is that by the time you get to Wrath, it's actually pretty good. I actually think that most people would consider Warrior to be one of the fastest solo leveling classes in Wrath. That or Paladin, I think, are two of the best. So, I expect it to actually be relatively fine. Where are these parts? You get Victory Rush? Yeah. Obviously, that makes the self-healing a lot better, but Warrior just deals with things really efficiently in, like, more modern versions. I believe in Wrath Classic, you actually want to level as Prot. Correct me if I'm wrong. At least that is what I heard. Yeah, Warrior is nowhere near as bad as people make it out to be. Where are these replacement parts? Here's one. What's my favorite classes in retail and Cata? Well, this is my first time playing the Cata beta, so I really don't know what my favorite classes are. I can say that I'm most excited for Paladin and Death Knight, trying them out, but I have not actually, like, actually played them yet. I've just looked into them a little bit.
What's the word on the street?
Okay. I think you can... What?
Still recharging.
Oh, that didn't work. Prot Warrior is super strong, leveling in Wrath, especially after 58 when you can get Unrelenting Assault in Arms. Yeah.
Can't cast that yet.
Okay. I know that there's some people here that I need to beat up.
Not enough rage.
Though I probably don't have many abilities at this stage, and I'm still level 2. Is pious pious because God loves you? Rice, what are you saying? Oh my god. Do you think with all the bugs they may delay it? I think that they should delay the Cataclysm beta if they aren't able to hammer out all these bugs in time. What I can say with almost 100% certainty is that they will not delay it because lately Blizzard has been unwilling to make any delays and they've just been releasing things at a breakneck pace. And I suspect that they have a lot of other releases that are, like, lined up. And if there were delays on Cataclysm, then they'd have to delay other things too. And I do not expect them to want to do that. So, unfortunately, no, I do not think we're going to get any delays. You're just hyped to experience expansions you never played? Yeah, I mean, that's the main appeal of Classic for me as well. They put way too much energy into SOD. Well, the sad thing is they put a lot of energy to SOD and still haven't managed to actually make it like a balanced experience. So I talked about this a bit on my Discord, but I guess I'll say it here too. I am kind of fed up with SOD. I have really been trying my hardest to enjoy it, but I have just been routinely frustrated by the sheer incompetence at display by the developers. And I've just, like, I kind of hit a point last week where I'm just like, why am I playing this? Like, every single time I play SOD, I run into something else that just pisses me off, and I'm just spending more time being miserable playing this than actually having fun. And it's a shame because obviously there's a lot about SOD that I think is great, and there's a reason why I have been playing it so much over the last few months. But it's like they have such a good idea and they just fumble the ball at every possible moment. It is just incredibly frustrating. So what I've kind of resolved to do is I am raid logging in SOD for the rest of the phase. And pretty much any of the videos that I was considering making for SOD for the rest of P3, they're just scrapped. Partially because I'm not even having fun making videos for SOD. Just thinking about SOD genuinely just pisses me off. I have a Warlock tanking dungeon guide, literally 99% ready, and every time I sit there at Adobe Premiere, like, ready to put the finishing touches on that, I legitimately, I know this sounds stupid, but I genuinely feel sick to my stomach. There's just so many things that I would rather be doing than touching anything related to SOD. It just pisses me off. Just because there's so many things this phase that have just infuriated me. And I've been trying to just, like, not think about it, but it is, like, hit a critical point, or, like, a breaking point, I guess, where I'm just pissed off. And, I just can't, I can't bring myself to keep enjoying the game, right? So, if I did not at least enjoy the people that I was raiding with in SOD, I would probably just stop playing entirely. But I like the guild that I'm in, I like the people in the guild, and I don't want to just ditch them and leave them without a tank. And at least if some stuff gets cleaned up, because admittedly our last raid in Sunken Temple was really bad, and like some people left the guild over it, like that level of bad, and I'm kind of like on the point of I got like a million apologies. It almost feels like my dog died or something. I've gotten so many people like messaging me saying, I'm so sorry about how last raid went. Like, I promise we're gonna like, fix it next time. And like, I haven't really complained, right? When people ask me like, oh, what did you think about the last raid? I'll say, it sucked. It was really bad. But I haven't like been making a big stink or anything. But it seems like everybody just feels so bad about how shitty it went that they're like, oh, we're going to fix things. We're going to make sure it's better. And, like, if they do, then cool. Yeah, I like this guild and I want to stick around. But I'm going to be honest, outside of that, I'm not having fun with it. I have no desire to level alts. I have no desire to finish doing speedruns. And one of the big things, like, kind of the writing has been on the wall ever since they killed my server. Because Blizzard killed Chaos Bolt, the server that I was playing on at the start of P3. That one really fucking stung. The way they handled it really fucked me over. And I've been kind of bitter and just frustrated by the whole situation ever since. And the way that P3 has been progressing ever since has just continued just souring my mood on the game. So. Unfortunate. You were Chaos Bolt Alliance? Ah, yeah, so was I.
Well, spit it out.
Well, I mean, I played both factions on Chaos Bolt, actually, but mostly Alliance. But it just really, really, really pissed me off. And it, like, the way that they responded to people, too. Like, I think that Agrins is a little bit too egotistical sometimes on like, Twitter and stuff. And I do think he should probably watch some of the stuff he says, because it comes off way worse than I think he means it to. But, what do I do for this quest? Because I don't think it's showing. Use the charge ability on a training dummy. Okay, and that's it. But like, so all that to say, I don't really mind what Agron says a lot of the times, because I can kind of understand that he is expressing his personal views on like the design of the game, and I'm sure that development is just naturally going to be pretty difficult. There's a lot of stuff where everybody wants a different thing from the devs, and it's difficult to make everybody happy. But one thing that did really piss me off is when people were demanding answers about why Chaos Bolt was shut down, and the devs gave a really passive-aggressive, frankly snippy, arrogant response to people genuinely asking, like, hey, why did you kill my server with no notice? And the way that they worded it was like, yeah, you know, just get over it. There's no way we could have done this better. This is just the reality of server design. And it's like, no, fuck you. No, it's not. Absolutely nothing about server design mandates that you shut down a server with 0 heads up and in the most heavy-handed way possible. And they also fucked the transfers, right? So it was buggy, too. And I honestly was mad about the Chaos Bolt situation, but I was like, fuck it, whatever, it is what it is. Until I saw them, like, giving snippy remarks to people on Twitter. Like, yeah, just accept it, your server's dead. Like, if you want to play on a dead server for the rest of SOD, well, you can do that, but we're not going to support it. It's just like, fuck you guys. So, yeah. That really pissed me off, honestly. I will also note real quick, chat is moving very fast today, so I'm trying to, like, as I go, glance into chat and, you know, read the first thing that my eyes catch and respond to it. If I miss your message and, you know, you want me to read it again, just, like, wait 5-10 minutes, then send it and, you know, do that until I catch it. But, just apologies if I don't get around to it eventually. It's just difficult to try to level at a reasonable pace while also keeping up with everything. I think that's an upgrade. Yeah. P3 was trash and you quit SOD because of it. Yeah. It's a shame. I mean, like, I honestly think P2 was pretty bad as well. But the way that I approach P2 is I'm like, okay, this is kind of shit, but it's the first new phase. There's like a bit of a learning curve. Maybe they get it right. But almost every single decision they've made thus far in Phase 3 has been objectively bad. And I just don't really know how it's going to get better, considering we've had 2 absolutely dog shit phase releases that have felt rushed in both cases. P2 at least had a little bit of breathing room, and you can argue that there was less to do at level 25, so it made sense to have a faster release. But the fact that the P3 release was not only faster than P2, but also way more fumbled, I'm kind of done with it. And look, I'm going to still give SOD one more chance at level 60. So, I know a few people said, oh yeah, I also quit SOD. I'm not even saying that I'm completely done with it. As I did mention, I am still raid logging. Not going to give up on my guilds. But I will, bare minimum, when we get Phase 4, I will check out level 60. I will see if any of the new things really catch my eye. And if it doesn't, then I'm probably just going to wipe my hands with SOD entirely. Because right now, that is the main saving grace, the main thing somewhat keeping me to SOD and not, like, completely ditching it, is, well, what if Phase 4 is really good? And what if at level 60 they fix a lot of the major problems? They've already outlined some of their plans to adjust things that I think are pretty good. And I think that there is potential that they could turn it around. But if we get another complete shitshow phase launch in P4, I am quite frankly not going to stick around and give them the time of day to fix it in future phases. There are way too many things that I want to be spending my time on to continue feeling like I'm wasting my time getting shafted by the devs in SOD. I want it to be good. I have faith that they can make it good. There is a chance. But I have a limit in how much I'm willing to do. Especially because there really has not been a lot going on right now. You know, we've had kind of a few months of nothing where I was not really interested in Ruby Sanctum personally, so wasn't playing that, and I've just been doing a Mirdrasil farm. So during like the later stages of a Mirdrasil Prog and now a Mirdrasil farm, there's nothing else for me to do in World of Warcraft in any version, unless we're counting Plunderstorm, which I don't. So realistically speaking, SOD was just there to fill a gap while nothing else was happening. But I've already expressed that I'm very excited for Cataclysm, and we're going to get the Panda Remix thing soon, and then of course later in the year we're getting the War Within. And SOD needs to be genuinely good to compete with that, not just passably okay. Anyways, I'm going to stop ranting about it because I don't want to be too much of a downer, but I do want to make that clear because I know that there's going to be a lot of people who are asking me, like, why aren't you making, more SOD videos? Because I made a bunch of videos in P2, I made a lot of Warlock Tank videos, and a lot of people really like those Warlock Tank videos, and if you're one of them, then thank you. I enjoyed making them, and I'll probably continue making similar guides, just not for SOD. But I just can't invest the energy to continue making videos for something that I'm not enjoying. It's kind of like it's a problem that I have a lot of times. Like, I'm the only person doing videos on my channel, right? Like, I don't have, like, a team or anything like that. So, in order for me to make a video, I need to be fully invested in the process from start to finish. And if I am not enjoying the content that I'm covering, I'm just not going to cover it. I will never force myself to play something that I'm not having fun with just to make a video. Honestly, it's one of the main reasons why the leveling guide for retail has taken so long. I kind of got myself a bit burnt out on retail leveling, and I just didn't really feel like finishing up that video. And now that I'm actually genuinely excited to play Fated, as surprising as that is to me a little bit, because I wasn't expecting to be as excited for it as I am, but like I genuinely have like this like kernel of excitement where I'm like actually kind of looking forward to playing retail again, partially because I've just been playing Classic like almost non-stop the past few months outside of retail raid. And one thing that I'm especially really excited for, I've talked about this a lot in my Discord, but maybe not so much on videos, is I've been looking at Bear in the War Within, Guardian Druid specifically, and I am really, really, really excited for the new Bear stuff. I think both of the Bear hero talent trees look absolutely amazing. I always loved Moonbear. Moonbear's fun. And we're getting a new tree completely dedicated to Moonbear with a lot of cool stuff, buffing like Lunar Beam and giving you Fury of a Loon procs as a bear, which is sick. And then we have Druid of the Claw, which is like turbo cat weaving, where you can get 80% of your health and armor from bear form while in cat form for like, I think it's up to 10 seconds or something. So you can actually cat weave while tanking. It just looks awesome. It's all of the complaints that I've historically had about, bear tanking. The hero talent trees, both of them completely fix it. It's like everything I've ever wanted bear to be. So I am very, very, very excited about that. I'm really hoping that I will be able to main a bear in the War Within, assuming nothing changes, right? Maybe we'll get like another hero talent tree reveal. There aren't many left. Or we'll get a rework or something and I'll be like, wow, this actually looks amazing. I want to play this instead. But based on all of the classes and trees and stuff that I've seen so far for the War Within, Bear is the one that has stuck out to me the most. Is like, this is kind of what I want to play. That actually is something I'm genuinely excited for. A lot of the other trees I don't hate, but it's either like the basic class design is still not changing and I'm not like a huge fan of it. Kind of like Blood DK. I actually think the Blood DK hero talents look fine, but I'm still just not a fan of Blood DK's core design, so don't really want to play it. And the same thing for like some other classes. Like obviously I love Brewmaster, but I'm not super thrilled about the hero talent trees, and they're just kind of passive. So Brewmaster in the War Within is going to be just Brewmaster in Dragonflight with a few extra goodies. And I'll probably still level it, I'll probably still make sure I play it in case it's needed, but I'm not excited for it. Because I've already played it. But the new Druid stuff, that is unique. That is cool. Hello, Nazeth. Yes, another speedrun. Windwalker Monk rework looks sick. Yeah, well, we haven't seen many new things for Brew. I will say the Monk class talents, that I am excited for. That is one thing that makes me slightly more excited about Brewmaster, just because they obviously benefit from it as well. But Brewmaster doesn't get quite as much out of the class talents. It's more just like quality of life stuff. What I will note for the class talents is while it doesn't make me as excited for endgame, there is a lot of potential there for speedrunning. There is a ton of mobility, like buffs and talents and whatnot, in the monk class tree now. Like the whole, you get like a double jump that like dashes you to a nearby target. Well, that stuff honestly isn't necessary for raids or dungeons. Like, what do you need extra mobility for as a monk in dungeons? You already can kite literally anything, and you have more than enough mobility to get around any mechanic. You're not really concerned about that in dungeon or raid settings. But for leveling, extra mobility never hurts. And having all of those extra, like, little double jumps and roll distance increases, things of that nature for monks in the War Within, what I can say for sure is that it's going to make level 70 to 80 leveling feel phenomenal as a monk. So I'm very excited to try that. But I don't think it's going to change the playstyle a lot at endgame. And the Windwalker stuff does look really cool. I'll give you that. But I am not like a DPS player, really. Okay, I remember this quest. I have to like hit the right thing. I guess there's some RP before I can do it. You instantly thought of your speed as Windwalker with those changes? Yeah. So I guess kind of in the same vein of, you know, I'm not really excited for Windwalker at max level just because I'm not going to play it much. But definitely for leveling speedruns, Windwalker is getting a lot of... Oh, what? I don't know why I thought that was one. Hello, Harry. Good to see you. Got to pay a little bit of attention here because I have to follow the cues. There we go. Nice. I think I didn't press 4 at all. I'm gonna put that there. Is this gonna go away anytime soon? Yeah. What do I need to do? I need to go to the Gallywix place. This is peak quest design. Yeah, honestly, I don't mind the Cataclysm stuff a lot. It's a lot more engaging than Wrath Classic, which is mostly just kill quests and collect quests. This has some interesting interaction. I don't think I reached that guy. The Goblin Lisa. Can I... Ooh. Shit. Come on. Oh, come on, leash, please. I think they leashed. Yeah, we're in the clear. I'm stuck in terrain. I think it's on the second floor. Mad, they went from this to Thrall complaining about his axe in Shadowlands. Yeah. It is kind of wild that in many ways, quest design peaked in Cataclysm, and it's just kind of been stagnating ever since. I vastly prefer Cataclysm quests to, like, really anything in Dragonflight. I don't really love the Dragonflight quests. I just think that quests these days are so roleplay heavy. And if that's in a cutscene, that's fine. But, like, I guess it's kind of a double-edged sword, right? Because on one hand, Final Fantasy quests are also very roleplay heavy. But I actually care about the story in Final Fantasy, so I don't mind it, because I actually sit there and listen to it. But in WoW, when I don't give a shit about the story, I don't really want to listen to, like, a super long RP about a centaur talking about, you know, oh, we have to sit here and bury my husband, and, you know, help me click on the grave, and then click on the shovel, and then I'm going to give a long speech about how amazing my husband was, and it's like, dude, just give me the fucking experience. I don't care. Or at least let me press escape and skip it. And, like, all of the roleplay in Cataclysm quests is pretty much skippable. I guess I should take the weapon. Is this... This is one hand. It's one hand, but it's still more damage. So hopefully I get a shield soon. Oh yeah, I have to, like, click some stuff. I have to go inside, and then it's like you have to set up the thing to explode. I vaguely remember this. Especially when Dragonflight villains are very generic, yeah. Yeah, that's why I said it's kind of a double-edged sword, because it is almost subjective in a way. Where you could argue that if you enjoy the story, then you're not going to mind it being RP heavy quite as much. But if you don't enjoy the story, then it just really exacerbates the problem. Which is why I guess you could argue that having things in cutscenes is the best compromise, because then if you really care about the story, you just watch the cutscene. If you don't, you just press escape. I'm doing good, Infinite. Appreciate you stopping by the stream. They tried to copy Final Fantasy, but it won't work with random characters that come and go every patch. Yeah. So, there is one angle of it of, like, the WoW writing in general is just poor. And I think we all know that that's my opinion. I obviously am not a big fan of World of Warcraft's writing as of late. But I also think that World of Warcraft, at this point, it should not try to be Final Fantasy. Like, it's just a mistake for them to keep going down that road over and over and over. Just because the game doesn't really fit the same mold. And, I don't know. I mean, like, we have adventure mode now, so I guess they kind of realize that, but even still, when, like, a lot of the basic quests are just so RP heavy, like, I guess, look at it this way. We're not going to be doing any Dragonflight quests in the Chromie Time leveling route. At least if we're speedrunning. So, if somebody wants to level in Dragonflight, they absolutely can. But for anybody who wants to level as quickly as possible, you're not going to be doing any Dragonflight quests. Even Azure Span, which is the most efficient of the Dragonflight leveling zones, you're still not going to do that compared to any of the older zones from Cataclysm or WoD. Nice. Honestly, I thought the Goblin starting zone would take a little bit longer. 30 minutes is not too bad for that first zone. Lich King had amazing writing in your view. The Lich King had really good character writing, and that's the thing. I think old World of Warcraft had really good world building and character writing. So yes, something like, you know, the Lich King's death, it was a very powerful moment, but the overall story leading up to it was just very disjointed and incoherent. So, yes, the Lich King cutscene, fantastic, but it was not a good expansion story, if that makes sense. What level are the sharks? Yeah. WoD feels amazing to level through to this day, yeah, for sure. Probably get away from the sharks. WoW writing has always been bad. They've been piggybacking off Warcraft lore since the beginning, yeah. And so, the thing about WoW writing is, I think that for what they were going for, the writing in vanilla was actually quite good. And playing through Classic and doing some of those quests and stuff, I understand why people really liked the WoW quote-unquote writing at the time. because it was not what they were trying to do today. Specifically because they are not going for, like, story-driven writing. The vanilla writing is very, like, esoteric. It's very, like, we're just going to kind of build upon the lore of this zone, and your mind is going to fill in the gaps. And that is really, really good. And they do an amazing job with that in vanilla. And TBC is obviously, like, when it started to go downhill in that sense of they just kind of threw a bunch of villains out there. And I know that they've said in interviews since then that they did not expect World of Warcraft to last beyond 3 expansions. And that's why they tried to pack everything in super quickly. And it ended up just being a mess as a result. But they did try to make this shift towards, like, we're going to have a story and we're going to, like, give the world more meaning and stuff. And it just falls flat because WoW was never really meant to be that. And honestly, people criticize this, right? But one of the things that I really like about the Cataclysm quest writing, to an extent, is that a lot of the zones are kind of self-contained, and it's more, like, lighthearted and fun, and you're just letting the characters, like, have fun in a not-so-serious environment. And I think we can all agree that when something is clearly not meant to be taken seriously and it's meant to be more lighthearted and fun, you don't really look as closely at it in terms of, like, how coherent is the lore, like, are there plot holes, etc. And when a story tries to take itself really seriously, well, then you need to start really analyzing it and saying, like, are there major plot holes? Do the character motivations make a lot of sense? And Garrosh, for instance, Garrosh was a terribly written character throughout all of Cataclysm and WoW. But there were a bunch of really cool individual Garrosh moments in Cataclysm that worked really well. Like, my favorite that I've said many times, I love the Stone Talon questline, and I really hope that I'll get to play through it at some point in this stream, where he picks up that orc by the neck and drops him off the cliff and says, "You are dismissed." Love that version of Garrosh. And individual moments like that are where WoW really shines in its storytelling. And I've read over the years that apparently a lot of people didn't really enjoy the Cataclysm questing experience because they felt it was too kiddish and too goofy. But I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think there is something to be said about understanding the themes and vibe of your game and saying, we're going to go for a more lighthearted atmosphere, and we're not going to try and be the next Final Fantasy XIV. Obviously, Final Fantasy XIV wasn't a thing back then, but I think WoW has hurt itself more by going in that direction of we need to have a campaign, and we need to have, like, a super serious story and stuff, instead of just, like, letting the characters do fun things, and just having the zones feel nice and independent. And I don't know. That's just my 2 cents, but I actually really like Cataclysm questing and the Cataclysm quest writing in general, even though a lot of people criticize it. And I can understand how, at the time, it may have seemed quite jarring, because it does seem like... It seems like in Wrath of the Lich King and TBC, they're trying to make it really serious. And I would say that if we were going to, like, rewrite history and have, like, the perfect future for World of Warcraft story, I think if you went back to the start and did something... missing 1 important keybind. Or it would be toggle auto run. Yeah. If you were to go back to the beginning and make the entire writing from start to finish more like Classic, where it's just like kind of ambient world building and you're just building upon the lore, and it's just very, like, kind of not handholdy, like, you discover the world as you progress, I think that could have worked really well, but that is much harder to do as you go, for sure. Requires level 14. What the fuck? That has to be an oversight, right? I'm gonna say that. I have no idea if this is intended behavior, but I got a level 14 green from a chest in the Goblin starting zone. That feels like it's not intended, but I have no idea. For all I know, that is just how it worked back in the day. You enjoy the classic style of questing because you're a mercenary and not the champion? Yeah, exactly. Burning Legion honestly should have been one of the final villains of WoW. Yeah, I agree. I think Final Fantasy... So Final Fantasy... I don't want to give spoilers for the record. So I'll speak in very, very vague terms where the people who know what I'm talking about can understand, and people who haven't seen it won't get any spoilers. Dawn Trail, the new expansion that's coming out, is going for like a more, you know, chill vibe, where you're just kind of kicking back and relaxing and doing, you know, regular hero shit. And I think that's good. And I think one of the issues that I had with the with Endwalker, the more recent Final Fantasy expansion, I liked it, but I did feel it got a little bit too much of like the, oh my god, you know, the world is ending, we gotta go save the world type shit. And honestly, I think that there is a lot to be said about the jailer and the big end villain of Endwalker. Where is this guy going?
Quickly!
Is this quest bugged? I don't know. I think there's a lot to be said about those two NPCs being similar in that they just kind of feel like an ass pull. And I didn't really love the final villain of Endwalker. The main thing I enjoyed about the Endwalker ending is like the characters. And I feel that it was a really good, important character moment where, you know, a lot of them had like cool moments and like semi-resolutions to their arcs. But the final fight just really didn't resonate with me a lot. Just, wasn't a huge fan. Where is this NPC going? Do I just need to like escort it through the mine or something? This quest I do not remember at all. The Red Ridge questline was awesome in Cata, yeah. I'm not leveling to 85 in one stream. Yeah, I said that at the start, but just to reiterate for anybody just getting here, this is going to be like a multi-part stream thing. Don't know how far I'll get here, but I'll go until like, I don't know, I'm like exhausted or something, and then I'll stop until the next one. Yeah, I'm having fun. I'm definitely having fun. I think I'll have more fun when I have, like, actual buttons to press, but this is still fine. This is pretty much how low-level classic leveling always feels. If he did 85 in one stream, he'd be streaming for, like, 3 days, yeah. It would take a while. Whenever you get to the Dragonflight zones, your motivation to level is just gone. Yeah, for sure. Honestly, that is another big reason why I have not finished my updated 60 to 70 leveling guide, because it's just... yuck. Dream Surges especially are just so yuck. Yuck. No. Not really a fan. Garrosh was the last cool villain? Yeah, I love Garrosh. I think that they did him a big disservice towards the end in some of his writing, but I still love Garrosh as a character, and I still think he made for a good villain, even though I think he could have been written much better. Dream Surges are too much RNG, yeah, completely agree. Dragonflight feels so boring the last few months, yeah. I think next week it'll get spiced up a little bit, but I definitely agree that it's been... not really fun. I mean, honestly, I haven't really enjoyed Dragonflight as a whole all that much. I haven't hated it, but I've been kind of frustrated the entire expansion seeing people call Dragonflight like the next Legion and stuff. It literally has never been the next Legion. It has been a mid-expansion from start to finish. And it has frustrated me a little bit seeing people just lavish Dragonflight with all this praise and say, oh, it's such a good expansion, it's such a good expansion. And, like, no. Just, unless you are absolutely dick-riding Blizzard, like there's no tomorrow, there is no way that you can look at this and say it's as good as Legion. And I will give some people a little bit of wiggle room in that we just came off of Shadowlands, which was terrible. So maybe some people just really are getting like whiplash from the worst expansion ever going into a good expansion. And like I would go so far as to call Dragonflight a good expansion, but it is lacking in a lot of areas that I do genuinely believe that the War Within will fix. So far, I've been tentatively excited for everything that they have announced for the next expansion. I think it will be good, but I am not going to sit here and pretend like Dragonflight has been this amazing, super fun expansion when it's been pretty mediocre. And I was kind of waiting to see what they did with it in the end, and then they just cut it short at 2 patches and went on to the next expansion. And they can say that this was their plan all along. I don't really buy it, but if this was their plan all along, then it just kind of goes to show that there was no real thought put into this. What? Oh, that's weird.
Well, spit it out.
Why does it say I can't turn this in? Alright. Odd. You're kind of hyped for the next season? Yeah, for sure. Karash did nothing wrong, yeah. You think the dragons are fun to ride? Yeah. So, I'm not going to get into a long rant about this because I talk about it a lot. I think dragon riding is fine. I don't hate it. I don't love it. It's a direct copy of the Guild Wars 2 mount system, which is fine, for the record. I love Guild Wars 2 mounts. I don't think there's anything wrong with taking the good features of another expansion and repurposing it into your own game, and or another game I meant, and repurposing it into your own game and like changing it to fit World of Warcraft. And I think they did a good job with that with dragon riding. But I do not believe that the Blizzard devs deserve insane amounts of praise for effectively copying the Guild Wars 2 mount system. I'm glad they did it. It made the game better. But the people saying that like dragon riding is the most innovative feature that WoW has added in years, it's literally just a copy of a different system. It's good, but I have seen some absolutely cooked takes about dragon riding. It's fine. You prefer Dragonflight just because it's faster, nothing else? Yeah. Like, kind of, I'm similar, right? I don't mind it. I have nothing against dragon riding, but I really just do not have as strong feelings about it as a lot of other people seem to. You want dynamic ground mounts? Yeah. And that's another thing, right? Guild Wars 2 has dynamic ground mounts, and if we're being real, the best part about the Guild Wars 2 mount system are those mounts. It is the dynamic ground mounts. The Raptor, the Springer, my favorite, the Roller Beetle. God, I love the Roller Beetle. It's so fucking good. So, they don't even have my favorite parts of the Guild Wars 2 mounts. Like, the Griffin in Guild Wars 2 is fine, but it has nothing on the Raptor or the Roller Beetle. As a new player who experienced dragon riding for the first time a month ago, it was so awesome. Yeah, and see, that is why I understand why, especially a lot of new players. Like, so a lot of times, I think people misunderstand. I'm not saying that you are, just to be clear. But when I talk about, like, I don't understand why people are praising the Dragonflight or dragon riding system so much, a lot of times when I say that, I think some people assume that I'm referring to, like, the average player. And they interpret that as, like, an attack on them. Generally speaking, when I say, I don't know why a lot of people are saying XYZ, I'm usually referring to, like, other YouTubers or other content creators, etc., like reviewers. And that is one thing where, like, I have seen a lot of YouTubers give insane amounts of praise to dragon riding, I believe, unjustly. I think it's fine to say that you enjoy it. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. But when you're like heaping praise onto a system that is effectively a carbon copy of something from a different game and saying that it's innovative, that is where I'm like, come on, man. But there's absolutely nothing wrong with enjoying it, thinking it's fun to play with. Totally understandable. There we go. Roller beetle racing. Oh, I really... If out of like all of the games that I need to get around to, whenever I have like a gap in my schedule where I don't need to focus on WoW stuff or videos or whatever, getting back into Guild Wars 2 is one of my top priorities. There's so much I want to try in that game that I either didn't get a moment to try when I played it before, or have heard other people say got added and still haven't been able to play. I really want to play Guild Wars 2 again at some point. But I just don't have the time. And if I were to play Guild Wars 2, like, technically speaking, I have, like, small breaks in my schedule where I can play something for a little bit. Like, I play Honkai Star Rail a lot on my phone, but the thing is, that's on my phone. I can play it, like, an hour before I go to bed or something, and it's not, like, really impacting my, my schedule, you know, words. But if I were to sink my teeth into something like Guild Wars 2, I would want to make sure I actually had the time to do that. And wouldn't just be playing it here and there. Just came home from taking our hound to the open fields. Need anything? No, not at the moment. I still have coffee, I guess. Maybe in like an hour, I'll probably need more coffee. Unless, I don't know, if you want to, like, bring me coffee now, I guess if it's in the thermos, then it technically... I can just drink it when I'm ready. And I guess, just out of curiosity, what are dinner plans? I don't know if you're ordering anything or if I'm on my own. Guild Wars 3 was announced a few days ago. Was it officially announced, though? Because I know that, there was that whole, like, unofficial announcement where, like, there was a big fucked up press conference and they had to say... We're working on Guild Wars 3, but it was, like, years out. But I didn't hear about any, like, official announcement. What's your typical gaming snack/fuel? Mostly just coffee. Guild Wars 1 was your childhood? So I was definitely too young to really play Guild Wars 1, but I did actually play it. I never really got into it because I was literally, like, 5 or 6 when I played Guild Wars 1. I don't even remember why my dad bought Guild Wars 1 for me. I have no idea what the motivation was behind him getting that. Because, like, I played World of Warcraft since I was 5 years old. And the reason for that, I know for a fact, was because my dad had a friend at work who played World of Warcraft back in, like, the original vanilla release. His friend got him to play it. And then I was watching my dad play World of Warcraft... you know, when I was really little, and I'm like, oh, this looks cool, let me try. So, can I use daggers? I guess I might as well. It works with my melee weapon. So that's how I got into World of Warcraft, because my dad's coworker got him to play it. I played a little bit on his account, then he bought my, at the time, stepmom an account. She never really played it, and then it became my account, which I'm still using to this day. And then I would end up, like, playing as, like, a 5-year-old World of Warcraft with my dad. But at some point, he bought me Guild Wars 1, I think as, like, a Christmas present. Around that time. I don't know why. I'm guessing he just, like, saw it in the store, said, man, this looks cool. But it was definitely way too complicated for me to get into as, like, a 5 or 6-year-old. And it's one of those where... that's another thing I'd really like to do at some point. I really want to go back to Guild Wars 1 and actually play it. Because I have a lot of memories of it, but they're all, like, disjointed memories from my childhood, and I never really sunk my teeth into it. There's no official Guild Wars 3 announcement. You were just missing to... yeah. I got you. That I did hear about. The nice thing is there's no weapon skill in Cataclysm, so I don't need to worry about leveling up weapons. Have not decided whether we'll venture outdoors, cook a boar on a spit, or dashing to the doorway. Ah, I see. Very nice coded RP language you got there. You were so hyped for Guild Wars 2, but it just kind of fell flat for you? Yeah. I know a lot of people that were really hyped for it. I never tried it when it first came out. I only tried it much later on. I started during the Icebrood saga. And I enjoyed my time playing Guild Wars 2, like, for what it was, but I think what a lot of people have told me, I think you might have been the one who told me that, Corey Austin, but a lot of people said they were expecting something different out of the sequel to Guild Wars 1. And while it ended up being an alright game, but on its own merits, it wasn't the sequel that they were looking forward to. And that's something I can understand. Yeah. Cool. It's so cool hearing about other people whose family got them into playing WoW. Yeah. My dad started me young. The thing is, my dad is a complete shitter at this game, so, you know. There are multiple streams where I've had to carry his ass through leveling and stuff, if people do want to watch that. Just look through the playlists on my channel. How would you recommend keeping interest in WoW? I think the entire... You're asking the wrong question, kind of. That my answer to your question is that you're asking the wrong question, you're trying to find a solution to a problem, and you're looking at it the wrong way. Don't force yourself to stay interested in WoW. Take a break. That's what I've done. First off, there are multiple different versions of WoW, which is something that I like to play a lot. So if you're getting bored with retail, you could just try playing Classic. But not everybody likes Classic, and that's fine. I personally do. But try other games. So the way that I got into other MMOs is the two worst WoW expansions. BFA and Shadowlands. Well, Uldir sucked massive dick. It was one of my least favorite raids of all time, and my guild sputtered out and didn't finish clearing the raid. It was one of the few raids that I didn't actually end up finishing, at least on Mythic. I've got an AOTC every tier since, like, the fucking dawn of time. But I didn't get cutting edge in Uldir, Nazjatar, and Nathria. Uldir, Nazjatar, and Nathria were the three tiers in recent history that I did not clear or fully clear on Mythic. And Uldir was just because BFA launch sucked dick, and I was just not having fun. Most of my friends were quitting, and I felt like quitting too. And I think there's... Oh, I have to, yeah, bomb the ships. Just... What the hell? Why did that not work? So I didn't finish Uldir, wasn't having fun with it. Same thing in those other tiers I mentioned, but for different reasons, right? Like in Nazjatar, my guild imploded and Classic had just come out, and I wasn't having fun, so I played Classic instead. That was 2019 Classic. But like those other two tiers, right? Uldir and Castle Nathria, two times where I was really not enjoying the game and I stopped playing. In Uldir, a lot of my friends in the guild that I was raiding with at the time, they said, hey, if you tried Final Fantasy XIV? And at that point, I never had. And they were like, well, if you're bored of WoW, you should try that. So I tried Final Fantasy XIV, and obviously, as anybody who's watched my channel knows, I adore that game. And that was the first time I tried it. So if I hadn't decided to take a break from... if I hadn't decided to take a break then from World of Warcraft because I was just super frustrated with it, I never would have tried Final Fantasy XIV, and I never would have played through one of the best stories in video games ever. So I'm glad I did. And the same exact thing happens in Castle Nathria. I was really frustrated by the way Shadowlands was going. I was just having kind of a miserable time playing it. And I decided, hey, I want to do kind of the same thing that I did back in BFA. What's a new game that I could try that I've always wanted to, but haven't? And I remembered Guild Wars 2. Those same friends that got me into Final Fantasy XIV, I remembered that they had talked about Guild Wars 2 a lot, and I had always been curious about it, but never actually played it. So I shot them a message, even though I wasn't currently raiding with them in WoW, and I'm like, hey, do you guys still play Guild Wars 2? They said they did. They gave me some advice on like how to get started, and I quit WoW for a few months, and I played Guild Wars 2 for like, I don't know, 5 months or something, and just completely dropped WoW. And then I came back for Sanctum of Domination to my dismay. I don't know why I decided to do that, but then, you know, I started making videos again and kind of been just playing WoW since. But whenever I got bored of the game, that's what I did. I stepped back, I said, is there something that I can do, change things up and have more fun? And yeah, I think that that's the correct way to look at things. Can I buy... Is there no mail armor merchant? So I might as well sit my Hearthstone here in case I need to get back.
I seen you around here before. Keep it real.
Could probably level my first aid while I'm at it. Professions... Oh, right, we have the new profession window. Nice. Fantasy races are kind of meh in Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, that's fair. When WoW released in EU, you were 20, damn. Looms do not work in the beta, no. Good night, Reexel. Thank you for watching. You hate FF14, you have to play male characters and it only has femboys. There are some decent ones, but I can understand that, yeah, it is a fairly limited set of designs. I'm not gonna worry about professions for this leveling run. We'll can do that another time. Where are the quests? I think maybe this is the only one. Oh, and that's the warrior trainer. Rend. Is Rend worth pressing? Okay. This does... Okay, yeah. Rend is definitely worth pressing. Just copy that. To Rend. Do. Rend is broken. Broken in a good way, I assume? Because the thing is, Rend is weird. In some versions of the game, it's really good. In other versions of the game, it is just a damage loss to press it compared to just auto-attacking. But it looks like the way that the damage scales on it right now, it's worth using. Your family got you into WoW at the end of Cata, and you were 6 or 7 and had no idea what you were doing, but you had fun doing it? Yeah. That is definitely how I felt playing WoW early on. Your stepdad bought you WoW when you were 11, 12, was around Cataclysm release? Nice. Yeah, I know a lot of people who got into WoW around Cataclysm. I guess I'll take the gun. Is this the only quest I can pick up? This says that there's another quest nearby, but I'm guessing it's just questy being weird. So I'm just gonna keep doing the quests that I can see. One thing Guild Wars 2 does very well is getting people to go back to old zones. Absolutely, yeah. Completely agree with that. Rend is either a big part of your damage or a waste of a button to press. Exactly. That sums it up pretty well. After FF14's recent benchmark, there's going to be a lot of female Hrothgar. Oh, I still need to watch that. I did hear about that.
That ability isn't ready yet. Not ready yet. Need more rage.
Oh.
Can't do that yet.
Rend scales with attack power, and it's an okay button to press in Cata. Gotcha. Definitely good to know. I love the goblin music. It's honestly just so chill. You don't really get to hear it enough in retail WoW. It's not played really often. Honestly, this entire zone is really cool. It's definitely not an efficient leveling zone, but a lot of the really fun and cool zones to level in just tend to not be super efficient. But, like, the atmosphere of this entire zone, like the Lost Isles, like, this is just really fucking cool. How many other, like, deserted jungle islands do we have in the game? We just don't.
It's still recharging.
I wish this is kind of what Island Expeditions were, where it was just a gigantic island with, like, a bunch of random shit that you just, like, went around and explored. Island Expeditions could have been so cool. They should fix so you can put on different music in-game. That would be cool, yeah. Any ways that I can speed up mobility at this stage? Probably not. I guess I could try to, like, angle some goblin jumps off cliffs. And hop up here. Do this. Don't want to die of fall damage, but that was pretty nice. A little bit of a time save. Charge critters, not a bad idea. Yeah.
Don't waste my time.
Oh, right there.
Go, go.
Biggest egg ever. Oh, these are attackable. Oh. If this one would stop running away from me. Yeah, oh, that great idea, yeah. That's perfect. I'm not gonna do this all in one sitting, no. This is gonna be broken up across multiple streams. No heirlooms for this run. It's currently broken. It's broken on the Cataclysm Classic Beta. So this run is going to be effectively solo self-bound, if you want to look at it that way. But in the future, we'll be doing heirloom speedruns. I have all of the heirlooms in Wrath. And... do I need to fight the mob? Oh, I guess I need to kill the mob. So... the thing about heirlooms is there's obviously some new heirlooms that are locked behind guild reputation. So what I will probably do is... oh my god, this thing fucks. I think I can still kill it? Yeah. There we go. Do you have to play Wrath to unlock the heirlooms? Well, yes and no. Obviously, if you want to go play Wrath right now, you can get a lot of the heirlooms and then have them ready for Cataclysm. That's what I've been doing. Like, I haven't really been leveling any alts whatsoever in Wrath, but I have unlocked almost every single heirloom in anticipation of Cataclysm. I know that I'm going to level a ton of characters in Cata, so I've been spending a ton of time getting all my heirlooms collected. Or I was earlier this year, and I finished at this point. But you can do that. You will still be able to get them all in Cataclysm. You won't need to play Wrath. I guess I go with this. It's one hand, but it's still, like, as good as this weapon. And that way, if I get a shield, which I would love a shield, I don't know if there's a weapon vendor anywhere. I have not seen one. And I'm not seeing any other quests, so I guess I just go in there. Cata level is heavenly, yeah. Completely agree. Panda's starting zone is kind of a jungle island? Yeah, in a sense. I think it's just a very different vibe, though. But I know what you mean. Oh, somebody killed all the sharks. Fuck.
I'm out of range.
You keep saying what I'm about to type before I can type it. I guess that's a good thing. All the fucking sharks are dead. This guy killed all of them. Oh, there's one out there. It's a shame because the last time we went to Kazan was with Goblin Heritage and nothing else. We definitely need to go back for an expansion or... Yeah. I agree that Kazan is really underutilized. It's a really cool zone. All, like, both of the Goblin starting zones, Lost Isles and Kazan too. Very cool. And I wish that they were expanded on more. And, like, the Motherlode was cool and all, but... I don't know. In fact, I actually didn't even know that we went there for the Goblin Heritage. I don't really play a Goblin much in retail. So, yeah. Maybe I will play one, though. It's kind of interesting, because Classic has got me to play a lot of races that I historically haven't enjoyed a lot. Like, I've said many times over the years that I hate playing gnomes. And yet my main in SOD so far has been a gnome. Because, hey, why not if it's good?
It's too far away.
Come on. Come on. I guess Victory Rush lasts quite a while, so it's fine. I'll probably Hearth. What's the cooldown on Hearth? 30 minutes? Already down to 30 minutes in Cataclysm? Nice. So yeah, I kill one more shark, I Hearth back to town in a box. It goes under the name for Kazan, but it's a slightly changed version of the Motherlode from BFA. Ah, I see. How much faster is Cata leveling? Compared to Wrath? I would say considerably faster, based on everything that I know. But it is still a slow experience relative to retail. So, don't expect this to be ridiculously fast. It was 30 in Wrath already? Oh, was it? I guess my memory shit. Hearth should be 15 with guild perks? Yeah. A lot of that stuff isn't working, as far as I know. I think I can just, like, mash buttons and not heal. It's probably good enough. No, it is not. Alright, lesson learned. You do need to heal. I'm stuck in combat, I think? There's no 50% XP buff in Cata? No? Should there be? Is the quest bugged now? I guess maybe it bugs out. Focus regen is tied to your frame rate? Oh my god. That is wild. Okay. I don't know why people hate error speech so much. I really don't mind it at all, but fine. Because I know that so many people dislike it, I'll turn it off for you guys. Yeah, I don't think they said anything about an XP buff in Cataclysm. Do we really need an XP buff in Cataclysm? It's already a big rework to leveling to make it faster. So I don't think that's really necessary. Oh, what the fuck? Did not think it was going to put me in goblin form. I really like the goblin racial. Yeah, Cat is definitely faster even with the buff. I don't think that we needed it. Am I missing any slots, though? I think I have all major armor slots that you can buy at this level, so there's no real point in... Probably take the pants. Where next? Just start running. They're gonna rush through the expansion, it would be nice, but you don't think it's needed? Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of torn on the whole rushing through the expansion thing. I kind of get it, but as somebody who is actually excited for Cataclysm Classic, one of the main issues with them rushing through the expansion is I feel like I will need to really focus on this more than anything. Because as unfortunate as it is, I don't think that most people are excited for Cataclysm nearly as much as I am, which means that the chances of us getting Cataclysm Classic a second time are really low. And unfortunately, because Blizzard are greedy little shitstains, and they don't feel like at least keeping a single server up to let people play through the expansion of their choice, which is just fucking disgusting, I should add. Like, the fact that there's no Wrath servers staying up, what the fuck? I wouldn't even play it, but I know people who would. And the fact that they can't even afford to spend enough money to leave one Wrath server up, just one, so that people who prefer Wrath can play that whenever they want. And they're forcing all of them to go to Cataclysm. Like, fuck off with that. That's just so fucking greedy. And because they're not even willing to keep Wrath or TBC servers up, it kind of clearly shows that they're not going to do it with Cataclysm, so this is kind of my one chance to play through an expansion that I've always been really excited for. I don't know. I think it's really just a big disappointment that they're doing that. And I hope that they reconsider that stance in the future. I don't really know how they would do that, but maybe like once they get through all the expansions, they at the very least leave up like one server for each. Just so that the people who preferred each era of WoW can play there. Like, why would that be bad? Because honestly, there's like, I wouldn't want to play all the way through TBC Classic again, unless it was like a SOD style thing where they were actually meaningfully changing something. But if I still had access to TBC Classic, I might like every now and then go and work on my Druid a little bit and maybe try to like get through some Sunwell bosses, because I never actually got to finish Sunwell at the time. And I think giving people the option to do that, just... there's nothing wrong with that. One thing I need to change... interface... where's target of a target? I feel like it would be an interface. Scroll up. Nameplates. Somebody said right there. I guess I'm blind. Use this. Oh, fuck. You're right. Target. Bam. Thank you. Yeah. I missed that. I forgot that was something I had to enable in the settings. I felt like something was missing, but I just wasn't sure what. That's what was missing. You actually like error speech? Yeah, I don't know. I feel weird saying that, because every time I say that I actually like error speech, people call me weird. But I've never cared about having error speech on. You know, I always like hearing that it's too far away. It subconsciously like tells me, oh, you know, I need to walk a little bit closer. Whereas otherwise, sometimes I'll sit there just pressing a button, and then I'll make the realization myself of, oh, I'm not in range. I'll have to get a little bit closer. You don't like error speech? Yeah, it's kind of how I feel, pretty much. I don't really care that much about it. But some people despise it. And if I leave it on, I always get people saying, error speech, it's the worst thing ever. And I'm like, okay. The way I see it is, I never get comments telling me that I should put error speech back on. I only get comments from people telling me that they can't stand listening to error speech. And while I prefer it, I'm like relatively indifferent. It's not going to ruin my experience if I don't have it on. So I usually turn it off just for like the sake of viewers, because I know that a lot of people would rather have it off. You spam abilities too much? See, I also spam abilities. You can definitely hear my error speech going off constantly, but it just doesn't matter to me. They have a lot of stuff right now, like the Pandaland Remix, Sod Kata, new retail expect coming out. You don't think it's a viable option to have... It absolutely is a viable option. They don't need to, like, advertise it, right? They have classic era servers. There's absolutely nothing stopping Blizzard from putting up a TBC era server and a Wrath era server if they really wanted to. Absolutely nothing. They are literally doing it because of greed. It is, we do not think that there would be enough people who would play it to justify the cost of keeping up a server. That is the only fucking reason that they are doing that. And it pisses me off because if the entire selling point of Classic from the very beginning is it's a love letter to the community, we all know that's bullshit. But like, at least try to make it not blatantly obvious that it's not bullshit. And when they're unwilling to even put up a single server for the people who really like Wrath or TBC, it's just kind of insulting. So it annoys me. And I'm sure that they'll revisit it eventually. And I think that's like maybe what they're trying to do. And they're gonna do like their classic FOMO shit of they'll bring back like TBC for like a season. And they'll do like Season of Discovery, but TBC 60 to 70. And then now it's like, make sure, like, get all your FOMO in, make sure to come back to TBC because we're not going to have perma servers for it. And they're going to try to, drip feed people into, playing whatever active expansion they really like. But my concern with that is, well, I'm pretty sure they'll revisit TBC and Kata at some point. I don't know if they're ever going to revisit Cataclysm, so... As far as I'm concerned, this is like my one and only chance to play through an expansion that I'm really excited to play, which, well, I'm going to make the most of it, and I'm really excited to play through it. It does kind of, make me sad that Cataclysm will be gone forever, effectively, after the end of this. Which is, sad. Can I clear that little post? Yeah. Fuck them. Why does it say level 11? What is wrong with that tooltip? The nameplates are all sorts of fucked up. That is weird. Oh, I'm absolutely planning on playing The War Within. Oh, yeah. Most certainly. Blizzard wants everyone on retail so they can throw all the microtransactions in your face. I mean, there really aren't that many microtransactions on retail, if we're being honest. The day when retail becomes a microtransaction hellhole is the day that I quit. And I don't count cosmetic stuff as microtransactions because, quite frankly, I do not care. I wish that they had more, like, good in-game sets for players who care about that stuff, but it's... That I just don't really care about. How do I use this? What is this? So I just walk up to the hatchlings, right-click. I'm frostbolted. This is potentially bad. Now, does this thing stay on as long as I'm in the water? So can I, like, Swim in the shallow water. No. Thought it was too good to be true. Yeah, ooh, good point, Goose Comics. Yeah, the leveling gear. Really, really, really cool. You're right about that. Especially the plate set from the Arathor thing. That looks sick. Re-releasing Classic is free money. They somehow convinced us to buy a version of the game we already have bought in the past for 80 bucks for a mount. Yeah. Yep, exactly. You're actually so excited for Cataclysm? Yeah, for sure. If you compare retail store to a mobile game with premium currency, it's really not as bad as some people think. If you compare retail with the other MMORPGs in the market, there's not many microtransactions. Yeah. Really, it's not that bad. It is not bad. And I don't want to defend Blizzard's greed here because, like, Blizzard does a lot of greedy shit. But if there's one thing that they haven't done yet, it's put in, like, pay-to-win microtransactions or anything remotely close to that in retail. It's still just cosmetic microtransactions. Hell, out of all of the MMOs that I played, and you've heard me in this very stream lavish praise onto Guild Wars 2. Out of all the MMOs I played, Guild Wars 2 is the most pay-to-win by far. Now, I still think that it's like... It is within reason to the point where I was able to play Guild Wars 2 and still enjoy it. But I'll be completely honest, there were times when some of the stuff in Guild Wars 2 was like... Ugh. Felt a little bit yucky. There's pay to win, pay to win with battle pets. Yeah, I suppose you're not wrong. If battle pets are the end game that you want out of retail WoW, that is somewhat pay to win. Well, if they ever add a raid boss that requires you to have a min-maxed battle pet team, then I guess I'll probably complain about that. But until then, I think we're fine. The Arathor plate set is a better Paladin set than the Paladin tier set. Yeah, speaking of which, what is up with that Paladin tier set? That thing is hot garbage. I have no idea who they are designing that for. It looks awful. So... Yikes. Hello, Negan. Good to see you. Hello from Germany. Quit your job at the bank and moved in with your girlfriend. Haven't had diarrhea since you moved in here almost 2 weeks ago. Hope you're doing well. I am doing well. It sounds like you're doing good as well. Minus the, diarrhea. Fun. I don't know how you feel about honestly, I don't mind Guild Wars 2's horizontal progression. I think the horizontal progression in Guild Wars 2 is perfectly acceptable. I actually think World of Warcraft should work more like that. Spoken as somebody, well, I guess I would lose like a lot of my video content if World of Warcraft did do that. Because one of the downsides of Guild Wars 2 having horizontal progression is there's basically no leveling whatsoever. There's still, like, questing and stuff, but it's all at max level. But if World of Warcraft had horizontal progression, then, I would have to hope that my raid guides started performing a lot better. Because they currently can't really compete with my speedruns. But I actually don't mind horizontal progression at all. I think it's pretty chill. Comparing to mobile games isn't a high bar. Yeah, that is definitely true. What about gold? You can buy good crafted gear with it. Fair point. So gold is a bit of a weird one. I think that BFA in Shadowlands, one of my issues with it is that the economy got kind of fucked in terms of what you were forced to buy, right? So Shadowlands legendaries had obscene gold costs for even a regular player, and that bordered on pay to win. I would also say that to a certain extent, corruptions, when they could drop on BOEs, that was somewhat pay to win. Now, I don't necessarily think Blizzard intended that with the design. I think it's just bad design that unintentionally led to it being somewhat pay to win.
I've seen you around here before.
But generally speaking, that's obviously not the case. How does stats work in Cataclysm? Okay, so agility still gives me some advantage as a warrior in this version. Gotcha. The music is so chill. Can I... I'm almost in charge range. Come on. Yes! Oh, fuck. There's a lot of them. I think I'm fine, though. Cata hype? Definitely cata hype. But yeah, it is definitely a weird argument with the whole, like, you can buy gold and buying gold buys you power. I would say that in the vast majority of cases, all you really need, as far as gold is concerned, you can farm pretty easily within the game. Though, the only times in recent history, like I said, where the prices of mandatory raiding items, and corruptions, I wouldn't necessarily say were mandatory raiding items, but corruptions were kind of bad for a different reason. Corruptions were obviously mandatory to do well in raids, and before they added the corruption vendor, when the only reliable way to get your BIS corruptions was by purchasing extremely expensive BOEs, that was a problem. So that I have an issue with. Is there anything else in the warrior trainer? Thunderclap, nice. I guess I'll put that there. Now, that I do not count. So that is one thing that people will argue. People will say, oh, but you can buy carries. Like, who fucking cares? Yes, theoretically speaking, you can buy carries to anything. I mean, there are games that have no pay to win, where you could theoretically pay somebody real money to boost your account. That is going beyond what I would consider realistic pay to win within a game. If somebody wants to pay money to literally have somebody else beat the game for them, at that point, you're not paying to win. You're paying to have somebody else win for you, in your stead. When I define pay to win, I usually put it at something that gives you an advantage for playing the game. So, really, an easy way to look at it is, if I am going for parses, right, or I'm trying to clear the raid, will my character's performance be disadvantaged if I do not spend money? And there is absolutely no difference in my character's performance if I were to, whatchamacallit? How do I put this? Right now, the only things that I could spend real money on for golds to improve my character's performance are crafted items. And that is really easy to get, and you could just farm the gold for that yourself in-game very, very, very easily. There's countless ways to farm enough gold for that. If I am paying somebody else to beat the raid for me, though, at that point, I'm not playing, right? Like, if I pay somebody to get good parses for me, like, I am only playing myself. Because I play this game to improve my own personal performance, and I like playing the game. So if I'm just getting carried, well, I'm not really improving my personal play within the game, right? I'm just, if anything, I'm improving the way that people think of me by getting somebody else to do it for me, which, like, I mean, that's just sad. So I guess you could argue that secretly somebody might be actually paying to win and buying somebody else to get parses for them, but, like, that's just fucking depressing. And quite frankly, if I am a good player, I should still be able to get rank 1 parses on my own. And I have, right? So I don't consider that pay to win. I think if you feel that you need to pay somebody else money to clear the content for you, doesn't really count. And on the topic of, like, buying boosts and stuff, I would say there is a good reason to buy boosts, and then there's the obvious bad reason to buy boosts. Like, the obvious bad reason to buy boosts is if you are buying boosts as a way to tell yourself that you've cleared the content when you really haven't. Well, obviously, that's just, you know, pathetic. But if you're buying boosts because, let's say, you really like them out, like, for instance, maybe you really like the Mythic Farok Owl, and you know that you're not going to ever Mythic Raid, and you're not trying to pretend that you're a Mythic Raider, you just really want the Owl, and you would want to pay a big price for that. Yeah, that's understandable. That is a legitimate reason to buy a boost. But the people acting like you can just pay money to get the raid cleared for you, and then that counts as clearing the raid, it's just, no. No, it doesn't. I don't even feel like I've earned a kill when I come in and join a guild that has gotten a raid on farm, and I'm not even getting boosted, but I'm skipping progression. To me, I feel like I've been boosted if I kill like a 500 pull boss in like 20 pulls because I'm like joining a guild that has already progged the fight. That already feels bad to me, but definitely does not count if you're just skipping it. How do I get up there? Assuming there's a ramp on the other side. How's the run going so far? 1 hour, 30 minutes, level 9 feels long. Nah, not really. I mean, for Classic, this is pretty normal. Also, keep in mind, I have no heirlooms, I haven't mailed over anything, and the Goblin starting zone is fairly slow. So it's just a relatively slow questing experience anyways. I expect it to pick up a bit once I get out into, like, the open world and I can actually progress through things at my own pace. And the more tools I have, the faster I'll level, relatively speaking, because, you know, I know how to use those tools. I'm very hyped for Cataclysm raiding, absolutely. The main thing that I'm excited for in Cataclysm is the raiding. How much damage does Thunderclap do? Is it worth pressing? 24 damage and increases. Huh. Yeah, I guess Thunderclap is more damage than Strike. Strike is just a filler spell. Yeah, I will admit, I'm not a really big fan of PvP, so not entirely interested in Cataclysm PvP, but I'm sure that it'll be fun for the people who do enjoy PvP. And I'll just kill this guy. I gotta love names you can never speak in human tongue. Yingui is how I would say that. Probably butchering it, but... Alright, can we angle this correctly? Oh, fuck. I was about to try and do a goblin racial jump. I didn't realize it was still on cooldown. You aren't allowed to buy carries in SOD? I mean, I'm sure there's ways around it in SOD. But... yeah, you could buy an account with max endgame gear and every mountain achievement. Yeah, exactly. If you're doing boosts, why not just buy a max level thing and be done since you don't want to play the game? Exactly.
What's the word on the street?
Oh. I don't have a cloak, so that's just free stats. Is my Hearth off CD? 3 minutes. You know what? I'm gonna just kill mobs. We'll just XP grind for a bit. Panthers are level 11. See, I'll just XP grind and then Hearth when it's done. It's probably a better use of my time. bandage up a little bit. One second, I'm not looking at chat at this exact moment. Let's see. Assisted runs to get rare mounts or transmogs are acceptable? Yeah, like, I can totally understand why somebody would want to do that. That doesn't bother me at all. But, and the thing is, the example that I gave of, like, somebody trying to buy the content to make themselves feel like they did it, it's not unheard of. There's countless examples of people buying, like, a full Keystone Master or Keystone Hero carry, and then after they have score, they try to get into groups. Because they look at the fact that groups require high score, and they're like, oh, okay, so I guess I just need to pay for it. And then once I paid for it, well, now I've checked off that box, and groups will now suddenly invite me because I have hit this magical threshold that they seem to be requiring in order to get into runs. And now that I've hit that magical threshold, suddenly they'll let me in, right? And there's a reason why whenever I do pugs, yeah, people do the same thing with AOTC, absolutely. Whenever I do pug mythic pluses, I always check people's logs. And I get a lot of people, like my friends especially, will ask me, like, why are you checking logs for a dungeon run? And I am not, like, picky when it comes to checking logs. If I check somebody's logs and they have, like, decent parses, sure. I'm not looking like, if this person doesn't have 99 parses in raid, I'm not inviting them for a dungeon. Nothing like that. But I absolutely do check parses, because if I see that somebody has all, like, 5 parses or something in a Mirdrasil, and I know for a fact that they have never actually set foot in non-boosted content in their life, well, I need to make sure I figure that one out before I invite them to my group. So, one of the best ways to do that is parses, because, as I said before, my definition of being boosted is it is something that is not going to give you an advantage in, like, a parse setting. Like, if I am going for parses, there is no paid advantage that one person can get compared to me. I'll give you an example of something that I do consider to be pay to win. I mentioned before that I play Honkai Star Rail a lot. And Honkai Star Rail, as much as I do enjoy that game because I think that it's fun and it's just a nice mobile game to play when I'm bored, it is absolutely pay to win. And there's, like, acceptable levels of pay to win that I think everybody has their own threshold. Like, to me, I enjoy playing that game, and I can still play all of the content and have a lot of fun with it without, you know, paying to win, right? But it is absolutely the case that somebody who pays a shit ton of money to get, you know, a max upgraded character in that mobile game is going to just do more damage than my level 1 character. That's just how the game works. And that, I think, is, in a game that is meant to be competitive, not an acceptable level of pay to win. Like, if I was competing for rankings or something in Honkai Star Rail, and I wanted to, like, compete to see whether I could get, like, the fastest clear time and, like, whatever content there is, well, that would be stupid, because I know for a fact that somebody could just wail and destroy me. But that game is completely single player, and I'm able to still do all of the content in the game and still have fun with it, so I don't really give a shit that there are pay-to-win elements. But obviously, World of Warcraft being what it is, if there were pay-to-win elements within it, it would completely ruin any integrity that the game has, because rating is meant to be somewhat balanced. So, you know, context matters for that type of stuff. You beat all my leveling runs by buying boosts, yeah. That's a classic one. The funniest thing is, so on, like, that, the, like, Silithus speedrun, where at the end of it, I did, like, the whole joke bit with Finn, where I'm like, Finn got a world record, ha ha ha. There are people who, on that very run, didn't actually watch the video, and go into the comments and unironically say, hee hee hoo hoo, I bought a boost, and etc., without realizing that they're completely proving my point correct, because they didn't actually watch until the end, where I do, like, the little joke bit with Finn. which is partially why I included it there, because I know that nobody who actually watched the video would leave a stupid comment like that. So we all know, like, who the people are that just clicked on the video, saw the title of, I leveled in, you know, an hour, 20 minutes, and then immediately jump to the comments to leave what they think is the smartest thing that they've ever thought. It's just annoying. The only thing you buy a boost for is leveling. Yeah, that, I mean, understandable. I know some people don't want to go through it. You bought a level boost during BFA and then you didn't know how to play the class you boosted, so you deleted the character? Yeah. It's something that can definitely happen.
Don't waste my time.
Let's see. Do I need to kill... Oh. I have to use this, so I don't actually fight them. Players that boost across the entire game are like the guys that sit AFK in BGs and then tell others to play better. Yep. How many hours do you anticipate to level 85? Quite a lot. Way more than I can fit into a single stream, that's for sure. Catamus and Wad, you know the expansion was bad, all had fun raids. You're going to be doing Classic for the next 6 years to relive it? Yeah, completely agree. This is where I'm actually excited for Classic. So far, like, Classic has mostly just been like a sightseeing thing for me. I have been genuinely enjoying SOD up until recently, as I talked about. Do I cancel that? Yeah. Oh, there we go. But I'm gonna be honest, like, I didn't love Wrath of the Lich King. I played TBC for fun, but like I only played one character and I wouldn't have really enjoyed playing much more than that. And while I kind of had fun with the TBC or the Wrath raids as like a, you know, this is a nice thing to do in my free time, there's a reason that the moment I got to Heroic Lich King, I just said, fuck this shit. It seemed difficult without actually being fun. All of the difficulty that I could see by like looking at guides and stuff, I'm like, this just seems absolutely miserable. I do not think this fight looks fun whatsoever. And like even Heroic 10-man Lich King was just a pain in the fucking ass. I didn't enjoy that. And normal 25-man Lich King, also pain in the ass. Did not enjoy it. So I just had absolutely zero desire to continue with that and to play through Ruby Sanctum. Like, Ruby Sanctum 1 boss, like, I haven't done the raid, but I cannot be fucking asked to do that. But Cataclysm raiding actually looks fun. This is where I'm, like, genuinely hyped. Oh, boy. Interesting talent interface. So do I get these abilities right out of the gate? It looks like I would. Or is this a preview? Like, you'll get this eventually. So, I know what Mortal Strike does. Anger Management just generates rage. Okay, so you get the 3 main abilities, whichever one you pick, but people are saying you get a preview of the other ones. The moment End of Wrath, Start of Kata was where you really started playing WoW, so you're very hyped, yeah. I think one thing that we can say for sure is this is like one of the bigger streams that I've had recently. I've gotten more viewers on this stream than I got at the peak of the Cataclysm, or the Pandaria remix stream. So, and this is my first time playing Cataclysm, there is clearly a lot of people excited for Cataclysm. So I've been saying for years now that I was excited for this. A lot of people said, "Ah, yeah, nobody cares about Cataclysm. Nobody's going to play this." And I think just the turnout for this stream is enough to prove that wrong. Because I mostly have like a retail-focused audience. I know there's probably some of you who like found my channel through my classic videos that I've been making recently. But by and large, most of my viewer base is from retail. And the fact that there is this much interest in Cataclysm when, generally speaking, I don't get the same turnout for any other, like, Wrath or Sod streams that I do, really speaks volumes about what people are actually interested in. You're one of them? Yeah. Cataprod is sweet. It introduces Blood and Thunder spending... Oh, yeah, that I did hear about. I did hear that Blood and Thunder started in Cata. That seems interesting. You started End of Cata, so you're excited to experience it? Yeah. Pretty sure if Sod didn't shit the bed as hard as it does currently, less people would be hyped for Cata. That's another very good point, for sure. You haven't seen that talent UI in so long? Yeah. This was like, whoa, I do not recognize this. You can't go wrong with any of the 3 specs for leveling. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, Warrior, generally speaking, is pretty flexible in terms of leveling. I know that I'm going to eventually play Protection. The only question is, do I start with Protection or do I start with, like, Arms or Fury and then move into something later? Don't think you've ever been on this zone in WoW. Yeah, this is just the Goblin starting area. The Lost Isles. It's only for the Goblin introduction. I agree. I really wish that they used it for more stuff. It's a really cool zone. What class am I going to level first? Honestly, I'm not entirely sure yet. Because I know for a fact that within the first few days of Cataclysm, I'm going to level my Paladin and my Death Knight. But I also might level my Druid. So I'm probably going to level all 3 of those. And hell, maybe I even level a Warrior. I don't know. It kind of depends on how I'm feeling. I will definitely level Paladin, Druid, or Paladin, Death Knight. Everything else is kind of up in the air. So I don't know which one I'll level first, but I'll probably just level a bunch of them. The very first class that I level to 85 will probably just be whatever has the most gear, which at this moment is my Paladin. My Paladin has mostly heroic 25-man ICC gear, and that's going to be better than really anything else that I can get on my alts, unless I want to do pug raiding at the very end during pre-patch, which maybe I will if I feel like it. But my Paladin will probably just shred through the early zones, so I'll probably start with that, and then on my second character I can do, you know, something else. One thing that I'm also unsure about is whether any of my friends are going to play this. I don't know if I'm going to be leveling solo or not, because a lot of people have told me they might try Cataclysm, but as it currently stands, I know one person who plays Classic. And all my other friends are just kind of maybes at the moment. I have no idea if they're actually going to try it or not. So it's hard to say. You're going to start fresh for Cata? Yeah, I'm curious if they'll do fresh servers. I don't think they will. Because I think fresh servers were kind of like a failure in Wrath. I played on one, and it... I don't know. Blizzard just didn't really give it the support it needed, in my opinion. You love the Pygmy guys? Ooga Booga, yeah. Let's see. Not sure how we feel about spoilers, but patch 11.1 data mine some Goblin content. Oh, I haven't seen that. Is that recent? Let me actually check Discord real quick. Just to see. Design your own personal tabard. Oh. That's actually really nice. You can make your own tabard, and that way you don't need to rely on, like, the guild tabard to match your stuff. Ah, I like that. Oh, you're going to start at level 1. Oh, I see what you mean, Goose Comics, yeah. Paladin, Death Knight, exact same as you, yeah. It's just a sword with the text Goblin Raid. Huh. Well, that's interesting. I did not know about that. Okay, let me actually decide on this. Increases the damage you deal with two-handed weapons. So the problem is right now, I don't know for sure if I'm going to be able to get consistent good two-hand weapons. I think I'm going to level as Fury for now. Ooh, Blood Craze is still a thing. Alright. Now that I have Precision, or the, take that. I think that's my best weapon that I have on me right now. Speedrun with 10 minutes deciding spec. Yeah. Everyone's a critic. Like, this is a test speedrun, alright? I know that you're probably joking, but I will say comments like that do annoy me, even if you are joking, because I've already had to ban one person this stream who said something like that and was clearly not joking. And, like, I get it. You know, people think it's funny, but Arms is the way, but try out Fury. See, I believe that you're right about Arms being good, but I would need a good two-hand weapon, and I just don't have one right now. So right now I have decent one-hand weapons, and I just don't really have any good two-hand options, so like I just wouldn't be able to do much with Arms. But once I get out of the Goblin starting zone and I can actually like buy semi-decent items, or I don't know, craft it myself if I want to pick up blacksmithing or something, I think you're probably correct. How much does Bloodthirst do? Yeah, Bloodthirst does... Is there any reason to even use Strike? This just replaces Strike, right? Like, it does the exact same thing, but more damage and an additional effect. You should get fed a lot of two-handers through questing. Yeah, so far I haven't, but if I do get one, then yes, I will probably switch. What the fuck? Okay. Looks like this gives me a slight speed boost. Level 10 in 2 hours is rough. WoW Classic seems slow. I mean, it's all relative, right? Because, like, this may seem slow, but compared to regular Classic, I mean, in regular Classic, if I get level 10 in 2 hours playing semi-casually, I'm pretty happy with that. That's, like, about how long it normally takes me. And that's leveling through efficient zones. Jesus Christ, do these fucking mobs leash or what? Okay. Yeah, that's another thing, right? Keep in mind, I have no heirlooms. I have no items mailed over. I don't have, like, any starting gear. And I'm leveling through the Goblin starting zone. Really inefficient. This is one of the worst starting zones in the game in terms of leveling efficiency. I like the Goblin starting zone. It's fun. But there is a very good reason why you have never seen me do the Goblin starting zone ever in a speedrun thus far. Because it's really bad. There's a lot of, like, roleplay heavy quests. In retail, it would probably be a little bit better just because, you know, in a situation like this, I would gun shoes or something. Or I would Goblin Glider. There's been a lot of really good Goblin Glider spots. But you don't have that in Cataclysm. Even if I was able to mail stuff over, what would I do with the stuff that I mail over? It's not really gonna help me at all. So heirlooms would give me a big experience bonus. But we don't have heirlooms. So we got to make do with what we have. Once I get out of the Goblin starting zone and I start just doing efficient questing hubs, I expect this to pick up quite a bit. But we got to get there first. Ah, fuck. I was hoping that it would cancel my little rocket boots and give me the Goblin racial there. But now we know. Okay.
Hit the road. Go, go. Hit the road.
What's up? Keep it real.
Don't waste my time.
Okay. I guess it's just going to take me to the next area. Let's see. Sod Classic leveling's kind of fast. Yeah, I mean, with all the experience boosts. But I expect that Cataclysm will be faster even than Sod. That's why, like, everything's relative. Like, I assume that people are clicking on this seeing that it's Cataclysm. But technically speaking, this looks maybe similar enough to retail that people are clicking on this thinking I'm leveling in retail and being like, this seems slow. I had the same thing said by a lot of people during the Panda remix. It's just like, I don't know. I feel like some people don't read. I'm just gonna stop addressing it at this point. I feel like with Bloodthirst, this has gotten a lot faster. Oh, thank you. Yeah, like almost out of water too. Appreciate it. There we go. Reading hard, yeah.
Makes sense.
Volcanoth is in there, I guess. The only thing you read is DPS feeders. Ooga booga. Yeah. How far away do I need to be? Just kill this guy. Yeah, the other thing is, like, there's not a lot of room to speed up low-level classic stuff, especially without heirlooms. Like, if I'm not one-tapping things with procs on my heirloom weapon, then I have to just sit there and attack it. And there's no area where I can, like, optimize or do big pulls. Like, I can't do big AoE pulls because I just don't have the tools to do that. Oh, fuck me. That hits relatively hard. Okay, so that's properly LOS'd. And another thing... Oh, I'm stuck in here, I guess. I would say most people who are familiar with leveling in general probably know this, so I'm kind of preaching to the choir here. But you really cannot... Like, you really need to consider, in terms of leveling efficiency, how much knowledge of the questing hub actually helps. Because a lot of times, whenever I'm thinking about something here, I have to stop and think about it without questing, because questing itself requires me to, like, pay attention and read the quest objectives. I don't really have any questy or thing to help me, so I have to, like, look at the objectives, see where I'm going. I do not remember these quests outside of, like, vague memories as a kid. So, it is not necessarily easy, whereas all of, like, the retail questing stuff, I have that etched into my memory, and I can literally do it with my eyes closed. And once we get outside of the Goblin starting zone, which is one of the very few zones from Cataclysm onward that I've rarely ever done, all of this will be familiar to me. Silverpine Forest, you know, we've done that a million times. Hillsbred Foothills, all that stuff. And then I will be able to just go through the most efficient questing route, do it like it was second nature, right? Once you get back to Calendar and autopilot picks up, exactly. Thank you. Do we have dinner plans, by the way? Okay, well, let me know if you do decide. Ooh, it's pretty cool. I forgot about this part. Yeah, see, stuff like this, long forced roleplay, really, really inefficient. But this is still fucking cool. Thematically, the Goblin starting zone is awesome. The starting area is usually very slow. Once you get out, it's pretty fast. 1 to 10 speedruns are usually 1.5 hours on Era. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. But the other thing is, on Era, they're doing, like, human starting zone, right? I'm pretty sure that's what they use for speedruns. Human or gnome or something like that. And even in Cataclysm and onwards, the human starting zone is really good. And one of the nice things about those starting zones is they're flexible. You can technically leave them whenever you want. I can't just leave the Goblin starting zone. Unless there might be some weird, like, glitch where you, like, teleport out of bounds and then it, like, defaults to skipping the quests. I know there's things like that that you can do on retail. But realistically speaking, there's no way that I can skip the Goblin starting zone. I have to actually get through all of this stuff if I want to continue. Where did my health go? What? What killed me? I just looked down and suddenly I'm at 1 HP. Huh. Okay, I genuinely don't know what happened there. I must have had a dot on me or something that I just didn't see. No, it was not fall damage. Because I took fall damage, then I killed that mob, and I know I still had health left. I looked at... yeah, good shit. I looked at my combat log. Detonate. Was Detonate... The mines deal 90 damage. I mean, I guess it's possible that I just was so zoned out that I didn't see that I dropped down super low. I thought I had more health. Damn. Alright, well, the more you know. Yeah, so people are saying fall damage plus landmine. Yeah, I guess I just didn't realize I was so low. Get wrecked, nerd, yeah. It was a pretty small cliff. I mean, I jumped pretty high. I should have pressed charge before hitting the ground. That was my mistake. Yes, 2 hours in level 10. This is Cataclysm Beta. This is not retail. Yes, I play retail WoW. I mostly play retail WoW. It was always fun to see on private servers that had 2 times or 3 times XP rate, all the goblins being stuck in that island already level 20 and not allowed to leave. Yeah. Honestly, this feels about as fast as I expected. I'm curious to see if it picks up at all later on. But I would imagine it does. The moment I can actually level through good zones. Though I'm kind of glad I did this. Like, I wouldn't have minded if Worgen won, and I'm still going to do a Worgen run at some point. I don't know if I said that before, but I will officially confirm it. I'm going to do a Worgen speedrun eventually. I don't know if it's necessarily going to be the very next speedrun I do, because what I might do is, like, after I finish this, I could try, like, a specific 80 to 85 speedrun on something else is, I think, what I might do next. But the next time I do a 1 to 85 speedrun, it will be as a Worgen. I will say that much. And the poll was super close, so I know for a fact that a lot of people wanted to see it. But... what was I saying? I am glad that I did the Goblin starting zone because it has been a very, very, very long time since I did this. And it's just kind of fun to see this zone again. And I will probably level at least one Goblin. Probably only one Goblin. Because the only thing that I really have interest in getting as a Goblin is my Warrior. Just because I mean, I don't really care about classes that can't tank. So... I'll probably mess around with other classes in speedruns just for fun. Like, I'll do a Hunter speedrun or something like that in Cataclysm at some point. I'll try to speedrun every class if I have time. But obviously, if I'm doing it for a speedrun, the last thing I'm going to level as is Goblin, since I think we've thoroughly established at this point, Goblin starting zone ain't it. Which means that I would only actually do a Goblin in... like, regular classic launch, if it was something that I wanted to have as a Goblin. And the only class where that is the case is Warrior. I don't know what Death Knight racials will be for, like, min-maxing purposes. I suppose if... I don't know, if Goblin DK is, like, absolutely bonkers OP... Maybe I level a Goblin DK? But that wouldn't be in the Goblin starting zone anyway, so I guess it's a moot point. The only class that I would level a Goblin from level 1 would be a Warrior, so... We're getting good practice for live servers anyway. You're probably going to main a Belf Warrior for Kata? Yeah, I know a lot of people who play Belf Warriors. Definitely a popular combo. See, I should have saved my Goblin racial for this. This would have been much smarter. You're going Belf Warrior because your friend wants to play Horde? Yeah. I mean... I don't know. I think Horde's just more fun, for being honest. I've always played Horde. The only time when I played Alliance is more recently where faction choice doesn't really matter. And I played Alliance very briefly in TBC because one of my friends played Alliance and I wanted to play with them. But I immediately went back Horde the moment I was, like, playing on my own. You don't really like classic Horde races? Yeah. The other thing is, just from like a rating balance standpoint, unless they do tuning, I'm fairly certain that Horde racials are the most overpowered options for rating for quite a while. Definitely in Cataclysm, Mop, and WoD. I believe in Legion they still were, by and large. Arcane Torrent is so fucking strong for, like, most PvE content. And Berserking is also really, 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 really strong in so many ways. Yeah, Troll Berserking. That would, for damage, that's crazy. Absolutely. But also, like, Arcane Torrent for utility is really, really nuts as well. Until it got changed. When did it get changed? I can't remember if it got changed in... Legion or BFA. Draenei female dance. Yes, true. Oh. I don't remember this quest. It's like really old janky vehicle controls. Alright. You think it was BFA? Yeah, that... My gut was telling me it was BFA, but I couldn't remember for sure. And, like... I understand why they changed Arcane Torrent, because it was really oppressive as a racial. But I'm still mad about it, because I loved old Arcane Torrent. What? Oh, come on! I was totally not that far out. The thing is, like, I feel like one thing that WoW should probably do at some point is let you pick your racial. I know that might be a controversial take, but the more I play this game, and the more I feel like racials actually matter, like Stoneform right now is way too powerful. And there's so many mechanics that Stoneform lets you avoid, and I don't want to fucking play a dwarf. I really don't. But I feel like I need to be a dwarf if I want to actually compete on a lot of fights. And that just sucks. And I honestly think that they should just let you pick your racials. Give you 5 racial abilities to pick. Split them up, right? Obviously, if you took 5 throughput racials, that would be broken. But give you like 2 throughput racials, some passive racials to pick from, and maybe every race has 1 guaranteed racial that they're forced to take, or something. But the fact right now that the difference between some of them is so large that it mandates you into taking it. It's just lame, and I don't like that design. Instantly, every one of your races will pick Shadow Meld. You hate being stuck in combat. Yeah, Shadow Meld's another one where a lot of people are forced to play Night Elves for certain Mythic Plus strats, because you have to do, like, invis skips. Obviously, I know you said because, you know, being stuck in combat, which I get. But there's the other advantage of if everybody could just take Shadow Meld, then it would allow people to do those strats without having to play a specific race. Every rogue in the game with Meld, yeah. I mean, I think that's better than feeling like you need to play a specific thing just to get, like, an important ability. You feel like racials aren't far from the chopping block? Maybe, but I don't know. I do think something needs to give at this point. They should allow a process to go to other racial capital cities and learn them. Ooh. I like that idea. Yeah, that makes it flavorful, too. There we go. Yeah. What do you think they'll replace the human diplomacy racial with? I don't know. I am curious to see what it is, though. Maybe it ends up being ridiculously overpowered and human becomes mandatory for everybody. But, I mean, it's better than human being mandatory for every new patch and then you have to swap off after because you don't need the rep racial. Yeah, the whole Zandalari troll pick your Loa thing. I could see something like that. That would be cool. Goblin starting zone gives you a crew, a car, planes, boats, etc. All with rockets. Easily the best starting zone, yeah. Hope there'll be a Nerubian priest speedrun next expansion. Yeah, anything's possible. You'd hate to see them go because it's a part of that tabletop RPG feel that WoW has veered so far from its RPG roots. See, I think that's the main reason they haven't gotten rid of it. But if we're being real, that's just not the kind of game that WoW is anymore. And I think it's better to just play into its strengths, which is endgame PvE content, than try to desperately hold on to RPG elements that just take away from the gameplay experience. Especially now that we have Classic. For anybody who wants that, like, really RPG, you know, cool experience, we have a version of the game that fulfills that. So, the advantage of WoW having all those different types of like modes and stuff is that they can have the more RPG feeling in Classic, and retail can focus on the PvE content. And I know that some people don't want to play Classic, but still want to have an RPG focused feel, and like I get that. but personally, I feel it would be for the best. That's just my 2 cents, though. I understand that some people disagree with me. But, you know, is what it is. Jeez, you're already up to 1 gold in this version of the game. Guess I go in here. There's probably more warrior stuff I could train. Defensive stance and just parry. Okay, not much. Talk to any enemy diplomatically and end it without fighting. That would be neat. I could see something like that. Though, obviously, that would have to be more of a flavor thing. I guess diplomacy as a racial, though, it's not a throughput racial. So something cool, like flavorful, could be interesting. Walks up to Farrakh, nah fam, let's hug it out. Yeah.
Hey, how you doing?
That's intellect. That's an upgrade. Let's see. Oh, I just turn it back in. It's a nice axe you've got there, yeah. Better than the current acquisition system for Firalath. Fucking stupid axe. What do I gotta do? I feel like I'm actually killing things relatively quickly now, compared to before. Maybe it's just because I'm over-leveled or something, but I'm only like 1 or 2 levels ahead. But mobs are just melting now. Okay, yeah, so I need to use the Cajicola on the goblins. Ah, shit.
Hey, how you doing? Go, go!
There's a bunch over here. Okay, that's all 6 of the regular goblins. And I have more than enough Cajicola for the rest. There's 1. Also, now that I have Rend and Thunderclap, I can reliably do AoE pulls. So I can kind of cleave mobs. Yeah. Okay. Now we're cooking. Always feels nice when you kind of turn the corner in a speedrun. And I think we're actually almost there. Though we'll have to see how the tuning feels once we get back to, like, Kalimdor.
Yeah, what do you want?
Where is... Oh, this is the mob I need to kill. Okay, we're gonna Thunderclap. We're just gonna rend all the mobs. If I can hit them. Doesn't look like I can. But... yeah. That feels good. It is kind of amusing seeing Cataclysm quest writing. It is very reference heavy. That much is absolutely true. Like, throw it on the ground, and then we're not a part of your system. Like, oh my god. I actually completely forgot that they had that reference in here.
What's shaking? Glad I could help.
Oh, nice. I can look into my bank, even from, like, the quest version. Okay. And... there we go. Hello, good luck on speedrunning. Hope we'll see Pandaria Remix runs as well. Yeah, well, Pandaria Remix is not testable currently. But I did 2 different runs. One of them you can see on my channel right now. The other is on my second channel. You can go watch that. So I've already done 2. And when it's testable again, I will definitely do additional testing runs for that. I have many plans for that. And of course, you know, when that goes live, but lots of different leveling things to test these days. I guess I need to kill these mobs. I didn't get kill credit for that one. Also, what level do you get mounts in Cataclysm? Is it already down to level 20 for mounting in here? I can't remember. I want to say it's level 20 you get the slow mount, level 40 you get the fast mount, and then you get flying at level 60, right? Yeah, it is level 20. Okay, cool. Yeah, that should be pretty good then. 20, 40, 60, 70? Gotcha. I thought so, but I couldn't remember for sure. Yeah, and then ideally I'll have, like, cold weather flying manuals to mail over on my main characters, but, you know, for this character I won't have that. Which will kind of suck. For future runs, I will definitely wait until they have, like, heirlooms and stuff working. But we've fully committed for this character, at the very least, to do effectively a solo self-found thing, just to see. At the very least, one test will help. Now we have something to compare it to. 310% at 70, 80 is old world flying, yeah. You should be able to learn cold... Oh, yeah, did they just make that now learnable? Because I know it used to be you needed a manual. At least in Wrath, you need to mail over a manual. One to 85 speedrun, this sounds dreadful. I'm not doing it all in one sitting, don't worry. I'm not that crazy. This is going to be across multiple streams. But yes, it would be dreadful if I had to do it all at once. Ah.
Waste my time.
What's the word on the street? Hey.
At 68 or 70, yeah.
To the ground.
Alright. Time for some Donkey Kong minecart riding, yeah. I wish it was more of a minigame and not like a scripted cutscene thing. Oh, this zone is so cool. There's like a lot of other areas over there too that you don't actually go to as part of questing. If I wasn't doing a speedrun, like, I'm half tempted to just go over there and walk around and explore. and see what's in that part of the zone. Because I don't think I've ever really explored this zone. But I kind of need to just get cracking. I mean, I already have... Oh, come on, did that cast not finish? I already have people complaining like, it's 2 hours and you're still level 11. So I'm just gonna try to, like, be a little bit efficient. I mean, I already am being efficient. I honestly don't think I've done anything really inefficient here. I think it's just people being fucking stupid because they don't understand. But I'd still like to get a move on. It'd be nice if we get Kazan back at some point. Yeah, for sure. That would be cool. There's the final valve. And then turn is over there. You're almost at the end. Oh yeah, I know. I know. Then I go turn in over there. I think I should just be able to charge this one. Yeah, I don't even need to use the Goblin Racial. Might as well kill this guy while I'm at it. Nice. So you get a talent point every other level. Right, I think I remember something like that. I might as well put 1 point into Blood Craze. Wait, actually... Yeah, I don't really need any more points in Blood Craze, huh? Because it doesn't increase the chance, it just increases your healing. But as long as I'm getting a little bit of trickle healing every now and then, that's kind of all I care about. Unpopular opinion, Vashir underwater leveling was fun. I've heard a lot of people say they really liked it. I'm kind of... I don't have any strong opinion on it. Why is my talent thing flashing? It's like really annoying me that it is... Oh, fuck. Yeah. I don't have any strong opinion. I know some people love it, some people hate it. I guess I'll take the dagger. Still works with Fury. How long will it take the average player to reach 85? No idea yet. That's what we're trying to figure out. Is this speedrun with or without Dungeon Finder? I guess with. I don't really have any special decision on it one way or another, so... I don't plan on heavily using Dungeon Finder, but if I decide I want to try it out, I probably will. But I'm not going to use Dungeon Finder unless I really feel like there's no efficient quest for me to complete. You can use... Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure you can use Dungeon Finder. At level 15. It's working, I think. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure at this point in the beta it's working. Oh, I can finally buy gear. Thank God. So at this point, none of this stuff is secondary, so it's probably not even worth it. See. Never said you couldn't, I'm just saying you probably won't find any groups because it's beta. Yeah, oh, that's a fair point. Yeah. I mean, who knows? There's probably a decent amount of people doing dungeon runs. I'm not sure with the way that, like, scaling works, though. You're not really going to have the Chromie time situation where it just puts you into any dungeon group. But it's possible. I think what I will probably do at some point, obviously not this run, but I will try to test dungeon leveling. I don't know how many people that I know have Cataclysm Beta access, but ideally I can get enough people to at least try it out. At least it's familiar territory now, yeah. And the thing is, even the Cataclysm zones that I don't have in my leveling route, I've done almost all of them multiple times. It is quite literally just the Goblin starting zone that I am unfamiliar with, because I cannot remember the last time I did these quests. It was a very, very long time ago. But basically every single Cataclysm leveling zone I've done multiple times, and at the very least, all of the Cataclysm leveling zones that I will be doing in this route, I have done multiple times. Because I still remember, even from like back in the day, which zones were generally efficient and which zones were not efficient. Like Stone Talon Mountains, for instance, it's no longer included in the retail speedrun route because there's better options. But Stone Talon Mountains is a fantastic leveling zone. Compared to a lot of the other ones in its level bracket, it's really good. That being said, I think it competes with, like, part of Silverpine Forest. Oh, the warrior trainer's down there. Do I just go turn this stuff in? I think so. Nice. Goblin Racial is honestly really fun to use while leveling. Especially in Classic, where you don't have all your fancy little consumable tools. AoE targeting reticles not working when swimming is annoying, yeah. Currently doing a spot of leveling in Plunderstorm, wouldn't do this without the bonus XP. Yeah, the bonus XP Plunderstorm thing was definitely a good idea on their part. Good PR move, too.
Careful out there. Well, spit it out.
Jealousy's Edge. Well, there's a good two-hand weapon. I'm gonna take this probably just for the vendor value. I'm actually really liking Fury. The very least for now. Okay, so I just run up here. I think I just button mash pretty much. Yeah, I'm pretty much just button mashing and he's doing no damage, so I suppose that's the trick. Let's see. You think this takes more time than the Worgen Zone? Oh, absolutely. The Worgen Zone is like one of the most efficient starting zones in the game. It's actually really, 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 really good. Goblin starting zone is the complete opposite. Gallywix was so thin back in the day, yeah. He looks a lot different. Why don't you use heirlooms? They're not working on the Cataclysm Beta right now. Okay, I'm gonna... yeah. Relax. Just... don't spam like that. If I miss your message, wait, you can wait like 5 minutes and then resend, because I get it. Like, but that was like 3 times in the span of like just a few minutes. Calm down. Especially when it's a question that, quite frankly, is answered within the stream multiple times. Like, if you want to ask a question that, obviously, I haven't answered within the last 5 minutes, I'll get around to it eventually, but spamming something when if you rewind to the start of the stream, I clearly explained it early on. It's like, you know. Come on. You're not the only person watching the stream. Something about Stone Talon that you don't get in Chromie. I'm sure in Kata it has a bonus XP modifier on the quest XP. Because it's supposed to be a dangerous zone. Wait, really? That was a thing?
Smart man.
I'm not doubting you, but like, do you have any source for that? Like, if there's somewhere I can look that would say, like, information more. I'm more just curious about the general idea of dangerous zones and what Blizzard flagged as a dangerous zone. Because that sounds like a really cool thing in theory that I have never heard about before.
It's my way or the highway.
Huh. I doubt it, like, shows on the map or anything. The fuck? Mount Hygel 80 to 90. Okay, well, I think the level range displays in those zones are fucked. It's done as a PvP zone. That's why you also gain ranks during the quests. Really? I don't remember that at all. Good luck, my friend. Enjoy your clitogasm. Thanks. You headed straight for Silverpine? I'm gonna double check the level ranges before I do anything. I guess, oh yeah, it shows me here. Level 11. Yeah, I guess I am headed straight for Silverpine. Let me double check some stuff. So I definitely can't start Hillsbrad yet. Hillsbrad, I believe, is like 20 something. And Stone Talon I don't get yet. So yeah, in that case, I'm definitely headed to Silverpine because I want to do Stone Talon and I want to do Hillsbrad eventually. The ranks are story-based and have nothing to do with PvP ranks. Yeah, that much I know for a fact, but I remember there was a PvP daily in Stone Talon Mountains. It sounds like something, like, I could genuinely believe that. How do you get on the beta? Beta is different from the PTR. You do need to apply for the beta. And, like, they'll let you in or, well, not, maybe. So you're not guaranteed to get into the beta, unfortunately. Okay, yeah, that was the... Cataclysm about to have very similar leveling route to retail minus Draenor. Yeah, just, you know, midway through the Cataclysm leveling route, pop over to Frostfire Ridge. But honestly, I would not be surprised if the leveling route does look very similar. I could totally see that.
Hellscream's eyes are upon you.
Nice.
Live by these words.
Loktar Ogar, for honor and for the Horde. God, Kanagarosh fucks. There's only that one quest. Taunt. Oh, nice. It tells you what spells you could learn. Huh. Alright. Does Beta have the Appearances tab? Yes. It does, actually. It has a lot of stuff. It does have the Heirloom tab. So, in the future, I will be able to get heirlooms, but I can't copy any of my account data. I can only start a new character, so... That's the reason I can't do heirlooms. Apparently, people have told me heirlooms are bugged either way, even if they were able to be copied over. Next step in this leveling guide, you're gonna hop over to Chromie. Does Beta have a level 25 guild for perks? I'm not sure. I have noticed I already have some of the guild perks, and I'm not even in a guild. So I suspect that what Blizzard has done is they've just made it so a lot of the guild perks you just get automatically. And you don't need to actually do anything for it. But I don't know. Okay. So I believe, yeah, the Zeppelin Tower is already here in this version of the game. Fuck, yeah. Early 16 slot bag. Don't mind if I do. Oh, there's the Undercity Zeppelin. I should only need to learn riding training, so I could just set my Hearthstone to, like, Brill, and then head back there when I need riding training, and I just need to grab a mount out of my collection. Because it starts you off with a bunch of mounts, because they're account-wide now. Still mad we can never get that Hot Rod as a mount? Yeah, maybe one day. Yeah, the collection tab is almost exactly like it is in retail. It's already like that in Wrath Classic. You can't look at Stone Talon Mountains again after that House Hexagon video. Is that like the Blizzard's best kept secret video? I vaguely remember. I don't know the channel name for that, though. Yeah, I'm curious. Stone Talon Mountains, Cataclysm, Dangerous Zone. So is that, like, not an official term? New org plus old graphics is so weird, yeah. I mean, New org has been around for quite a while at this point. It's been an evolving city for quite some time. It definitely feels nice to get New org back. I'm gonna be honest, like, I enjoy Cataclysm, but in the limited time that I've spent testing the Cataclysm, or I don't know what I said. What I meant to say is I enjoy Classic. But in the limited time that I've spent testing the Cataclysm Beta, I've just felt so much more at home. Where I'm just so much more comfortable with the way that this world plays. Compared to, in Classic, a lot of times, it just feels very foreign to me. And it feels wrong. It's not an official term. Gotcha. That's interesting, then. I believe you. I'm just very curious to see, like, the backstory behind that, and if there are other zones that are similar. The Innkeeper, okay. Innkeeper's in a different room. I believe, is the rider trainer... Yeah, riding training is right over there, so that's actually perfect. The moment I hit level 20, I just hearth, and I'm back. Hot take, you prefer new org to old org? Yep, same. I mean, I like all the new stuff. I vastly prefer it. Mostly agree with me in regards to Catazones looking right, but you do not like this version of Brill. You like the old version way more. Yeah, I'd agree with that. The new version definitely feels very off. You know, something that I feel like checking. I wonder about rare mobs. I can't remember how many... So the thing about classic rare mobs that we need to keep in mind as we go through these zones is a lot of the rares in Cata revamp zones are not actually Cataclysm rares. There are two sets of rare mobs. There is the original rares that were added back in Cataclysm, and then there is a large chunk of rares that were added in Mists of Pandaria. A lot of the beast rares, in particular, were added in MoP because they wanted to give more hunter pet diversity. So some of the ones that we're used to finding, Hillsbred Foothills has a lot of those, are not actually there normally in Cataclysm. And that's probably something that I'm going to need to jog my memory on, because I have the rare spawn locations etched into my memory. But what I do not remember at all is which ones are new and which ones are old. Wait, Zadormi? The fuck is Zadormi doing here?
King's honor, friend.
Oh, Battle for Undercity. Ah. Let's see. You think the bat that I'm running to is introduced in Cata? Yeah. See, I'm not sure, but I think you're right. Either way, it's not a... But, yeah. From what you know, Stone Talon was the only zone that had increased base quest XP compared to, for example, Arathi, which is the same level range. Yeah. I mean, you would do Stone Talon anyway, because the quest density in Stone Talon is way better than Arathi. But Arathi also just has notoriously bad quest density. Heirlooms works fine for you. I mean, it's not working for me. Don't know what to tell you. At this point, either way, even if, like, right now they were to fix heirlooms, I've already started the run without heirlooms, so I'm going to do the entire run without heirlooms. But in the future, I might change my mind for a different run. Only way Old Org is better is you can clip out of balance and fall into the map there. True. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Still should be able to get good distance here. Nice. Looms for me are equipable, but don't give stats or XP increase. Well, if they don't give XP increase, then yeah, there's kind of no point in using them anyway. And I'm sure if I were to be able to access my heirlooms, I would imagine they'd be equipable. The only issue is I can't access them, because I can't copy over my account data. So from what I've heard, on earlier versions of the Cataclysm Beta, you could copy over account data. And, like, technically speaking, I have been in the Cataclysm Beta since the start. I got in on, like, I think the very first wave. Maybe the second wave. But I really have not played around with it. I have not been testing this extensively, because I've just been really busy with other stuff. So this is the first actual testing that I've done for the Cataclysm Beta. So I did not copy over any of my characters and stuff before they disabled character copy. Copying account data works from EU, yeah. On NA right now, it's disabled.
What are we if not slaves to this torment?
Where is that ogre-headed buffoon?
Oh, the real question, did they keep the line, the "watch your clever mouth"? That one.
Speak of the devil.
No plans for dinner. We'll be cooking our meals in our wood stoves. Well, if you don't have plans for dinner, is there any chance, if you're still listening, you're just easier to Discord?
And more importantly, what are those scourge
Here.
War Chief,
Any chance you could make a pizza when you have a moment? Pretty please.
Scourge became
It was there, but it was removed. Oh, they removed. Fuck! Really? Oh, that's.
They are under my command now,
I'm mad.
and they are part of the reason that I asked to see you.
Get on with it.
Well, one day.
Very well, War Chief. I have solved
That
the
sucks,
unforeseen.
man.
As a race, we forsake
Dustswallow loses like half of its rare mobs comparing Kata to Mop. Yeah.
the aid of the valiant.
Actually, you know what? I can check that.
Able to take the corpses of the
Wow, rare spawns.
forsaken. Agatha, show the War Chief.
Let me double check. So it would be Eastern Kingdoms, Silverpine Forest. Okay, so this website I'm looking at has the rare spawns that were added in 5.1. Nath, the worm under the bridge, is not there. That's Mop. Lost Gilney and War Dog is also Mop.
It goes against
Corpse Feeder is Mop. Aw, man.
disgusting is the only word I have.
Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, 3 of those are right on the route. Oh, and Kree, the bat.
My people would die.
4 of those. Fuck. Yeah, so 4 of the main rares from the retail leveling route were not added until Mop.
Thought to what this means, Sylvanas.
But there's still quite a few.
Difference is there between you?
There's actually decent rare density even without that.
Isn't it obvious, War Chief?
I serve the Horde.
What?
Watch your clever mouth, bitch. There we go. It's still there. You just gotta do it yourself.
And make sure the Banshee Queen is well guarded.
You forget half the Hillsbrad rares exist, that you go out of your way to check for the Silverpine ones? Yeah. A lot of the Hillsbrad ones are still worth going for. Especially when you get, like, fast flying by the time you're there.
Eventually, we all have to stand.
I know you mentioned it on your retail leveling tier list, so I want to try it at some point, but how are you supposed to really use Fire Mage? So, Fire Mage at low levels is really janky just because you don't get the full kit. So Fire Mage at low levels is just kind of a worse Arcane. It can work, but you're just missing most of your kit. The way that you're basically playing Fire around like level 30 when you actually get all your stuff online is you basically get 2 crits in a row and then you get an instant cast Pyroblast. And I think at some point you get a talent that also does the same thing for Flame Strike. So on single target, you do like Fire Blast, and then Pyroblast. And then if your Pyroblast crits, which I think it's guaranteed to crit at a certain point, then you get the crit, you do another Fire Blast, you get another Pyroblast. And you just chain that back and forth. Just get instant cast Pyroblast on single target. And that's really nice. And on AoE, you just do a Flame Strike. And the hard part about it is that you take a lot of damage, so you need to kite mobs almost constantly. So you're basically just constantly blinking through mobs, dodging them, getting away, running, and then like basically rounding them all up and then dropping a Flame Strike on them for big damage and tagging them from a distance. And one of the reasons why Arcane is so much better for leveling, like Fire's not bad, but Arcane just trivializes it, is because Arcane has so many things that slow the enemy or speed you up. So that entire kiting process is just so much easier. Whereas Fire, you really need to work for it if you want to make it work. It's a little bit tricky. Okay. They have a feature for stuff like this, a mature filter, where it filters certain languages used by NPCs too, so we can have the old dialogue back. Well, I've said this before, but they said in an interview at one point, they confirmed the reason why the Sylvanas dialogue was removed is because some developer was playing through Silverpine Forest with his kid, and he felt that the word bitch was not child-friendly and did not belong in a universe like the Warcraft universe. That was actually the reason that they gave in an interview when asked about it. Fucking stupid. Kind of want to put just more points into Battle Trance. Why does it keep blinking at me? Also, what do I get as Fury? Or Arms, I mean. So Prot I get gives your Heroic Strike criticals a chance to cause the next Heroic Strike to also be a critical. Huh. Toughness. When you Thunderclap a target affected by Rend, you have a 50% chance to affect every target with Rend. Yeah, see, that's like really good AoE. Increases the damage of your abilities. Increases all healing received. See, Sweeping Strikes is good, but I don't get that just yet. Deadly Calm. Ooh. Deadly Calm exists in this version. Throwdown. What the fuck? Blade Storm is all the way at the bottom. Can't believe the jailer made Garrosh not say the B word. Yeah. Yeah, blood. This is nuts. I definitely think for leveling, I'm going to swap to Prot eventually. But right now, I honestly think Fury's just better. This feels really good, this General Luke. Death Wish. Ooh, reduces the cooldown of Intercept and Heroic Leap by 10 seconds. What's the, Where is Heroic Leap? Is it under Arms? Am I blind? Oh yeah, I am blind. Wait, a Heroic Leap's a level 85 ability? Oh, fuck me. Ugh. That sucks. Well. It's what it is, I suppose. Concussive Blow. It's all part of the jailer's plan to make Garrosh into a terrible war chief that isn't allowed to swear. No swearing from my Christian Minecraft war chief. See, one of the things is like you're locked into a tree until you so you get all the way to the bottom, right? Shockwave is nice though. But I won't get it for quite a while. Interesting. It's a talent. Going Blood and Thunder and then Arms would be godly. Yeah, if only. See, I definitely think I swap Fury at some point. Or swap off Fury. Oh, Die by the Sword is passive? What the fuck? That is whack. Yeah, I'm not sure when I'm gonna swap Fury. In fact, what I'll probably do is I'll stay Fury for now. Oh, nice Gorfang's up. And whenever I get like a really good shield or something, that's when I'm going to swap to Prot. I think. That feels right. Speedrun? Yes, speedrun. It is in the title, after all. No, not better. One interesting thing about hunting rare mobs is, in a no heirloom run like this, gear actually matters. So getting a world drop green, especially because there's not going to be anything off the auction house, and even if I did somehow find something on the auction house, I don't know. I don't feel like I'd want to use it. Because I did say we're doing solo still found, right? So. Killing rares will definitely be helpful for that. Let's look at my damage breakdown. Thunderclap actually does really good damage on multiple targets. So it's definitely worth doing AoE pulls and playing around that. Okay. So I've gotten all of my quests done. Trying to think how I want to use my Hearthstone effectively. What's the best way to handle this? I think the best situation to use a Hearth would be I do all of the quests around the Sepulchre, and then after I finish at the docks, I Hearth back. Basically, where I would normally gun shoes back, that's where I use my Hearthstone. I think that's the play. Out-leveling the quest soon? Yeah. Well, I'm assuming the quests are going to mostly keep up with me. And Silverpine quests are still, like, really efficient either way. Keep an Orgrimmar, complete Silverpine and Hillsbrad. Yeah, fuck, you're right. I need to keep it in Brill. Okay, for now I'm going to keep it there. Yeah, I'm trying to think of, like, opportunities to use, like, Hearthstone skips or something, but I'm probably overthinking it. I can't really do that for this type of run. Getting back to Orc without having to fly and wait for the Zeppelin should outweigh the time saved from using it inside the zone, yeah. This is the beta. It's not out just yet. If it's in Brill, then probably just use it while doing Silverpine Hillsbrad. Well, it's in Brill, but I will need it for learning writing training. That's why I set it there in the first place for that exact reason, and then I just kind of forgot. But after I learn my writing at level 20, then I can maybe potentially use it for questing reasons. Charge is enough cooldown for a little bit. Is there a talent that reduces the cooldown on charge? So I feel like at least at low levels, that would really help. No. Stance dancing. It is interesting how a lot of these talents really do feel like we're still stuck in Classic, and yet others feel a bit more modern. You see the Darkspear Troll Heritage Helm. I've not. I think I just take vendor value here. You like the concept so far with the warbands? You really want to try that? Yeah. It's pretty cool. Usually speedran Cataclysm 1 to 85 as major hunters, so getting them out a bit later at 25 wasn't a big problem. Yeah. I could see that, especially with, you know, portals and stuff as a mage. That would really help. I should also toss these quests because I don't need them. There we go. You like the warbands, not so much those tab costs. Yeah. It's a bit of an annoying gold sink that they're slapping onto warbands. I get that they need to add gold sinks, but like... it doesn't really feel like the right place to do so. This bat feels slower than on retail. Maybe I'm just thinking wrong. Why are my talent points flashing? It's fucking with my head. Hello, Brown Cat. Good to see you. You thought Kata had the weird talents, but I guess that's Mop. Yeah, that's Mop. A lot of the things that people attribute to Kata and their memories were actually different expansions. Sometimes even TBC. Classic example that I always like to give is a lot of people always say that Cataclysm ruined old dungeon farming like Pendulum of Doom. And like, that in the leveling reworks, they made it so, you know, you can't farm rare items like Pendulum of Doom anymore, and that was actually TBC. So many people don't realize that. Undervalue again. Where's the next quest? Oh yeah, it's over there. I think I can hop this fence. Glyph of Charge at level 25. Hardest solo self found, though. True. Huh. Maybe I pick up Inscription. I would need to learn Herbalism, too, though. Alright, I have an idea. 30-minute Hearthstone cooldown, I can be a bit more flexible with my usage. Kick back and relax. You never got into Classic even though you played back in 2007, it seems slower to level? Yeah, I mean, it is slower to level, for sure. Absolutely. Is this the ugly goblin or the uglier goblin? Honestly, I don't actually think my goblin is too ugly. I think the problem with the current, like in Cataclysm, the design of goblins is like 90% of the goblin traits are extremely ugly, and then there's like one pretty face for every single race. And they've done better about this with like the recent, you know, race design revamp things, and you have more options. But there is like one good goblin face and like one good troll face, and everybody uses that one face. I genuinely don't understand what the original developers were thinking, because they designed all of these extremely ugly faces that are just objectively ugly, and then they have one very clearly conventionally attractive face, and there's nothing in between. And I generally don't like to take, the one super conventionally attractive, like face appearance and use that, but in Classic, you only have one. And they clearly knew what they were doing. Otherwise, there wouldn't just be one extremely different face option. Find a cute mechanome. Well, they can't all be winners. You're surprised at how interested you are in Kata? You haven't leveled in Eastern Kingdoms and Kalandorum in a while? Really? Well, I have leveled in those continents many, many times over the years, and I am still excited for Cataclysm. If you followed my retail route, then you've probably leveled in these zones quite a lot, so I take it you haven't followed my retail route quite a lot. Find a cute Zandalari troll. There are some decent Zandalari troll options. I will give you that. It is a bit more scarce. Picking up herbs even without herbing is nice for 5 to 20 because you get 1 rank lifeblood even without skilling it. I'm not sure I understand. You still need to learn herbalism, right? To be able to pick up the herbs. Or are you just saying, like, even without high skill, it's still good? Find an ugly blood elf. It's possible. You'd have to try. But definitely can. Try not to get burnt out from leveling in Silverpine Challenge. Yeah, I feel that, but like, after you've done it enough times, it's kind of whatever. To me, at least. I'm like, I don't mind it. But I understand that feeling of just, you've done Silverpine a million times, and like, you just don't want to do it again. Yeah, that mob can parry to all my attacks. The passive you get is a decent heal and gives like 5 haste just learning rank 1 herbalism. Interesting. Yeah, I should probably at least learn the professions, because I forgot that you get actual benefits by doing it. So good call there. I'm going to do that. My current plan is I'm going to do the quests down here. When I get to a point where I have to go back to Forsaken High Commands, that's when I'm going to Hearth to Brill. So I'm going to Hearth to Brill. I'm going to find profession trainers. I'm going to learn professions at this level. Right now, it's going to be herbalism and probably skinning, I guess, just because I can. But I should probably take mining. Yeah, herbalism, mining, just so I can grab the ore nodes that I come across. And then I'm going to fly back to Forsaken High Command, hand in those quests, and that way I won't lose too much time. You always pick Legion or WAD for Chromie time. You like my route, though. You have your alts leveled, so you only need 60 to 70. That's fair. You level there in almost every fortune you have, yeah. Old humans in WoW had some of the best ugly faces. Oh, yeah. The best ugly faces, in my opinion, are either dwarves or gnomes, though, in classic WoW. There are some real uggers in those, like, oh my god. Like, there's the dwarf face where it's, like, the really, like, big grin with, like, the teeth. Ugh. I don't know how anybody could use that face unironically. Ratchet Quest Hub is insanely good when looking at 10 to 20 zones, but the rest of Northern Barrens is lackluster. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. Like, go over there to Ratchet. Yeah, it's mostly like the pirate quests. I could see that. It's not bad. That's kind of the problem with, at least in retail, right? With the Ratchet quests is it's kind of out of the way and it doesn't connect into anything. So it's not bad on its own, but being able to like follow through with quest chains is really important. And while the early Silverpine quests aren't amazing, as we know, it picks up a lot towards the end. And one of the nice things about Silverpine is that, by and large, you don't need a lot of movement speed to get around. There's a lot of, like, forced RP where it makes it really easy for you to get from point A to point B. And especially as we go further, that's going to be more and more the case. Bloodmist Isle is terrible. Ghostlands is not bad. Ghostlands, I would say, probably holds up. The only thing is, I don't think it's better than any of the Cataclysm zones, but it's probably solid. The main issue with Ghostlands in modern leveling is, of course, there's no flying. So that is a major disadvantage for Ghostlands. But obviously in Cataclysm, you don't get flying until 85. So that's not a consideration. But I don't know. You wonder if Stag Witches and Fawn quests will be bugged in this version. Oh yeah, that's a good thing to wonder about. I don't know. I guess we'll have to find out. I wonder when I get Heroic Throw. Because when I get Heroic Throw, I can actually start rounding up mobs for some of these AoE pulls. Right now, I just don't really have the tools that I need to actually pull them. Alright. And so we can just kill one of the mobs on the way out. Heroic Throw is fucking level 80? Oh. Really? No, oh, no, it's level 20. Okay, we're chilling. You scared me for a second there. I was like, level 80 to get, like, my ranged threat ability? Okay. Yeah, that's actually not too bad. Yeah. That makes sense, though, yeah, Shattering Throw. They're similar enough. I can understand the confusion. Pandaren are the most divided. The females are all cute, and the males are all Po from Kung Fu Panda. Yeah, I really don't like male Pandaren design. I don't know why they went with that. There really should be some diversity. And I agree that, like, you know, female pandas I'm fine with. But male pandas, you can definitely see the Kung Fu Panda inspiration. That is, like, unironically, very clearly what they were going for. But it just makes male pandas not interesting to play at all, in my opinion. So, I don't know. I'm sure they appeal to somebody. But there's just no diversity in customization. Pandaren get overhated, but you agree they were kind of stupid. They had really solid lore. Yeah. I don't mind them personally, and my warrior is a Pandaren. But I can only ever play female pandas for, you know, the reasons just discussed. I'm gonna go Blood Trance. What? The glyphs thing popped up for a second and then disappeared. Okay, I guess not. And now it's going to flash at me. I'm gonna reload so it stops flashing at me because that's so annoying. I remember the old loading screens. Those things are sick. Overly smiling gnome plus the gnome dance equals peak trolling. Exactly. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, Krethus the Shadow Spinner has gotta be up. It doesn't seem like anybody is leveling right now. So this is easy experience. Come on. Man, I am not getting any usable pieces of gear, huh? Does not want to give me mail. Demon Hunter Pandaren when? That would be the day. Yeah, with no heroic throw or anything similar, it makes it really hard to do quests like this. I've gotten reasonably lucky on rescuing Orc Sea Dogs, though. I have to go into the cave to finish the quests. Chest here? No. You like classic gnolls? Current gnolls just seem like big puppies. Yeah, I see that. Male Pandaren concept art looks badass. Hold on, I lost track of where I was reading in chat. Then you look at them in game, yep. Those big things with 2 heads and that huge bat. You wonder if anyone in the Worgen Zone ever killed that thing. The Edens? I'm not sure. Get auto-completes. Yeah. My Elytrix Plus should just take care of autocomplete quests like that. Pandaren males should have a slider, so should the females, but no reason the males need to be literally cartoon characters compared to the girls. Yep, completely agree. Well, I said earlier I was getting good luck with the Orc Sea Dogs, and, well, here we are. Not so much now. There we go. Drop combat, drop combat. There we go, another one. And there we go. That's good. Okay, now I just need the Forest Eden, right? Yeah, just the Forest Eden. And I don't think there's any chests in this cave. Nothing in there. If I'm really lucky, I'll get a Forest Eden on the way back. Not seeing anything. Guess we'll find out later on. Now, what I'm curious about is whether I need to use this thing in Cataclysm. I suspect that I'll be able to just kill the Forest Eden on my own, because it doesn't seem like mob tuning is really that difficult. I'm kind of just shredding stuff right now. Oh man, I got really unlucky with the spawns. There's one. I picked up the flight path, right? I'm pretty sure I picked up the flight path. We'll find out on the way back. Oh. Okay, yeah. Whew. Yeah, you don't even need to fucking use the quest item in Original Classic. Just fucking shreds. I can't tell if it's just that Fury Warrior absolutely fucks or if this is really undertuned. Edits are tough for what I remember, yeah. So a lot of people told me that mobs in Cataclysm were hitting really hard. This does not feel like that at all. Oh, my inventory's full. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I'm cutting through mobs like a hot knife through butter. This is pretty ludicrous. I'm gonna buy... Let's buy some moist cornbread. Just throw it on there in case I need it. I'm gonna keep stringy wolf meat in case I need it for cooking. Same with bear meat. Need a linen cloth for better linen bandages. Keep that in case I need it. Toss that. Toss that, I don't need it. Toss that, I don't need it. Same thing here. Elite mob has lost all meaning. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I have more than enough money. Better to just make it so I have better bag space right now. What vendor's the most that goes? And this is, yeah, headbacks. Now I'm in a Hearth to Brill. We're going max level this stream? No. No. I don't know when I'll jump off, but we're not going the full way here. The main thing is, like, look, if I had nothing else to do, I honestly might be tempted. I won't lie. But oh, that's Herbalist. Perfect. Alright. But yeah, here's the thing. Right after I finish this video, I need to go start working on a video. So I'm going to be working on a video for all three not Shadowlands, all three Dragonflight raids just in one video. And effectively what I'll be doing is I'll be taking a lot of the guides that I've made so far this expansion, combining them all into one video, but then also revisiting them based on changes that have happened. Because obviously stuff has changed since I initially made a lot of those. Okay, Heroic Strike. That there. Thought there was a limit. For YouTube gets mad. Yeah, it's 10 hours. That being said, if I really wanted to, I could stream longer and just split it up. That's what I did. Ooh. That's what I did for the stream with the Panda Remix. I did a second stream, and I just closed the first one, restarted. But that's not good for the algorithm. You don't want to do that. Not that I would have the stamina to do a completely different stream again. That's way too much. Oh my god. What is happening? Hello? Hello? This is bugged, right? This has got to be bugged. Yeah, this is just bugged. Alright, I guess I can't level first aid. Yeah, this is just broken. It's like... It's bugged and you can't get any skill points. And I can't learn the next level bandage. It's, at 40. So if I can't get any skill points and I can't learn the next level bandage, I just can't progress that at all. Unlucky. So first aid is broken. Great. I'm just gonna take that off my bars. I'm not gonna bother with it if I can't even do that. Put that on Shift H. Put cooking over there. Yeah, might as well. Is there no fire anywhere nearby? Can I use this? No, that doesn't count as a cooking fire. What about those smoldering braziers? Surely this works. Yeah, this works. Oh wait, small campfire? Ah! You're right. It doesn't require reagents anymore. A literal cauldron, not a cooking fire. Yeah. Zachary said 3 hours and only level 15. Seems about right. How long do you reckon the speedrun will take you? Quite a while. Quite a while indeed. But we'll still try to be efficient about it. As efficient as it can get, given the circumstances. Where is mining? I'd imagine I'll need to go into Undercity for mining, though I believe I get the flight point for free. Potentially. And I'm going to take Taunt, throw it over there. Oh, it requires defensive stance. Let's do that then. I already have some flight points learned. Where's Forsaken Rearguard? Is this Forsaken Rearguard? If so, then I can just head there automatically. Huh. It's nice to know. Yeah, we'll pop over to Undercity, learn some stuff. I guess I'm just gonna farm a bunch of herbs, then I'm gonna... I don't know. Like, if you make a PTR character and level it up all the way, it should be put on your main account. Yeah. I mean, that would definitely be one way to incentivize PTR testing. I mean, I wouldn't complain, given how many characters I level on the PTR and then delete. But... I don't know, I'm sure some people would find a way to complain about it, so. I'll need a mining pick. Not gonna really level jewel crafting, so I don't need that. Where is the guard? Profession trainer... mining. Oh yeah, and then there's cooking dailies. Right. Plum cockroaches.
You are. Dark lady, watch over you.
Huh. And I can buy recipes with, stuff. Where are... I'm guessing the plump roaches are on the slightly outer ring. Goblin Warriors are cool, more like company bruisers, yeah. Where the fuck are these plump cockroaches? I don't see them. I'm just gonna skip this quest, then. We'll grab mining and then just move on with our lives. Plump roaches were eating good tonight, yeah. Okay, so this is inscription.
Speak quickly. Trust.
Yeah, I'm not gonna learn that just yet. We'll get around to it eventually. Didn't we get the legit quest trackers in Cataclysm? Yes. You know what? I'm gonna try just disabling Questy, because I don't really feel like it's helped me a lot. It doesn't seem like it's working properly. I don't think my regular quest tracker is working, though. Hmm. No, I'll just re-enable Questy. It's kind of broken, but it's like at least somewhat tracking. The tracker is already on Wrath, like the actual map one, yeah.
What do you require?
Go with mining. And can I track both? I can track both. Nice. Okay. So now I'll be able to collect stuff as I level. Questy, I knew you'd come back. Yeah. And I'm just gonna farm up a bunch of stuff as I level, and... yeah, we'll see. And you get toughness, right? Isn't that a thing? Hmm. Nice. You get no XP from gathering right now unless they fixed it. Are you supposed to get XP from gathering in Cataclysm? I forget when they added that. Welcome back, Rhea. Let's see. You need 75 for the first rank of toughness. Ah, gotcha. Oh, they added it in Cataclysm. Okay. Well, I guess we'll find out shortly. I mean, I'm not too concerned about getting experience from it. I'm mostly doing it so that I can craft my own stuff, because if we're going full solo self-found, then might as well. I did have fun with the Goblin starting zone, yeah. It's not necessarily the most efficient zone, but it is pretty fun. And it was nice getting to do it for the first time in a very long time. Nice little change of pace. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff. Can I can't get Mage Royal yet.
We are the Forsaken. We will slaughter anyone who stands in
I would really like to have riding. That's going to make leveling feel so much better. Crafted items were broken from blacksmithing when you were testing it. That was an earlier build where the stats were listed on the items but not applying. Yeah, hopefully they fix that. I mean, if everything is broken, then... God, that's gonna suck. But I haven't run into any major bugs so far. So I'm hoping they've been, like, slowly chipping away at it and fixing things. Earthroot I can't do. Coppervine I can. I'm absolutely going to do speedruns in Cata when it comes out, yeah. Okay, so you don't get experience. Yeah, this is the first of many runs. This is like the testing run, the benchmark run, where we figure out like roughly how long it'll take without heirlooms, without anything, and then we can start to optimize. Herbalism is not meta for speedrunning, no. The reason I am doing herbalism is because I'm effectively doing a solo self-found run right now. Let's see, do I get any XP? No, no XP from herbalism. And because I cannot get anybody else to like craft stuff for me, I'm going to try and level up inscription on my own so I can craft my glyphs. And potentially, if I get enough ore, blacksmithing. But we'll see. World first 85, I mean... I'm not going for world first stuff, because one of the other things to keep in mind is I don't have, like, full BIS Ruby Sanctum gear, and I also don't have friends who play Classic. I'm, like, one of the only people I know in my friend group who plays Classic, and in order to get, like, world first stuff, you need to have not only, like, full decked-out characters from the previous expansion, you need to have a full group of 5 with decked-out characters from the previous expansion. Ideally more than that, because you'll have, like, 2 groups of 4 and stuff like that. So, no. What I can say for sure is I'm not even going to remotely attempt to get World First 85, because I cannot get World First 85. It is simply out of my reach. I am not in a position to do that, nor is it really something that I'm interested in, to be frank. So, yeah. That's not going to happen. Will I try to level up a character as fast as I possibly can on launch day? Yeah. As for whether or not I just go for, like, relatively efficient solo leveling, or if I actually try to speedrun it on launch day, that remains to be seen. But... we'll see. What's this? Rothide Brute. Resting in pieces. Realm First people are crazy. They were holding on to Area 52 quests. Yeah, exactly. Like, I do not stand a chance in that type of stuff. And I'm not interested in it. Because, like, so one of the things that I like about doing these speedruns, and I talk about this a lot, is it's important to have a consistent rule set so that things are fair. Things are fair and things are fun. And I'm not necessarily knocking it, right? Obviously, if you're trying to get world first, you're going to do everything that you possibly can if you want to save time. Totally understandable, but that's just really not something I'm interested in. My interest in leveling is more like generally efficient leveling. I want to be efficient, save as much time as possible. It's not necessarily like optimization at all costs. Because at a certain point, if you're spending like hours upon hours prepping for leveling just to save a tiny bit of time, right? It's like, who gives a shit? And I do that to an extent in my speedruns, but I do set limitations for myself. Because after a while, it's just no longer fun. What is this quest that Questy is showing me? Rothide Brute resting in pieces. I have no idea what this is. I'm going to look this up. Resting in pieces. It's a classic quest. Yeah, it's not... It doesn't exist in retail. No, it doesn't exist in retail. Because I've done this zone a million times. I've never heard of that quest before, and I looked it up. Yeah, it's not a thing. Nice. Okay, I don't have any talent points to spend. Low drop chance head, you need to kill a ton of gnolls, so it's definitely a classic quest, yeah. You remember Kata having a fairly slow leveling speed? I mean, relative to retail, yeah, probably. Relative to classic, though, it's definitely faster. Whirlwind is more fun? I don't know if WW is Whirlwind, War Within, or Windwalker. There's so many things that stand for WW these days. Walt Whitman, Walter White. I mean, you fucking don't know. I just got done rewatching Breaking Bad for like the 4th time, actually. To WW, my star, my perfect silence. Will I make a leveling guide? Yes, that is the plan. Ideally, I will have enough time before Cataclysm comes out to do all this testing and to make a leveling guide. Not 100% sure yet, but I suspect I will. As for how far ahead I would be if I didn't do the Goblin starting zone, like at least an hour. Hour bare minimum. It was very, very, very slow. What's your route for Outland and Northrend? Honestly, I'm not sure yet. That much is the main thing that I kind of need to figure out. Because I vaguely remember an efficient questing route through Outland and Northrend back when I would level characters in like Kata and Mop, but I don't know what the experience values are. Frankly, one of the best ways to level through Outland and Northrend, if memory serves, is just to spam random Dungeon Finder. Random Dungeon Finder XP tuning, while obviously doing quests in between, is, as I remember it, one of the best ways to level in that bracket. WW is Worgen Warrior using Whirlwind. Oh boy. You think gear is the least of the concerns since 82 greens are already better than heroic ICC items? Getting summoned around is the hard part. I mean, yeah, I would say if you had to pick between which one mattered more, getting... Oh, nice, Gorfang's back up. Like, getting a group of people to help you out or the gear, definitely the group of people matters more. But the gear does play a role. And not to mention, it's not just, Jesus Christ. What is going on? Why? What is happening right now? Hello? Hello? Is this like a common bug or something? Or you just can't attack anything? Hello? Game? What the fuck? Well, I'm mad about that. I lost the rare mob because the stupid fucking game doesn't let me attack. What is happening? No, it's just broken. I can't attack. Okay. Logging out, logging back in, because fuck this shit. Well, that really pisses me off. Of course, that bug happens while I'm fighting a rare mob, so I lose the fucking... God damn it, man. Oh. That's a tilting. That's a fucking rough one. Not the ultimate. Is it working now? Yeah, now I can auto attack. You shitty piece of crap. Yeah, I did answer. My plan is to make a leveling guide for Cataclysm Classic. Yes. I assume they're going to nerf it before launch, but the actual meta is the repeatable turn-ins in Wrath where you get XP and sit there and turn in for a few levels before doing anything else. You mean like the fishing daily things? Which, yeah, that makes sense to me. That's disgusting, but makes sense.
I need time for games.
Huh? Okay. So you cannot skip this cutscene in Cataclysm Classic. Here.
I have not always been the Banshee Queen.
Let's try again. Nope, doesn't work. So I don't know if that's a bug or if that's just how it works in the old version of the quest. That's a little bit unfortunate. That makes Silverpine Forest a little bit slower.
We are the Forsaken.
Alright,
We will slaughter any.
another cutscene that we just sit through.
I have not always been the Banshee Queen, and my people have not always been the Forsaken. Long ago, this land
You're goddamn right.
was the northern kingdoms of Lordaeron. By King
Once you get heirlooms, that plus 50% you get enchants, of course, makes leveling a breeze in Kata. Without it, it's still reasonable. Yeah,
Arthas.
for sure.
Even saying his name.
Walter White is kind of an OP build right now.
This man-child, Arthas, took for himself a cursed blade.
See, I don't know if I've ever watched this cutscene because I've always skipped it.
Through Frostmourne, Arthas killed his own father and raised this land along with every living
You miss old Sylvanas? Yeah.
My
Old Sylvanas was actually cool.
came at the hands of Arthas when he and his armies sacked my homeland, Quel'Thalas, and murdered my people.
You zoned out? Yeah, no problem.
In his vast cruelty,
But you do believe they were nerfed early on in Kata and fixed the later build, so they should already give no XP?
and his scourge
I don't know. I mean, they still give XP in retail.
similar fate
I did look into that.
would die
They don't give enough XP to make it worth it,
in death.
but it is a thing that you could theoretically do.
Mindless undead, but Arthas was not invincible. With each passing day, his power.
I think you had to watch a cutscene once, then it became skippable on reruns. Well, I don't know, because a lot of the other cutscenes in Silverpine Forest can't be skipped, ever. So it's hard to say.
Though the hour of his atonement had come, the worm
Shaler planned it all from the Titan era.
returning to the frozen
Oh,
wastes of
boy.
Northrend.
Fucking Shaler.
With Arthas gone, so too was the control he held over the undead masses of Lordaeron. After recovering my body, I freed the remaining scourge that were left behind. From the cruelty and mercilessness of Arthas, the man who would be Lich King, the Forsaken.
Yeah, no big news for Wowhead while I'm doing this.
His sole purpose was to destroy the Lich King. We threw our lot in with the Horde and began our journey towards redemption.
Yeah, the forced RP here kind of sucks, because this is a long cutscene, too.
And we
God
have
damn.
returned. The people who called this land
I expect that Silverpine Forest will still be the most efficient questing hub, because, like, what else are you going to do from levels 10 to whatever?
They claim
This is still really good.
while attempting to invalidate the claims of the founder.
It's 50-50 in the Kata zones as to whether it needs to be watched or not, yeah.
Will never allow it.
This one is weird because, like, so far the behavior has been consistent compared to retail.
Always
This is the only one so far where it works differently in Classic compared to Retail.
What are we if not slaves to this torment?
So, I don't know. Yeah. Okay. I was wondering if Questy knew something that I didn't. But no. Silverpine is definitely more efficient than Barrens or the Ghostlands. Yeah. It's tricky because, like... It's definitely better than Barrens. The one thing I'm considering is Ashara. I was thinking about that. Like, maybe you do Ashara for, like, a level or two. I don't know, though. Ashara's not bad early on. The first few quests in Ashara are actually quite good. It's hard to say. I'll test out a few different things, assuming I have the time to do so, but... Rares give Giga XP with Kata. I believe the Kata rares give the same XP, yeah, like on retail. Because obviously we still do those to this day in retail, right? And chests give XP too. Random dungeon with quests inside dungeon isn't good. Well, dungeons are fine. One of the problems is on the PTR, I can't really do dungeons. Remember. It's not like there's a million people doing this right now. So, it's not really an option for me. This area is money on retail. How so? Enlighten me, because I'm not familiar. But yeah, dungeons are actually not bad. You'll probably want to do them a bit while leveling. I mean, you do them in retail as well, just usually only the TBC ones. But Kata dungeons are not bad. And there's going to be stretches of leveling where there's not really many good zones to do, and in that point you probably just do dungeons. That's usually how it goes. Oh, you mean in terms of efficient? Yeah, yep. I got you now. Yes, you are absolutely correct. It is money. I've not heard that. Some herbs over there. There may be a billion invisible game masters as we speak. Yeah, you never know. One to 10, I know the fastest way was a dot class with your looms and nuke things. I know the pigs in the Tauren area where you light through the fire and kill in big groups is good for that too. Yeah. Generally speaking, for super low levels, mob farming is probably going to be the play. I know, like, humans, you just kill the Murlocs in Elwyn Forest. The Orc starting zone has a lot of good ones too. So I think you're right about that. I'm not sure what the fastest horde race would be. We know it's not Goblin. Honestly, there's a case to be made on Alliance that you just do Worgen. Though, I suspect that Human will still be faster because Elwyn Forest is really, really good. So I would imagine you just do Human, you kill some Murlocs, and do a bunch of the really good Elwyn Forest quests. Also, low-level travel will be a bit easier when I have, like, all my stuff, because one thing that you do have access to, even if you don't have, what's it called? Gun shoes or goblin gliders, is I will have swiftness potions at my disposal. And I will be using many swiftness potions. Unfortunately, it does seem like I'm probably going to outlevel Silverpine Forest before I can really sink my teeth into it. It's just one of the problems with the Goblin starting zone. But what I'm curious about is, yeah, Hillsbrad Foothills doesn't open up yet. But I believe, does Stone Talon Mountains open up? No. So what do I do in the meantime? I need something to bridge the gap between Silverpine and Hillsbrad. Stone Talon is 25, yeah. What, does anybody know what level Hillsbrad is in Cataclysm? Hillsbrad should be 20, okay. If it's 20, then... Yeah, because I'm in, like, that awkward position where I'm pretty sure that this is the fastest way to level, but I'm, like, kind of a little bit too far ahead. And obviously, if I had entered at the right time, then everything would have sorted itself out. But... well... we'll see. I need to keep an eye out for Lost Son of Aragol. And I'm just going to jump from the other hill. Your Goblin energy has grown too powerful. Yeah. Let's see. All these years in South Park's best way to level is killing pigs still holds up. Yeah. True that. Forget exactly what the Lost Son of Aragol patrol is, because I usually don't worry myself with finding it, but at this point, it is absolutely going to be up. I should look for it. So the thing about Lost Son of Aragol is, in your own personal leveling runs, it is never worth looking for him. Because Lost Son of Aragol will most likely be found by another player, and they will kill it before you ever get a chance to get the tag on it. But in this case, I know for a fact that it's up. Because nobody else is leveling here, and I found every other rare mob so far. The problem with that is Lost Son of Aragol, in addition to, you know, on regular servers, people kill him really often, he has a very, very, very long patrol range that, like, zigzags across the entire zone. So a lot of times, unless you just follow his entire patrol route, it's very hard to... oh. Interesting. So you can still sit outside, but this time it yanks you into the mine. It's interesting, these, like, weird, small changes between Cataclysm and retail. What is this? Silverleaf, I can do that. Get over here, yeah. Earthroot, can I do Earthroot yet? Cannot. Copper, I can do that. And normally we would go up there to get Lost Son of Aragol, or Lost Gilnean Wardog. And Lost Gilnean Wardog is not in the game. It wasn't added till mod. So there's no point in doing that. I'm going to go up here to get the copper, though. And I believe the area is still the same. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up here, and then I'm going to jump off the cliff and Goblin Racial. So even if there is no rare, you can still use this as a little shortcut. They didn't lose their dog yet, true. Okay. And... Nice. Huh? Okay. I guess we'll just do it the old-fashioned way. Slap that sucker on my bars and press it myself. I'll get Fenwick Thatros after this. Try not to fall asleep while waiting on retail dungeon queues as a DPS. I feel that. And imagine it can take quite a while. See, that's the nice thing about playing a tank. You never need to worry about that. Trying to think through. You know what I should do? Just gonna queue up for the Dungeon Finder. On the off chance there's, like, enough people queued for it, it pops, it pops. I do not expect that it will, but maybe, like, 1 or 2 people from the stream who have Cataclysm Beta will queue up. Who knows? And it would be nice to test, like, see how much Dungeon XP is. Healing currently leveling a Resto Shami. Nice. Resto Shamans are pretty good for leveling. Well, as far as healers are concerned. Now, there should be a chest in this general area. Brave to do Dungeon Finder on beta may have bots. Why would people be botting Cataclysm Beta, though? I would be very surprised if anybody's doing that. I don't really think there'd be much advantage to it. But if anything, I'd imagine at this point I could probably solo a lot of Cataclysm dungeons at my level. The tuning seems to be pretty generous. Farming data. Huh. I don't know how helpful it would be for them. I need Orc Sea Dog still. You're currently leveling a Prop Heli for the War Within. Nice. Prop Heli is definitely a good choice. Be the last one. And I can't do Mage Royal yet. What I'm curious about is whether... If I level up one more, I don't think the mobs in Quest turn gray, right? No, they're still green. Yeah, it's fine. Alright, we'll do Cruelty. And... after that, when do I learn Execute? That's definitely good. Oh, I can already learn Execute. Well, that's really nice. I'll definitely have to grab that at some point. Pretty much whenever I grab riding training, I think I'm gonna train again. I'll grab these 2 recipes from when I need them. I doubt I really will, but you never know. Rough stone I might need. If they ever fix professions, I'll need to hold on to everything else. Yeah. You don't think they turn gray until you get to the end of the zone level range? The green quest range is more generous in Cata? Really? Well, that's good to know. I was not aware. Wait, what? I didn't get credit for that last Orc Sea Dog? Well. Why is this innocent guy fishing a rare here? If I had to guess, it's probably related to, like, some developer reference. I'm not sure, though. You were soloing Ragefire as a prop, Hallie. You didn't test anything else, but it went pretty smooth. Huh. Maybe it's worth just, like, knocking out Shadowfang Keep at level for the quests. Working on leveling one of each armor type for a single warband. Nice. It's a good goal. Just a few. You've had 3 bots at once in Wrath leveling random dungeon finder. Oh, I mean, in Wrath? Yeah. I just, like, there's absolutely zero real reason for them to be on the Cataclysm Beta, I'm gonna be honest. They're not going to get any real data, I feel, at this point. Better off just waiting until live servers. For all these years... Oh yeah, I read that already. In a recent build, they fixed Victory Rush. It was healing 300% of your health pool. God damn. I mean, I'm kind of glad that I didn't test Warrior while that was a thing then, because that would have made this feel really dumb. But it also would have been pretty funny. I'm just gonna wait here, and then I'm gonna charge up the hill. No chest, as far as I can tell. We get Lost Sun anywhere? There's still a chance to find Lost Sun of Aragol somewhere else. And there's herbs over there that I should grab. No, definitely not 85 this stream. I would die. By the end of the stream, I'll decide what I want to do with continuing this. Kind of depends. I can say that we won't be picking this up for a little while. Just because of time constraints. So, the next time that I will do leveling for this will be at the earliest next weekend. Just because I have a lot of Season 4 stuff to do this week. And I don't want to, like, guarantee that I'm going to do this next weekend, because if they do another Panda leveling test stream, or test run this next weekend, I will do a stream for that. That takes priority if it's limited time. So, just do it on the pre-patch. I don't know. Well, it's on the PTR, right? So, I'm going to do actual leveling on the pre-patch. I will probably stream the Cata pre-patch whenever that happens and level a bit. Ideally, I'd like to have this wrapped up before the pre-patch, because I have other runs that I need to do. This isn't going to be the only testing run. It's just, I'm kind of in a weird spot right now where this very next week I have Season 4 stuff to do. After that, it's pretty much just all Cata. So we'll have plenty of time. But I just don't want to set anything concrete. Definitely the next, like, few days, I just won't have any time to do anything. I will note, I'm going to be streaming on Tuesday for Season 4 launch. Nothing crazy, just I'll be streaming whatever I'm doing. So I'll log in, I'll open my vault, I'll blast Mythic Plus keys for like hours on end, right? And then my raid times are really late at this point, so I don't know if I'm going to stream all the way until then, but maybe. Depending on how late the servers go live, I'll think about it. Yeah, we'll see. Oh, thank you. Yeah, okay, let me handle this, because you always do something weird. Thank you. Alright, 1 second. There we go. Do crossbow. There we go. You're overly paranoid with bots. You had a bad fortune of getting a random dungeon party that was all bots in retail a while back. Yeah. He was eating after every pull as a DK. Oh god. It went better than a follower dungeon. I can imagine. You were pulling 24 guys in your prot warrior, standing there hitting victory rush and mowing them down. Jesus Christ. Maybe going to the end of Hillsbrad. Yo, Zach, what's up? Are you going to play Cataclysm, Zach? I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And I want more people to play because I need more people playing Classic that I can run stuff with. And yeah, I'm thinking I might go to the end of Hillsbrad. It kind of depends on generally how the timing is working out, how things are, you know, whether they're fast or slow. Maybe we'll see what work is like there. I'm also finally hitting my breaking point with SOD. I think you probably picked the perfect time to stop with SOD. It's been basically all downhill ever since, which is unfortunate because it's like a lot of cool ideas, just poor execution. They always drop stuff at the worst time for you, yeah. Although I guess like at the end of the summer is when your schedule is the most free, and that's when we're going to be getting the War Within, so maybe you could check that out. Sucks to see what's happening with SOD. Yeah, I mean, they still have like a chance to pull a recovery, but like I can't speak for every SOD player, obviously. But speaking personally, they're kind of like at the end of my goodwill. There are only so many posts I can see Agron making on Twitter saying, hey, we really want your feedback. Until at a certain point, I'm just like, are you going to actually fucking listen to the feedback and make changes? Or are we just going to keep seeing over and over, like, we want feedback, and then we're just going to keep making terrible decisions that absolutely nobody wants? Like, I'm glad that they're at least saying that they want to listen and saying that they're, you know, interested in hearing community feedback and making changes, but when it's just routinely shit time and time again, at a certain point, we expect better. How's it downhill with SOD? I mean, I already ranted about this earlier in the stream, so I'll say if you want to like hear my entire rant about SOD, pretty early in the stream I talk about it. Just scroll back. But the summary is I really am not happy with a lot of the decisions they've been making. And frankly, I didn't even rant about everything. Like, I mean, the Band-Aid hotfixes are a big one that just, like, they leave something blatantly broken in. So, I ranted a lot about SOD also in my Discord, in writing and stuff, and my biggest issue with SOD is it needs a PTR. Really, like, if I could summarize all my problems, it is in desperate need of a PTR because it is very clear that they are not doing proper internal testing. And if you don't want to do proper internal testing, that's fine as long as you have players to fucking test it for you. But if they're not going to do a PTR and they're not going to do any internal testing whatsoever, because quite frankly, a lot of the glaring issues with the latest SOD phases have made it clear they are just not testing their shit, because some of the stuff is just absolutely avoidable with a basic eyeball check of, is this remotely reasonable? Jesus Christ. And the fact that they let this stuff slide shows they're not testing it whatsoever. So we need a PTR. We need some sort of, like, roughly balanced, or how do I put this? Some sort of basic PTR where they determine what players can and cannot access. Like, if you don't want people to get access to the new rune abilities, fine. If you don't want people to see all the discoveries, fine. But stuff like raids releasing in just an absolutely dogshit broken state needs to stop. Stuff like incursions being ludicrously overtuned for the first few hours and then emergency hotfix before most people can even take advantage of it needs to stop. Shit like the Warlock imp portals need to be playtested at least a tiny bit before put to live servers. There's just no quality control whatsoever with any of the shit going on with SOD, and it just makes it not fun for me to play. But I already ranted about that earlier. I'm not going to do it again. Like I said, go back to the start of the stream if you want to see that. What realm do you plan on playing on? Honestly, I have no idea. I don't even want to take a guess yet. Right, what I will say is right now I'm on Fairlina Horde. I have no idea if I'm going to stay there. I'm going to go wherever is best for all the people I plan on raiding with, which at this point I have no idea. He listened when the community asked to manage another RP PvP server. Yeah. Yeah, that... Yeah. Don't even get me started. I really hope they don't normalize Warrior Rage and SOD. I don't know much about that. What would that entail? I haven't been playing Warrior, so I can't speak to that. The PTR is a must, yeah. It's just basic shit. So that's why I said before, I will at least give it a shot in P4, but it's like... The reality of SOD, biggest issue, is it's just a bunch of rookie developers who just really have no idea what they're doing. And it's a cool concept, but they are clearly not being given enough resources. And they keep... One of the things that really pisses me off about the communication about, like, for the devs around SOD is a lot of the times they'll say things like, we want your feedback so when we do something like this in the future, we can make sure to do it better. And it's like, I don't give a shit what you do for your next season. I want you to fix the current fucking season that I'm actively playing. When you keep telling me that, like, these are things that we'll take into consideration when we do something like this again, fucking do it now. We're complaining about this now because we want to play SOD. Nobody is putting a gun to your head and forcing you to stick by these, like, design principles for this current season. If you think that something sounds like a good idea, just fucking implement it. And that's why the whole discovery bullshit frustrated me from the start, because the moment I saw that and they said, we're not doing a PTR, and they bragged about not doing a PTR, it's just classic Blizzard, like, pandering to fucking morons on the WoW forums who have no idea what they're talking about. Advertising that you're not doing playtesting is, like, the dumbest fucking thing that you could possibly say. And I am surprised that I have enjoyed SOD as much as I have thus far, because I went in kind of skeptical about it because they said shit like that. And it's the same thing when they go into Wrath Classic saying, like, to anybody who will listen, that they have removed the random dungeon finder because that's what everybody wanted. And it was very clear that nobody with a brain actually wanted the random dungeon finder to be removed. Everybody knew that the random dungeon finder was just a net positive for the game. And only, like, the most diehard, brain-dented classic Andes wanted the random dungeon finder removed. And they're, like, saying that it's a good thing, and the main selling point that they have in, like, news articles is like, oh, we listened to the player base, because they know that that's what gets headlines. Like, you know, then the fucking Kotaku and shit can write fucking clickbait articles about, oh, World of Warcraft Wrath of the Lich King Classic is removing a major hated feature by so much of the player base. And then, you know, people click and they're like, oh, gee, I wonder what major hated feature is being removed. That type of shit, right? So for SOD, you would see articles like World of Warcraft devs taking a radical approach to, you know, design of the new season in Classic or whatever. And then it talks about how they're not doing playtesting. Wow, that's really radical there. Shit like that. Just it just fucking annoys me when the advertisement, the selling point of your content is that we're removing this major feature or not doing this thing that is very critical to making the game run well, as has been proven time and time again across multiple iterations of WoW. But we're not doing it because like 1 or 2 people on Classic forums complained a while ago. And now suddenly we think that this is like actually a legitimate selling point to our content. Okay, that didn't put me in combat, thankfully. It just pisses me off, man. And then, of course, we see Random Dungeon Finder. They have to re-add it back in, because turns out everybody did actually want it. And, like, at a certain point in Wrath, it became very clear that they realized they made a huge mistake listening to all those diehard Classic players and just went completely the opposite direction, and now they're just adding retail features into Wrath Classic. So that really tells you all you need to know about how it went for them listening to the diehard Classic players. But it's like the same shit all over again in SOD, and then listening to them saying, you know, we're getting your feedback, so we'll do it right the next time. Brother, there's not going to be a fucking next time. Like, they already burned everybody with Season of Mastery. Season of Mastery was like something that Zach in chat is the only person I fucking know who actually played Season of Mastery. And they fucked it for everybody else. And now they get a second chance after completely ruining the first Classic season. Not necessarily because it was bad, but because it was mismanaged. Insanely stupid release date, for starters. But then also just ridiculously conservative changes. And now they finally have a chance to do it all over again, but better. And they're just doing this discovery bullshit. Like, just make the fucking game good. Nobody fucking cares about discovery. There's like a very small percentage of the SOD population that is actually like, gee willikers, I can't wait to log in on the new phase and discover all of my runes by collecting the different clues. Like, no, everybody just goes to fucking Wowhead, looks up how to get their fucking runes, because they're core rotational abilities that make the game more fun to play. It's just stupid. And half the fucking runes are just impossible to find on your own, and if you don't actually look up a guide, you're never gonna fucking find it. So the idea that this is actually meant to be some discovery thing that any real person has a chance to participate in is just fucking stupid. You shouldn't need a guidebook to learn. Yeah, exactly. It's just... it's dumb. You looked up how to get your rogue tank runes when you saw what you had to do, you said, fuck that. Yeah. They've made that a little bit better, admittedly. But... like, some of the design decisions in SOD P1, I will give you that, are fucking baffling. They have gone back on a lot of that and made it significantly easier to get, at least in recent phases. But you gotta wonder, what fucking developers sat there and thought players will really enjoy this? And I feel like part of it is just like, nobody really wants that insanely, painfully, grindy Classic playstyle. It's not fun, man. Like, there's a lot of stuff that I love about Classic, and having to spend ages grinding for every little thing is not one of them. That's the type of thing that you tolerate because you like the world and the gear progression and the class design of Classic, not the type of thing that you play Classic for. And the types of people who say that Classic can only be enjoyed if you play every little last bit of it are just fucking stupid. Anyway, so let me scroll up. I started a lot of discussion with that rant. SOD just wasn't it. The PvP and world PvP was dead and not even a second thought to them. Oh man, if you've seen how bad the PvP is now, It's terrible. It is absolutely terrible. Just did a BRD run to get a paladin a rune, and it was rough having to kill guys 6 level. Yeah, I heard about that. One of the paladins in my guild was complaining about that. That sounds fucking awful. Tar and Pallies may make you switch to Horde, yeah. You played SOD to 25, enjoyed BFD, and basically quit once No were released? Yeah. Yeah, SOD P1 was fun, right? I enjoyed it for sure. It had its problems, but I think we all kind of overlooked those problems because it was fun, it was novel. But they did basically fuck all in P2. Nomergon was a pretty mediocre raid, and the crafting system was fucking atrocious. The PvP turned to absolute shit starting in Phase 2. It was already bad in Phase 1, but it just became unplayable in Phase 2. They did nothing to fix that, and now PvP is just absolutely fucking garbage in Phase 3. And I have to suffer through PvP because they've now added all these new PvP sets that do nothing to fix any of the problems present within the system, but they're mandatory for tanks because they've overstated the shit out of half those pieces. So now I am expected, if I want to be viable on my Warlock tank, or viable is a strong word, if I want to compete for parses, if I'm being honest, on my Warlock tank, I need to go farm PvP. And it fucking sucks. And I hate grinding Arathi Basin. It is absolutely fucking miserable. But oh boy, they've also nerfed the honor gains from the Stranglethorn event, so you can't fucking do that. It blows my mind. I just don't understand what the fuck they expect from the player base. Basically, how warrior damage works is bigger hits, more damage equals more rage. They would make it so the damage doesn't matter, you get X rage, but that would nerf the class's high-end DPS. That makes sense. Yeah. That also explains why warrior is doing ludicrous amounts of damage. SOD was excellent in Phase 1. It fell on its face after that. Yeah. Travis said, finally caught a live stream. Been watching all the YouTube recordings for a minute. Nice. Good to see you. Glad you've been enjoying them. What do I want to take? Yeah, that's an upgrade. All warrior DPS runes right now are solely built upon giving us more damage. You normalize rage and they lose a lot of their oomph. I could see that. Yeah. I think... See, they said, like, in the original SOD presentation that they were going to make all other classes feel better, not gut warriors, but... I think they just don't know how to make other classes better. I think they just don't know really how to make SOD leveling work. It's just weird, man. Also, that Fan of Knives one-shot all of the hounds before I could even tag it. So I guess I need to make sure that I basically open with a Thunderclap so I get credit on all the tags. Okay. Did I get credit for that? Okay, yeah. As long as I tag it, I get credit when he Fan of Knives them. They love that carrot on a stick shit, though. Stay subbed will make it better next time, yeah. And, like, I get that the developer... Like, I have respect for Agrand in the sense that he is at least doing what I wish a lot of the other developers would try to do. Where he is going out there and giving... you know, asking for people's feedback publicly. At the very least, he is making it clear that he himself is listening. But he is one person. And I understand that Agrand is not solely responsible for all of Classic's problems, nor will he be able to magically fix all of Classic's problems, even if he does know the perfect solutions. It requires a lot of people to do that. And they just are understaffed. It's that simple. But when you see the stuff that Agrand says, and you see the general response to Agrand more so, it kind of makes sense why a lot of the Blizzard developers don't do what he's doing. And while I respect him for doing it, I think a lot of times he does more harm than good, even if he means well. Because when he says stuff like, you know, we want to make it better next time, like, I criticize that. and I know I just went off on a rant complaining about that. I am 99% sure that in his mind, what he really means is we are trying to make it better and we value all your feedback, even if it doesn't make it into this version of Classic. We still want to hear it so that if in the future we do this again, we can improve it. I know that's probably what he means. But as somebody who is salty with the current state of SOD, seeing that just leaves a sour taste in my mouth. And even though I deep down understand that he probably wants what's best for the game, it is really hard to not look at that and just be frustrated by it. Which is kind of the problem. Why, in many cases, he's probably doing more harm than good. And, like, I can step back and objectively look at it and say, yeah, I'm probably judging him a little bit unfairly based on some of his statements, but I don't think that everybody can do that. And then it just leads to people flaming him on Twitter. So, you know. I'm just gonna run to the cliff and then jump off. You always said Dungeon Finder good, Raid Finder bad? Yeah. Raid Finder is a bit of a weird situation. I also agree that it's probably not healthy for the game, but I also think that it does allow people to at least experience the raid. Personally, I think they should do what Final Fantasy does and have a Raid Finder, but actually make it somewhat decently difficult to where you need to have a head screwed onto your shoulders to clear the raid. Final Fantasy raids are not hard, but they are not complete face roll either. You can't just AFK and get free kills. Which is much better in my opinion. This will take improved to execute. They're listening to the classic Andes and hardly anybody else. They are listening to people like me and to a certain degree, just not nearly enough. Random Dungeon Finder killed WoW, then the game turned from MMO to single player. I think that's... Personally, somebody else agrees with you. I think that's a bad take. I respect your opinion, and I understand why you might think that. I believe you are incorrect. I think Random Dungeon Finder gets a lot of blame when it has nothing to do with Random Dungeon Finder. The idea that Random Dungeon Finder existing somehow makes the game more social is just dumb. It's the entire game design as a whole that has evolved from this, you know, find people out in the world organically and group up to do stuff into, you know, we're just going to do things as efficiently as possible. And quite frankly, even in SOD, when we don't have Random Dungeon Finder, it still has turned into a very streamlined experience of go, get things done as quickly as possible. And you saw that happening in TBC Classic, right? With the bulletin board add-on, where it was just you look through a list of groups and you just message the person when you see, like, you know, they need XYZ thing. People are always looking these days for ways to streamline things and save time. It is a combination of the evolution of game design and the evolution of gaming culture as a whole. Random Dungeon Finder is just the patsy. It is not actually the cause of any of these problems. So, respectfully, I disagree with you. Most people on the forums wanted Dungeon Finder. Everyone you knew wanted Dungeon Finder, yeah. They banned 3/4 of the players in 1 week. Oh yeah, I remember the whole AFK and AP thing. Yeah, that was fucked. You shouldn't need a guidebook to learn how to find your runes. Yeah, exactly. With no guide, you literally would not have most runes because they're not intuitive at the slightest. Yeah, completely agree.
What are we if not slaves?
Let's upgrade. I have to wait for the Godfrey RP. You have no clue where to start with your runes. You're not an inspector. You did the grind for the rogue tank rune before it was changed to friendly. You now have PTSD. Yeah. You don't enjoy sitting AFK on a flight path for 20 minutes. Yeah. PvP from P2 is such a letdown. Yeah. I disagree that P1 PvP was great. I think it was fine, but it was not amazing. I expected them to improve it for the better, not completely let it stagnate and turn into the cesspool that it is now. Where am I right now? I'm in Silverpine Forest. That was Gilneas that I just came out of, which is part of the Silverpine Forest questline. The BGs in Classic aren't fun for you. You just don't do it. You suffer the Stranglethorn Veil Bloodcoin grind just to get previous items. Well, one nice thing for me as a Warlock is my Stranglethorn Veil items are so bad that I don't even need to farm it. It's just not even an upgrade. So, silver lining, I guess. Am I excited for Season 4 of Retail? Yes, actually, I am. I'm going to be streaming that on Tuesday, and I will be playing it quite a lot during the week. Your husband and your friends are still playing SOD, but you've been so bored there. You took a break for a bit, now you're focusing on Wrath to prepare for Kata? Yeah, I feel that. Grab this quest. And... quest from High Warlord Chromush. Classic will never really feel like vanilla. Exactly. Yeah. This isn't exactly a hot take, but at the same time, I still see people saying things like random dungeon finder killed WoW, and it's just like, no. Definitely didn't. People always blame the thing that killed WoW on the feature that they don't like. The reality is, nothing has killed WoW. I hate to break it to you, but I'm still playing retail and I'm still enjoying retail. The game has evolved, and you don't have to like it. That's perfectly fine. You know, that's what Classic is for. But nothing killed WoW. The only thing that came close to killing WoW was developer incompetence and a blatant lack of content. Which, duh. That was the only thing that ever came very, very close to killing the game. But the reality is, for every person who disliked one feature, there were 2 other people who liked it just as much. I will give you that. Archaeology was a shit system, but I think we can all agree it definitely didn't kill WoW. I know you're joking, though, but I will agree that it is bad. You can't fix WoW? I mean, you don't... What do you mean fix WoW? You don't need to fix WoW. I think WoW is in a fairly good spot right now, relatively speaking. There's really nothing to fix. Obviously, certain areas of parts of the game are problematic. I just got done ranting about how SOD is not in the best spot, but there's still time. But I think SOD is only one part of WoW. It's kind of almost like you said, there's multiple different versions of WoW, so if one part's doing bad, there's probably another that's doing just fine. Oh my god. On die. I can victory rush. And cloth. Crap. Alright, let's go do these quests. Have 50% XP bonus. This is not Wrath. This is Cataclysm. There's no XP bonus in Cataclysm. You can never win with classic Andes. They always see conflict. Yeah. So the way gaming has evolved, people want to streamline and be as efficient as possible. It's the same way with other games. Yeah. And I mean, like, a lot of people criticize that mentality, but, like, that is how I enjoy playing games. Like, I make fucking speed leveling guides, right? I've said a million times, I make content for things that I enjoy doing. I don't just make speed leveling guides for the sake of making speed leveling guides. It's what I enjoy. So, a lot of people criticize the go, go, go mentality. And, like, I think there is a time and a place for it. Like, I, generally speaking, an actual classic, like, original classic, vanilla, I prefer to take my time and not speedrun. Because a lot of original low-level classic is about making progress on multiple systems at once. You're leveling your professions, you're leveling your weapon skills, you're getting gear that can actually, in many cases, be relevant. And you're doing all that while leveling your character. So speedrunning almost defeats the purpose. But that's not always the case. Also, holy resource nodes. Jesus Christ. There's like a million herbs and ore here. And I can't loot any of it. Because it's way too high level for me. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get to level 20. Then I'm going to run to northern Silverpine Forest and like southern Tearsfall Glades. Ooh, nice. We got a chest. So how much XP does this give me? None. Okay. So chests are not currently giving XP. Good to know. But I'm going to level up my mining and herbalism. And then I'm going to come back here and collect all of this shit. Because this is, like, huge. Can I hit 20 and turn on war mode? Yeah. Exactly. Is there anything here I can pick up? No. People have less spare time and even less attention span, hence they want to skip gaming fluff. Yeah. That's the thing. For some people, that is part of it. And for me, that is also an element of it. But I also just like the process of optimization. I like finding the fastest route through something or the most efficient way to handle something. I've always enjoyed that. In all games. Like, I play Total War Warhammer a lot, and I min-max in Total War Warhammer, a single-player strategy game. Do I need to min-max a single-player strategy game? Absolutely not. It literally affects nobody except me, myself, and I. But I do it because I like the idea of, like, fine-tuning my, like, heroes' gear and talent points and stuff like that, and building, like, really refined army compositions to get, like, really cool battle results and stuff like that. And, like, pull off crazy wins against crazy odds. That's what's fun for me. That's what I enjoy doing. Even if it is just single player. Chess gave XP in an earlier build. Odd that it doesn't now. Yeah, definitely weird. I think it's kind of good that I won't be doing many leveling runs until after Season 4 settles down, because hopefully by the time I really start testing leveling in this, a lot of the major bugs will be fixed. Hopefully. But who fucking knows, right? Impossible to say. It's my Hearthstone's off cooldown, so I could Hearth whenever I want. I'm just gonna hand in these quests, and then I will Hearth. Because it's gonna send me up to the Sepulchre, and I might as well just fly back there. There we go. The Ret fiasco in PvP is wild in retail. You want to... What's the Ret fiasco? I'm not a retail PvPer. So, if there's some big thing with retail PvP and Ret, I have no idea. Wish Saw did more things like Kadamu early on that looked like it was fun. I mean, for most people, Kadamu was just the thing that gave you bonus blood. Not everybody actually tried to kill him. I assume that's what you're referring to. Kadamu was, like, never really of significance for me. WoD was as close as they ever got to killing the game. I disagree. I think WoD was the first time they ever came close to killing the game. The closest they ever came to killing the game, and it's not even close, was Shadowlands. That is, like, not even up for debate. They just absolutely destroyed the game's reputation in Shadowlands, almost irreversibly. If Dragonflight was anything close to the level of shit that BFA and Shadowlands were, the game would never have recovered. Shadowlands gave the future expansions a fighting chance to make the game fun again. Without it, would have been fucked. WoW was like McDonald's. Everyone complains that it's the worst, but it will never realistically die. And we'll see. I hope it doesn't, but Blizzard can still royally fuck up. It is entirely within their power to do so.
Speak quickly.
Wow, that's really expensive.
Goodbye.
I almost didn't have the money for that. I'm just gonna vendor all this shit. Oh, fuck. Ah, fuck. I guess it's not a big deal. It's just mildly annoying. I'll go down there and turn it in, why not? Mounts. I assume I get my Goblin Trike. Fuck it. Who needs Goblin Trike when you could just get Mechano Hog? Yeah. Let's go hunting for skill ups. Copper, can use that. As a transmog collector, what's annoying is Cataclysm removes all those unique green items from these rare spawns. We literally just got back in Dragonflight. Yeah. I mean, on one hand, I feel you there. On the other hand, I have multiple bank characters filled with items that are going away in Cataclysm and Wrath of the Lich King. So I stand to make a lot of gold off that. So I kind of hope that they don't re-add them, but like, I do agree that it would make the game better if the rare mobs just drop the items normally. But from a purely selfish perspective, I hope they don't, because I kind of want to recoup my investment. But, you know. Is Kata when Heroic Strike became an instant ability? I believe so, yes. Fair, Shadowlands was bad, yeah. Shadowlands was the worst lethal PR blow Blizzard made, yeah. WoD wasn't really that bad. Yeah, I don't think really many people cared about WoD in terms of, like, it being bad. I was definitely concerned when WoD was current content, because I'm like, I really hope that this isn't what we can expect from WoW in the future. But it was the first time that WoW had ever been in an objectively bad state, so everybody was kind of like waiting to see what they did next. And then they gave us Legion, which was really good. So nobody really thought about it much. Shadowlands was not good up until after Nathria. I respect your opinion, though. I just disagree. WoD had some redeeming stuff for everyone. Shadowlands had almost no redeeming qualities. Yep, completely agree. WoD was not bad, it was just rushed and incomplete. Yep, agreed. You refunded your Shadowlands pre-order, one of your better choices? Yeah. You picked the perfect time to drop out of retail, though I still think you should come back at some point. If they redid WoD and gave us the content they skipped, it would be much better received, for sure. I don't know if they'll ever go that far, but it would be interesting. Out of curiosity, if you guys had to give Dragonflight on a scale 1 to 10, what would you give it? Good question. I would give Dragonflight... What'd I give Dragonflight? I would give Dragonflight a 6. If we're comparing it to, like, all WoW expansions ever. I think that's fair. It doesn't deserve really much higher than that. I think Dragonflight is a good expansion. It doesn't have any major flaws. It's just kind of boring. I would say, and like by my rankings, I would put Miss of Pandaria at 10 out of 10. That is like the peak. I would put Legion at 9 out of 10. And if I'm being honest, I would also put Warlords of Draenor at a 6 out of 10. I would personally rank WoD and Dragonflight at exactly the same. For different reasons, of course. Because if I am being completely objective here, well, I guess this is more subjective, but if I'm like analyzing my personal enjoyment of it, just completely like how much did I enjoy each expansion, I had more fun during Warlords of Draenor than I had in Dragonflight. And I am probably in the minority there, I will admit, because I did challenge modes a lot and I really enjoyed challenge modes. But I think that Warlords of Draenor, for the people who actually played it, or rather for the people who enjoyed the type of content that it had to offer, it was a better expansion. Whereas Dragonflight was just kind of shallow for everybody. In Dragonflight, the people who probably love it the most are the collectors, I'm guessing, because it has a lot of shit to collect. But in terms of fun gameplay, it had 3 really mediocre raids with a lot of really shit bosses, and all of the dungeons are fairly mediocre, with some of them being pretty shit. It's not bad. Like, could get a lot worse. We've just had a lot worse. But it's not good. Let's see. You give it a 6 out of 10, a lot of content, but most of it was just fluff. You give it an 8 out of 10, pretty great expansion overall, but there could be improvements. Yeah, some people definitely will like it more than others. Somebody else is 6. You can't dive into WoW anymore like you used to. Too much of that bullshit adult stuff. Yeah, I feel that. I got a message from Pooty the other day, and he said he's probably going to resub to check out the Panda stuff. Hadn't actually talked to him in quite a while, but, you know, he reached out to me, which was pretty cool. There it is. Dragonflight seems like a solid C+ or B-. I'd personally say it's definitely not a C. I'd probably say B- if I was giving it like a letter grade, is where I would put it. It's a safe expansion. That's a very good way of describing it, yeah. It doesn't really take any major risks. You would also put WoD over Dragonflight? Yeah. Personally, I wouldn't want to directly say that I think WoD is better than Dragonflight, because I think they have their pros and cons. But what I can say for sure is that in terms of my enjoyment levels, WoD was more fun for me than Dragonflight. If I was putting my own personal tier list, I would put Dragonflight ahead. But when I'm like giving it a rating, I'm trying to be more like objective with it and not like take my own personal feelings into account. And in that situation, I would say they're comparable. The only reason people praise Dragonflight so greatly is it's being compared to Shadowlands, one of the worst pieces of fiction ever. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, they made dragons boring, Corey Austin. I completely agree with that. I have just not been engaged with the story at all at any point this expansion. It's like they turn dragons into like the personification of friendship. The aspects are basically just like the fucking main characters of My Little Pony. And like, self-reporting a little bit here, I actually liked My Little Pony, so I'll give you fucking that. But at the same time, there's a very big tonal difference between fucking My Little Pony and World of Warcraft. You know, the names should kind of give away that they shouldn't have the same general story vibe. So, yeah. My Little Pony dragons were actually, yeah, true. True. Yeah. That honestly is one of the things I liked about it. They actually had some damn good world building in My Little Pony. For all the shit people throw at it, I actually really enjoyed the world building. Caught in 4K. Yeah. Like, I'll admit it. It had good writing. What can I say? My Little Pony lore is still better than most Blizzard lore? Yeah. Is there a difference leveling 70 to 80 between Wrath and Kata? Yes. There's a reduced amount of experience required to level through 70 to 80. So, like, the actual content is fundamentally the same, but you need less experience per level, which makes it easier. I'd probably give WoD a B-2. I might even give WoD a C+ if I'm being objective about it. Even though, like I said, I personally enjoyed it more. Your first expansion was BFA, not Dragonflight. Your first expansion was BFA, and Dragonflight has been an 8 out of 10. Yeah, but, like, to be fair, you started WoW when it turned to shit, and now you're finally getting to see WoW when it's actually somewhat good. Which, I don't blame you for enjoying Dragonflight. But that's the thing, like, if we're comparing all World of Warcraft expansions, if you played Mists of Pandaria, which, like I said, is my 10 out of 10, and Legion, which I would say is a 9 out of 10, then you would have seen WoW when it was really good, and you would know what it could be, and then you would rank Dragonflight appropriately. Is mainly my point there. MLP is a manly show, yeah. I never finished it, honestly. One of these days, I need to go back and watch the rest of it. I had the ending, like, spoiled for me, and I say spoiled because, like, the friend that I was talking to, I asked them, you know, about how it ended, and they, like, told me about, like, all the main beats, and I'm like, oh, it sounds interesting. But I still want to go back and watch it. I forget what season I stopped. I think I watched up to, like, season 4. Yeah. It's, like... I feel like they couldn't really give it, like, a super concise ending, but it was also really hard for me to tell for sure, because, like, all I got was, like, the major story beats from my friend. So I don't, like, know exactly how the ending is for it. But it did... Some of the stuff that they told me, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. I saw that coming. And some of the other stuff was like, eh. Nice, more nodes. My Little Paladin rating is magic. Carlton is a Fluttershy fan, you heard it here. Honestly, I was always more of a Pinkie Pie fan, if we're being real. You unironically miss Mop WoD and Legion story days? Yeah. Used to look up WoW times MLP art in your younger days. Oh man, that brings me back. Yeah, there was like a lot of crossover art back then. Surprisingly, like, the crossover between people who played Team Fortress 2, which I played a lot back then, and the people who watched My Little Pony was, like, surprisingly high. I don't know why, of all things. Do we know if they're going to keep the XP buff and the Kata pre-patch? I have absolutely no idea. I don't know if they've confirmed it anywhere, but someone can feel free to let me know. You're telling Pooty? Pooty... I'm pretty sure Pooty knew. Didn't Pooty, like, make fun of me for watching My Little Pony, like, all the fucking time back in the day? I mean, he wrote, like, the entire joke thing about Anji-san. He always made fun of me for shit like that. You're reminded of Team Fabulous 2? I don't remember, but there were, like, a bunch of, I'm guessing that was, like, a YouTube animation, because I know there were a bunch of things like that. Probably, knowing Pooty, probably. You're really excited to play Miss Remix and retail to experience it and get some of the cosmetics. You think the theme of it was really good? Yeah. We'll get it for real in Mop Classic, which is what I'm mostly excited for. But I think the retail thing will be at least a fun way to experience it, like you said. And, hey, we get a lot of transmog, which, what's not to like? A fellow Pinkie Pie fan, you have good taste. Thank you, sir. Or ma'am, I don't know. I don't want to assume. MLP the GOAT, yeah. The problem with the ending is Discord, but Discord was a problem post-redemption. Yeah, I definitely didn't watch far enough then. You won't say anymore. Gotcha. When is Mist coming out? We don't know. I suspect June, but it's hard to say. Dragonflight in the grand scheme of WoW is pretty mid, but coming from back-to-back crap X-Packs, it was much needed back to basics. Yeah, for sure. Pinkie Pie still had a more interesting villain arc than the Jailer. Oh, boy. Now we have ChatGPT. Oh, God. Oh, dear Lord. They haven't said, but you would assume not having the XP buff? Yeah. I'd imagine. Okay, real quick. I finally caught up in chat for a brief moment. I've had a pizza sitting here that I've been waiting to eat for like the past 30 minutes, so I'm going to mute my mic for a moment. I'm going to eat my pizza, and I won't be talking while I'm eating, for obvious reasons, but, you know, just going to try to do that quickly. So, muting my mic now. Okay. Pizza is finished. So, real quick things. Let me just, see. One second, just responding to a Discord message really quick. Oh, I missed a note. So, what did I miss? One thing I did say is, I don't know if people saw, I typed in /say. So first off, all the pizza eating ASMR stuff, Jesus Christ. I expect nothing less, though. It was pepperoni pizza, just to be clear. What else? You tried an AI chat with Twilight Sparkle and she recommended nukes. AI has 0 chill. God damn. Let's see. This step you usually go to WAD on your other speedruns. Well, yeah. Look, I'd love to do WAD right about now, but I don't think it's happening. Maybe if I just, like, AFK for a few years. You watch MLP and Winx Club specifically for the story when you were younger? Dragonflight tried to do that, but it failed. Yeah, I haven't seen Winx Club, or what was the other one somebody mentioned? Totally Spies. Yeah, I haven't seen those. I've heard of them. But I do think that, yeah, a lot of shows that were aimed at kids actually had fairly good writing. I think the big thing that Dragonflight failed to do, though, was just... it didn't build the characters. Somehow it took established characters like Alex Straza and just made them feel like complete strangers because their just writing was so weird. And I don't know. I don't like a lot of the writing, but admittedly, the worst part about Dragonflight was the villains. I think somebody else said that at some point, but you know, a lot of those kid shows, right? They have compelling villains. Or kids, you know, shows aimed at kids, right? One of the things that a lot of people liked about them is they had really, you know, well-written, compelling villains. And Brock is just the most boring, zero-depth villain that you can get. And I feel like I kind of know why Farrak is the way he is. Because the Jailer was this big, scheming mastermind who plotted all of Warcraft 3, blah, 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 blah. And everybody hated him. And obviously the reason people hated the Jailer is because it was fucking dog shit writing. But what I believe happened is the writers saw the backlash to the Jailer and thought, wow, I guess people don't like complex villains with, like, really deep motives. And they decided to make the main villain of Dragonflight literally a Saturday morning cartoon villain. Worse than that, who his entire goal is, I am a fire dragon, and I want to burn down that big tree. Okay, sure. Yeah, that certainly is a motivation. And nothing about Farrak is interesting. I mean, I always feel weird saying this because, like, I know that it's not entirely their fault. I'm not blaming the voice actor here. I'm sure the voice actor for Farrak is a lovely person who is good at his job and was just given bad material. But, when, like, I think of Farrak and his voice acting, I think of... I can't unhear it now. Basically, so in my previous guild... when Farrak transitions out of Intermission 1 into Phase 2, he says, by flame or by axe, I will tear you asunder. But he says it in a way that one time when we were in the middle of a pull, my raid leader in my previous guild said, "I finger my ass as I tear you asunder," and I cannot unhear that now. So every single time Rock transitions into phase 2, all I hear is, "I finger my ass as I tear you asunder," because like the way that it's like he speaks, it just like kind of sounds like that. And that's like all I can think about Farak now. But like the general writing and stuff just like isn't necessarily great for Farak either. He doesn't necessarily have the best voice lines. A lot of it is just incineration, I will devour you whole, and stuff like that. It's just like, it's just boring. And at the very least, when I think of Razageth, wait, Matthew Mercer voices Farak? I didn't even know that. Okay, well, I'm glad I gave that disclaimer. Yeah, because I definitely know who he is. Yeah, so definitely a case of just shitty direction. But yeah, I didn't even know he voiced Farak. Jesus Christ, they wasted him on Farak? Fucking hell. But like Razageth, while Razageth was also kind of a stupid villain, she had at least slightly more interesting motivations, and Razageth had amazing lines like, "You think the Titans brought order to this world? No! They shackled it. What they could not control, they imprisoned, just as the Axpex did to us!" And then boom, and everybody gets sent to Intermission 1 platform. So Razageth at least has some iconic lines, and I like Razageth. I hate Razageth as a boss fight, but I appreciate some of the Razageth voice lines, so I don't know. It's I mean, Sarkareth was also a really shit villain. Sarkareth, honestly, I kind of hated him even more than Farak, because like Sarkareth gave me like baby jailer vibes. Like, he thinks he's some cool, conniving villain, and he's just so stupid. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to hearing it again, for sure. Oh god, I hope we don't spend too long on Razageth. I fucking hated Razageth. That fight was a fucking pain. Also here, Kelly, before I forget. There we go. At least they nerf the winds? Yeah. Well, that'll make it easier for classes that struggle to deal with it. I mean, the big issue with Razageth is just the intermissions. Like, the ads in Intermission 1 are just such a pain in the ass. And then Intermission 2 with the fucking the big elementals, and you have to do like the little dance to make sure that you bait the breaths properly. Ugh. Ah, I hate that. The intermissions were easily the worst part of Razageth. Not even close. You're level 25 and have 24 hours played. I'm gonna overtake you. How am I doing this? You're just killing shit. I'm killing shit and questing, and I mean, well, now I'm not. But that's really all there is to it. If anything, this goes to show that, like, leveling is just about efficient questing. I have no heirlooms, I've mailed over nothing, I started with, like, one of the worst leveling zones in the game. You just do efficient pulls, do efficient questing, that's all it is. Daddy Denathorus, yeah. Yes, I gave you the power. Think they said each raid is 2 weeks? Yeah, weeks 1 and 2 is Vault. 3 and 4 is Aberrus. 5 and 6 is Emir Drasil, and then week 7 we get all 3 raids. Do you think the whole jailer mastermind thing would have been better if they didn't tell us he was behind everything? Yeah, for sure. Because, you know, show don't tell, right? If they had just shown him being behind the Nathrazim, and that's it. Like, I could have been behind that, right? But, like, the idea that he was somehow pulling the strings from prison this entire time, it's just stupid. I mean, there really isn't much to say about it. It's just dumb. I don't think I really need to convince anybody about that. Like, I guess the question there is more so, is there a way that they could have written it where it wouldn't have been as shit and it could still fill the general story? And honestly, no, not really. I think there were, like, I remember watching some Bellular videos at the time where apparently the original story would have looked a lot differently, and the way that Bellular hypothesized that it would have looked like sounded like it would have been a lot better as a story. But I still think that it would have been problematic no matter what. It was just not great. Oh, I missed your earlier message. 5 hours in and only level 20, Finn did better. True. Yeah, I should get Finn down here to finish the rest of the speedrun. They ruined him the moment they called him a Titan Plus threat. God. It just, I don't know. I really don't like the idea of random gigantic villains that have never been present in the story before suddenly being, you know, this big super duper threat that has never been foreshadowed. It's kind of one of the issues that I have with Endwalker. I really like Final Fantasy XIV storytelling by and large, and I think Shadowbringers is the single best story ever told. At least, well, that's probably a bit of an exaggeration. The single best story ever told in a video game, at the very least. But I wasn't thrilled with Endwalker. Because, once again, if you haven't played Final Fantasy XIV, I'm not going to give spoilers. I'm talking very, very vaguely. But the end boss of Shadowbringers, while they only foreshadowed him at the end of the previous expansion, so, like, you didn't really know much about him for a while, the general threat that he posed, trying to be very vague here, organizational threat, has been, like, a key part of the lore for a very long time, basically since the beginning. So, while you do not know this individual character, you know a lot about the people that he associates with, and you've heard vague things about the general power of this group since the very early levels of A Realm Reborn in Final Fantasy XIV. So, when you see this really powerful guy do really powerful things, it doesn't really come as a surprise. And you're not upset that, oh, no, there's this super secret villain. You're like, oh, this is one of those villains that they have been foreshadowing since the very beginning of the story in Final Fantasy XIV. And that is how you set something up. And I'm sure that when they originally wrote those, like, lines in the, you know, base game, that they weren't thinking this far ahead. But what they probably did is they were like, okay, well, we've planted all of these seeds, you know, early on in the story. What can we do later on to basically make all of these cool plot threads come to fruition? And they did that perfectly, because it feels as if they planned it the entire time, even though I'm almost certain they didn't. And the difference, yeah, I know not everybody's going to understand the whole Final Fantasy thing, but the difference in the last expansion, Endwalker, is the final villain gets introduced for the first time, like, so max level is level 90, I think? I believe level 90. So level 90 is the cap. You meet the final villain for the very first time at level 84. And obviously, levels in Final Fantasy XIV take a lot longer to get through. It's not like WoW, where you kind of breeze through it. So, effectively, 1/3 of the way through the new expansion questline, you meet the final villain for the very first time. And there's, like, a whole questline that kind of sets up them being the final villain. But then it, like, I kind of get why they did it the way they did. But it doesn't really feel earned. And I didn't end up really liking the final villain. I can't really say much else without risking getting into spoiler territory, so I won't. But it just didn't feel as earned to me as previous expansions. And it felt a little shallow, I think, because you're so used to fighting like these really compelling villains that have really good motivations. Final Fantasy has amazing villain writing. And then we just get a villain that's like kind of impossible to relate to and doesn't really have believable, realistic motivations. Like, basically, motivations on the level of, I want to destroy the universe just cuz. And it's like, it's not really fun or interesting. I don't know. Final Fantasy end bosses can be cool, or they end up a giant space flea like Necron, yeah. It's, yeah. I'm hoping Dawn Trail is better. I did not play the patch content for Endwalker, but I've heard that it is very similar, which was a bit of a disappointment because after Endwalker finished, they said, oh, we're gonna go back to more grounded, like, down-to-earth storytelling, and then they just did the same shit again for the patch content, and I'm guessing what they probably meant is, after the whole Endwalker expansion ended, that's what was gonna happen. But a lot of people like me misinterpreted that as the main storyline of Endwalker when it concluded. The patch content was going to have, you know, introductions into more lighthearted content. And based on everything I've heard, that is just not the case. So, little bit of a bummer there. Final Fantasy has had similar look at Kefka. Kefka just wanted to destroy everything for fun. And, like, you can have that. You can have villains that are just, like, insane and just want to watch the world burn. I think it can work. But, I don't know. I just feel like they need to be better written. Many franchises slowly wither and die due to power creep, yeah. It is interesting dealing with power creep. Because, like, I understand why it exists, because, especially in video games, it's really hard to, you know, tell a compelling story and also make it challenging. Because the idea, obviously, of most video games is that, you know, fights get progressively harder, and it's progressively more difficult as you go through the game. And it doesn't really make a lot of sense if you're just fighting like some generic thug who is somehow higher level than, you know, the boss of the previous expansion or whatever. Like a random mob in Cataclysm being stronger than the Lich King. It feels weird. But at the same time, it's just kind of awkward if you don't do that. So I don't know. I think, like, one of the stories that I've seen deal with power creep the best, and, like, it's not perfect, but the way that it handles it in the story, I think, is really good, is JoJo's Bizarre Adventures. I really like how, because every single arc in that show follows, or, well, obviously the story first written and then the show, but I haven't read the manga or whatever, I've only watched the show. But every single season or arc, whatever, follows a different person. It follows a different JoJo, right? So the entire show is JoJo's Bizarre Adventures, but there is a different person in the Joestar family every single season, and every single season you follow their journey. And they usually start, like, from scratch with, like, no understanding of their powers, so you get to see, like, their growth every single time and how they tackle challenges. And it's still, like, you know, the same universe, right? So you get familiar characters that show up and help out. But that way, like, for instance, after Arc 3, where, you know, Dio versus Jotaro and stuff, Jotaro becomes ridiculously powerful. And he literally gets the ability to stop time. That's kind of a broken power. What would happen if the, you know, show just kept going following him from then on? But instead, they follow somebody else, and Jotaro becomes a supporting character who only shows up and helps out when needed, and that way it still becomes compelling and interesting to watch. I have not watched One Piece. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if I will ever watch One Piece. That is a show that I have heard a lot of conflicting stuff on. It, like, a lot of people say it's really good, but I will say this much. I genuinely struggle to understand how a show that has that many episodes could possibly have good, really good storytelling. But I have heard a lot of good things about it, so I don't know. I'm not going to judge it completely. One thing that I will say for sure is I know that it has a lot of filler episodes, and I cannot stand filler episodes. Generally speaking, whenever I watch a show that starts hitting me with filler episodes, I bounce off that real quick. JoJo's had some of that, although very sparingly, and I actually started to lose interest when that happened. But I stuck through with it, and especially the later seasons tend to be more plot-focused and have very little filler. But any show that has extensive filler arcs really, really frustrates me. Yeah, obviously, My Little Pony. I mean, a lot of shows that are, like, directed at kids need to have filler arcs because they are made to be, like, something that airs every week or whatnot. And it's kind of a necessity when your show is designed in that format. It's worth... Oh, yeah. I will give you the perfect example of a show that I absolutely could not stand. And I think I've talked about this before. But I had a friend who got me to watch Fairy Tail. And I didn't really have any interest in it. But I watched it because they really liked the show, and I was like, sure. They were really excited about watching it. And oh boy, I do not think I have ever been more bored watching a show in my entire life. It had some of the most excruciating filler arcs that I have ever seen, and exactly what Freeze said about when the main story feels like a filler arc. Some of the plot lines, I'm just like, holy shit, this is boring. And I feel bad because, like, the last time I brought this up, a few people were like, oh, I love Fairy Tail. And it's like, if you grew up with Fairy Tail and you really like it and you like the characters, like, I don't blame you. But I could not fucking stand it. I think I've watched, like, 300 episodes of Fairy Tail, and it is probably a show that I have watched more than anything else that I have zero plans of finishing. Most shows that I watch, like, a good chunk of episodes of, I will at least try to finish, just, like, begrudgingly of, like, I guess I should finish this. Usually, though, when I'm unsure if I want to finish something, I will look it up and I will read about the ending, or at least some major plot beats, and be like, do I even want to continue this? Like, another non-anime example is The Blacklist. My dad recommended The Blacklist to me. I watched the first few seasons, and I thought it was good. And then I hit a point, I forget which season, I think it was like season 3 or something, where I was just really not vibing with the latest few episodes. And the general story just did not interest me. It did not interest me at all, and I was really getting lost with the show. I'm just like, I am not feeling this. And at the end of the season that I was watching, I looked up how The Blacklist ends, and I said, okay, I'm done with the show. I'm just not watching. Because at that point, I did not really want to keep watching, so I'm like, unless this does have a really interesting ending and, you know, maybe the show gets better. But then I looked at the ending and I'm like, wait, this is dog shit. Like, the writers clearly have no fucking clue what they're doing. Why am I wasting my time with this show? And I dropped it. Avatar, I still need... Oh, man, people are gonna get mad at me for this. I never finished the final season of Avatar. I started watching it, and then I just, like, got distracted and never finished. But I agree that, yeah, from what I watched, it did have really interesting... It's hard to even call that filler, but I get what you mean. That's just good writing, though. Fuck. I need, like, one more copper mine. Then there's shows like Doctor Who that flat out refuse to have canon and just do whatever. Yeah. I haven't watched Doctor Who, but I have watched a lot of video essays about Doctor Who, and I've heard a lot of interesting opinions on it. I don't know. It seems interesting. But I don't know if I could vibe with the whole, like, you know, rewriting the canon constantly. What is Gitsak? That, I don't recognize that name. It's a perfect example of hated fairy tale, yeah. It's like comparing Tom and Jerry to Lord of the Rings, yeah. Or Lord of the Rings, yeah. I get you. Atla is... Oh yeah, Avatar the Last... Yep. You really like BoJack Horseman? You think it's superb writing, but also hard to sit through at times? I never watched the final season of BoJack Horseman. I liked it, though. I do think it was a good show. But yeah, there's like a lot of shows that I can just put on in the background while doing other stuff. Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex. I've not heard of that. Like some good examples of shows that I've watched recently. So, I talked about this before. I think I only said it on my Discord, though. I watched the entire Fallout show, start to finish in, like, one day. Really, really, really good. I was kind of, like, skeptical because I'm like, you know, it's a video game story. There's no way that it's actually that good. It is just that good. It is really, really good. And I have never played Fallout games before. And now I want to. It's that good. So, if anybody has not watched Fallout yet, absolutely watch it. Really, 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 really good. Isn't there... Oh, I accidentally flew to Undercity, not Brill. Yeah, Breaking Bad... I've watched Breaking Bad so many times. Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, both amazing shows. I just finally finished Better Call Saul. I've been waiting. Basically, I watched Better Call Saul up to episode 13 in the final season, and then I rewatched all of Breaking Bad, and then I went back and finished Better Call Saul. So it took me a while to actually get around to finishing it, but finally got done with it. Amazing shows, both of them. This brings me back. Your first Kata character was a Goblin Warrior. Nice. Beavis and Butthead movie actually had more emotions than the entirety of Shadowlands. Oh boy. Fallout TV show was a lot of fun. Love Walter Goggins as the ghoul. He's a delight in every scene. Yeah, he was a really good character. The show surprisingly nailed the tone and story style of the Fallout games pretty well, which we were not expecting at all going into it. Interesting, yeah. It's hard for me to say because I haven't played the games, but I definitely really enjoyed it. And I mean, I've heard good things about the Fallout games. I have a lot of friends who play it. So I guess I needed to go to the Undercity anyway, so I suppose it's good that I came here. But yeah, I really liked it. You should watch White Collar. I heard about White Collar. I think it was like on my recommended or something, and I considered watching it. I don't know anybody who's seen it though, so it's one of those where like I watch a lot of shows that get recommended to me largely by my dad, because like my dad watches so many movies or TV, etc. So he just ends up recommending a lot of stuff to me. He'll be like, "Hey, watch this show, it's good." And I'll check it out. Or I'll hear like my friends talking about it, and sometimes I'll recommend something to him. But usually my dad recommends something to me. And a lot of times, you know, if he'll like recommend a show and then I'll be watching something else. He's like, you still haven't watched XYZ show that I recommended. So I usually try to get around to it. Saito's sniper backstory was your favorite. Yeah, I've never heard of Ghost in Shell, but that seems interesting. I'll have to look into it. Power creep is why you want people to stop wanting shows like Gravity Falls Returning. Yeah, I think that's a really good point. That a lot of times people need to know when to end their story. I haven't watched Gravity Falls personally, but I have heard that it has a really good ending. And there's a lot of shows like that where obviously Breaking Bad, it's a little bit outside the scope of like power creep, right? You could argue that there is some power creep per se in Breaking Bad because Walter White keeps getting, you know, more and more influential. But one of the things that I love about Breaking Bad is that it just tells its story. It has a very clear arc. It doesn't, you know, overstay its welcome. It tells exactly the story that it intended to, and then it ends. And it has a satisfying ending. Now, if you're my dad, you don't like the ending. And I'm not going to explain why my dad doesn't like the ending, because that would obviously spoil Breaking Bad, and the last thing I want to do is spoil one of the greatest shows ever made. My personal favorite show ever. But my dad doesn't like the Breaking Bad ending. And I tell him all the time that he's an idiot for that, because it is an amazing ending. And Better Call Saul is... They somehow did it again. It's amazing how they managed to take like two different shows and just nail it both times. Because Better Call Saul, it's the exact same thing. It has such a good arc and a really, really, really good ending. And like, at least Better Call Saul, obviously, you know, it is a prequel sequel, so they were kind of already constrained by what happened in Breaking Bad, but they nailed it in my opinion. They did a really good job. Yeah, sometimes stories should end, for sure. It has like 6 seasons on Rotten Tomatoes with a 100% audience score. Interesting. Usually watch NCIS when you want something on in the background. First 15 series are on Netflix. They just released their 1000th episode. Damn. Yeah, I remember for a while there, I was watching Criminal Minds in the background. This was like a while ago, but I actually had to stop because like, it was like surprisingly violent. Because I remember Criminal Minds, one of my high school teachers would play that during class instead of teaching. I think everybody had that teacher, but we had a forensic science class in high school. And some days when the teacher didn't feel like teaching, she would just put on an episode of Criminal Minds and say that it was educational. Man. But I remember really liking Criminal Minds, and I still did, but it was like surprisingly violent in many situations, and it was like actually hard for me to just like watch that, especially like just on like a second monitor type thing. It got like distracting almost. I also watched House for a while. I forget I think I got up to like season 5 of House. I need to finish it at some point. That's another one of those where I just stopped watching midway through. I forget why. Status example was X-Files. Oh my god, yeah. Actually, yeah, that's another one. X-Files. So I I watched X-Files a lot as a kid because my mom really liked watching the X-Files. So when I was like really young, I saw her watching the X-Files a bit, and then she got me like the X-Files DVDs so that I could start from season 1. And I watched up to like season 4 of the X-Files like when I was really little, and I liked it because, you know, aliens are cool. And I never finished it. And then more recently, I tried to like go back and watch it again. I forget where, it was Netflix or something. And I actually I didn't even make it to where I remembered being as a kid because I just like burnt out midway through on how absolutely insane some of the stuff in the X-Files was. I didn't remember it being that insane. I guess when you're a kid, like, your bullshit meter is not nearly as like tight as a kid. You're willing to accept more stuff because you just don't know any better. But watching some of those episodes of the X-Files was like infuriating. I'm just like, this makes no fucking sense. So I just could not sit through it. And it's a shame because I remember loving the X-Files as a kid. But I love like the X-Files theme song, you know, do 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 do. Like it's stuck in my memory. So it was a bit of a bummer realizing that like a show that I really enjoyed was nowhere near as good as I remembered. X-Files was 90s, it doesn't age well, yeah. I did, and the other thing is X-Files was another one of those shows that I mentioned where the moment I got midway through it again, and I was just like, this is way worse than I remember, I looked up the ending, and I said, oh, fuck, yeah, nope. I'll pass. Because the ending was... what the fuck? I don't even know how to describe some of the shit I read. I'm not going to give random spoilers, of course, but... weird shit. Really weird shit. Professions. I leveled up my profession, right? Yeah, I got, like, next level mining. X-Files work better as a monster show? Yeah. The mythology was interesting until you started to see more of it and you realized it was just fucking whack. I need to find a warrior trainer. I think there's one in Brill. People loved X-Files one-off monsters. The alien stuff is aged like milk. Yeah, like... what was it? Eugene Victor Toombs? That was my favorite, and I've found out that apparently that's like a very popular episode, so I guess it was a lot of other people's favorite episode as well. I really liked that. White collar is the bomb? Interesting. Well, I just finished the show that I was watching recently. My dad recommended Reacher to me on Amazon Prime, and I watched both seasons of that, and that was really good. Not like best show I've ever watched levels of really good, but it was entertaining. I watched both seasons and it was fun. Nice, you got a heroic throw finally. You remember an X-Files episode where some guy was making Cerberus dogs? Huh. I have watched Solo Leveling, yes. I watched, I don't know how many episodes there are now. I watched up to episode 11. I don't know if that's current or not. But I watched it like a few weeks ago. I actually really liked it. Fuck, I don't have enough for Sunder Armor. There's 12. I'll have to watch the latest one then. I haven't met Best Boy, I guess not. Alright. I'll watch episode 12 later, then. As much as you love House, that show went on for too long. Yeah, I'm getting the feeling. House is actually a good example of what happens when I look up the ending to a show and I'm like, actually, I could live with that. So, I already know how House ends. That is one that I did search up ahead of time. But I actually think it's a solid ending. I don't mind it. I have too many buttons now. I'm gonna put that on shift 3. So yeah, I looked up the ending to House. I actually think it looks pretty interesting. I want to see how it ends. Like, I want to watch the entire thing, how it ends. How much Warrior will I stream today? Not sure. Based on the current rate of progression, I'm thinking that I'm probably going to finish Silverpine Forest and then call it a day. Just because, like, obviously, you know, it's been a little bit slow going. I'm not going to do, like, an insanely long stream. I'm not going to 9 hours. And it seems like... Yeah, I could go to Hillsbred Foothills right now if I wanted to. But Hillsbred is obviously, like, fairly long, you know? So, I think I'm going to wrap up Silverpine Forest. We're relatively close to the end. And then the next time I stream, I can do Hillsbred Foothills. I can do, what's it called? I can do Stone Talon Mountains, and then we'll see what the rest of it is. Don't finish House. I promise it's not worth the ending. Those last 2 seasons are rough. Yeah, it does look, based on what I skimmed, a little bit tough. I don't know. I'll see. I'll see how I feel about it. But I don't know. Criminal Minds was scary sometimes. Yeah. Sorry, there's a lot of discussion. I'm trying to catch up with all of it. House with 2 less seasons would be perfect. Yeah. Weirdest X-Files episode you remember was Mulder getting high on mushrooms and dreaming about aliens taking over the world? Oh, God. Well, I definitely didn't see that episode. Hello, Greg Zabukovec. Good to see you. What the fuck? Sometimes you gotta, like, uncover chat just to, like... What the fuck? What is wrong with some people? Like... Gee, fucking... Just firing off stuff like that and looking for group chat. Alright. Sure. Nice. I'm high enough level for Briarthorn now. So now I can just clean up all the stuff in this area. I'm gonna do one clean sweep of this subzone just because the herbs and ore here is ridiculous. Chad is a modern X-Files monster, yeah. What I'll probably do... Because it's like... So, okay, here's my thought for the next part of this. I am going to be relatively busy for, like, the next few days working on Season 4 stuff. I've kind of said that much already. And we've already seen Stone Talon Mountains and Hillsbred Foothills a bunch. So I don't necessarily think that's going to be the most interesting thing ever. So what I'll do is this. I will probably in my own free time level a decent amount. I'll still obviously keep the timer running and I will record it. And all of that will probably go on the second channel. So that's the nice thing about the second channel. I could just make a bonus video of random leveling through, you know, this stuff. And when I have free time, wherever I leave off, if I'm not doing like a second channel recording for it, I will do a Twitch stream. And I'm going to be completely real. I don't necessarily think that TBC and Wrath leveling like 60 to 70 and then 70 to 80 is also going to be very interesting to watch. So I don't want to do a main channel video for that too. So the next time I stream this on YouTube, which I don't know when exactly that'll be, because it won't be the next YouTube stream. Next YouTube stream will be Tuesday, and I will be doing as I said, Season 4 stuff. But the next time this run will be streamed on my main channel on YouTube, I will probably be level 80. How long that'll take, I have no idea. But we'll find out. But I will... What I want to do is obviously get all parts of this speed run, if you can call it that, recorded and posted somewhere. Most of it will be on the second channel, so obviously go, subscribe to that and stuff if you haven't done so already. If you don't want to miss it, that is. And it should be all cataloged there. And I know it'll be a bit disjointed. What I'll probably try to do is make a playlist with all parts of it across all different channels and stuff like that. How much devil's lettuce did you smoke today? I feel like you're the one who smokes more of the devil's lettuce. I don't know. I don't know. I got it right. Nice. Let's see. Funny how our tolerance for Buffy BS is stronger than our tolerance for X-File BS. I feel like Buffy never went too far off the rails with the lore. It got close, but seeing what they did to some of the characters in the X-Files based on what I read seemed ridiculous. Whereas, Buffy... I admittedly did not watch Buffy the entire way through, just because, I was watching it. I watched, the first 2 seasons back to back to back. But then after that, I watched it kind of, on and off whenever I was watching along with my dad and my sister. So I missed a few episodes in the middle. But it always seemed relatively coherent to me. Yeah, the Buffy musical episode... What the hell? Did that tin thing spawn directly on top of the silver? The Buffy musical episode, I think my dad has talked about this before, but he showed me that as a kid multiple times. So, I've seen the Buffy musical episode more than, any episode of Buffy. I think it's good, though. I mean, it's one of my dad's favorite episodes. You really wanted to see if the Stag Witch and Fawn quests are bugged? Well, I'll definitely include it somewhere. It's just one of those things where... Especially, for the purpose of this run... Because if I'm doing, this solo self-found type shit, which I've already committed to it, so we're going with it, then this is the type of stuff that I want to do. Where, when I'm doing leveling like this, I'm going to do it right, and I'm going to work on my professions... and make sure I'm not completely fucked. And I'm going to try my best to level this stuff up. And I don't know how far I'm going to go with this, but I have no heirlooms, I have no glyphs, and I would like to get some. And considering there's, an insane amount of herbs here, if there weren't what is most likely a bugged amount of herbs and ore in this little subzone, I probably wouldn't bother. But considering I have enough nodes here to farm out, every single glyph in the game, I, kind of just want to do that, because it'll make the rest of the leveling process easier. What the fuck is this? Is that 3 earth roots stacked on top of each other? This is definitely bugged. And I am here for it. You're a good channel to have on the second screen while you finish your Wrath leveling. You're at 77. Nice. You're not too far off, then. Just dudes being dudes. Oh, God. X-Files Revival literally got rid of aliens, which is when even the hardest X-Files fans gave up, yeah. A show based on aliens denying aliens ever existed on their show was an interesting choice. Yeah, I didn't look much at the X-Files revival, but that definitely sounds very odd. You would get excited about Earthroot, goddamn Iffy. Oh my god. Classic Andy Shriek's exploits, yeah. This definitely feels bugged. Like, what the fuck is happening? Yeah, so this is the type of stuff where I don't even know if I would... Yeah, I don't even know if I would, like, record... I'd probably record this, but I wouldn't include it, like, in the footage and probably speed it up. If I'm just, like, mindlessly farming herbs, I would definitely leave the timer running if I was doing this, because, like, this still counts. How do you get that mount at such a low level? Well, in the Cataclysm Classic Beta, it starts you off with, like, a bunch of mounts and stuff in your collection. So I just looked through the collection. I picked out Mechanohog, because why not? Naughty Harlden exploiting herb bugs. Yep, you know it. I didn't even... There's so fucking many of them. God. Yeah, I might just come back later, because, like, my thinking was, I'm going to clear out all of the spawns, and then it'll have respawn by the time I'm back. But at this point, I mean, Jesus Christ, it's just an infinite amount of herbs and ore. I mean, there's no way that this persists to live servers, but if it does, this place is going to be Bot City. Holy shit. Never in my life have I seen a more blatant, like, herb and ore concentration. Jeez. Lucifer's a great show. I've heard, I think my dad told me about Lucifer. I think that's, like, one of the shows he recommended to me. It's okay, that was done. You need to level before Catacombs? There's still relatively good amount of time. Definitely do it now before the 50% buff fades, though. If you're going to level 70 to 80 and you don't really care about doing Wrath of the Lich King stuff, you might want to wait for pre-patch. I would imagine pre-patch brings the XP squish, right? If it's bringing Worgen and Goblin, then it probably brings the XP squish. Because that makes 70 to 80 much easier. You know, ooh, maybe that's worth covering in a video. Like, what you should level now and after. I guess it's kind of pretty obvious that you just want to wait till Cataclysm, though, but maybe a good example would be, like, how long... What's the time difference leveling now versus leveling in Cata? The bug has to be because of how the subzone phases? Maybe. I don't know. I feel like I've never seen it like this before. Then again, I also don't really check for low-level herbs while doing speedruns, so... Maybe it's like this on retail, too? This is definitely really weird. This is not normal. At all. Not that I'm complaining, though. This is like an infinite supply of tin, herbs... Jesus. Well, I'll definitely be able to craft my own glyphs. The area technically has 4 phases. Maybe... I guess that could be it. But, like, I mean, there's a bunch of phases all over the place in Cataclysm. What's special about this one area? You could argue that it has slightly more phases than other zones, but not by that much, I don't think. You only played up to BC, but you're playing SOD now? Nice. X-Files theme plays, yeah. Perfect use case. My god. I feel like I could just keep running an endless loop and just keep getting more and more and more. You know, I got toughness rank 1. Oh. I'm gonna go see if there's any silver. Jeez. Yeah. I mean, since it's a speedrun, I feel like I should show everything. So when I do my farming, I'll probably, just to make it, like, easier, I will put this on, like, 200% speed or something and narrate over it and, like, I don't know, tell a story or something while I farm this in the second channel video. But, like, this is something that I feel like I should do just to make the leveling process cleaner. But holy shit, this is just going to take forever. Because I just kind of want to grab up all of this ore. Oh my god. Just like infinitely respawns. You're not actually sure if the 50% with the looms is slower than Squish. You don't know the numbers offhand. You think each level was about 20 to 30% less per level. Depends on how it adds up. Yeah. Well, and see, that's actually a good point. I didn't consider that. Because, yeah, the difference is probably less with the, because, like, I was thinking more along the lines of, oh, 70 to 80 gets considerably faster, but then you're right. It's also fast now with Joyous Journeys. That actually is really interesting. I kind of want to look into that. How much XP does this rare give? Oh yeah, rares still give a lot of XP. I would suspect that chests are meant to be giving experience as well, but it's just bugged. Because if rares are giving lots of XP like they do on retail, then it's probably just a bug that chests are giving no experience. Mega Goblin mode, yeah. This is definitely Goblin RP right here. Must mine all the shiny ore, for sure. And I mean, hell, if they get experience from gathering to work properly, that could also be a decent leveling spot. I mean, leveling via gathering is not necessarily the most efficient thing ever, but oh, nice, Korok the Colossus. You can turn it in here. Ugh. Okay, let's go to the sepulcher. I feel like once I actually start, like, leveling, I don't think it's going to be that bad. Especially now that I have a mount, things are going to pick up quite a bit. Because I've just spent, like, what, an hour or so? Yeah, roughly an hour just leveling professions and whatnot. One to 60 you actually would want to wait on, definitely, because these zones are faster. TBC and Rathdome might be worth just doing now. Yeah, that's fair. I guess in that case, unless you already have a character at 60, you'd probably just want to hold off on it. You know, I guess if I have time, I might try to do the math on that. Though that being said, there's a good chance that by the time I finish doing the math on that, we already get pre-patched, so it's probably not worth it. If I had thought about that a while ago, maybe I could have tried it, but... Is Goblin a good race in Cata? What's their best class to go? Well, I mean, it's hard to say what their best class is, right? I mean, speaking for myself, I pick the class and spec first, and then I pick the race. I don't really ever pick the class around the race. I can't really say what the best class would be. Because, I mean, there's a lot of good classes that you could be as a goblin, right? I mean, there's plenty of options. I assume the question would more so be, what class benefits the most from goblin racials? In which case, I don't know. It's a tricky question because on one hand, the main throughput racial for goblins, because Rocket Barrage is shit. It's passable while leveling, but realistically speaking, it's shit. And the issue with their other throughput racial, which is... well, they get plus 15 alchemy, which is, like, fine if you're an alchemist. They get this stuff, and they get, like, a portable bank. And they get time is money. 1% increase to attack and casting speed. Generally speaking, the people who want the Goblin racial for attack and casting speed will get more value out of the Troll racial. Because the Troll racial is completely bonkers. So I suspect that... I don't know if there's any classes that Trolls can be, or that Goblins can be and Trolls can't be. I don't think so. I don't know. But I guess it would probably be that. Trolls aren't cool, though? Yeah, I mean... They are most likely going to be the most broken race. Trolls, that is, for Cata. If history repeats itself. So, I don't know if Goblin will be bad. It probably won't be. But... if I recall, it's not, like, super broken. The thing about Goblin... that, you know, most people are probably familiar with. The most broken thing about their racials is, of course, Goblin Rocket Jump. And Rocket Jump is a very broken racial in the right circumstances. But the thing about Rocket Jump is, like, we kind of know the situations in which it's useful. I don't know if there's any boss fights for quite a while where you actually need it. Because it's really good at negating knockbacks, and if you raided since Legion, you'll probably know that for Mythic Kill Jaden, basically any race that could be Goblin, for the most part, went Goblin, unless you had ways to negate the KJ knockback on your own. But Goblin racial is ridiculously good for, like, priests, especially, because... priests don't have any real ways to negate knockback on their own. So a lot of priests rely on that Goblin racial to negate knocks like the KJ thing. And it's completely invaluable in that case. There's a lot of other fights where that's the case. I mean, Razageth, it helps. Rocket kind of helps a little bit. There's, like, some little cheese things that you could do. I know, I don't think it works, but I know one of the Goblin priests in my guilds, or my last guilds, he tried to Goblin, or jump off the Nimue platform, jumped off the Nimue platform, drop his little circle, and then rocket jump back on. If I recall, I believe all that ended up happening is it just dropped the circle back onto the platform and it didn't actually work. But there's a lot of stuff that you can do like that where it does work and it gets you like really efficient stuff. Oh, that actually worked out really well. One thing you thought of, do you have the guild perk XP? You got all guild perks. Yeah, for whatever reason, a lot of guild perks are just enabled right now, even if you aren't in a guild. I believe that that is just a beta thing for testing purposes, though. I could be wrong. Uh. Hmm. Let's see. Huh. Critical strike and hit rating, huh? I kind of want hit rating. Okay. Goblin definitely sounds better than Worgen. Overall, I think so. It's hard to say. It's really hard to compare them one-to-one, to be honest. We tested something similar in Magmarax, yeah. Doesn't always work, but it's cool when it does. I don't know if any of the Cataclysm boss fights have use cases for the Goblin racial, because it's entirely possible that Goblin was brand new back then. People weren't really thinking about ways to utilize the Goblin racial and cheese mechanics. For all I know, there are mechanics in Cataclysm that can be cheesed with the Goblin racial that like people just didn't think to do it at the time. Because I know, personally, I was never even considering the Goblin racial as a potential solution up until Mythic KJ. After Mythic KJ, I started looking at every single mechanic in the game differently. And suddenly, every single mechanic that potentially posed a problem that had like a knockback component, now suddenly I'm looking at it with the perspective of, can we cheese this with the Goblin racial? Before then, it never crossed my mind. So, while I don't know off the top of my head of anything like that in Cataclysm, it is entirely possible. Who knows? And I mean, goblins are just cool, right? So, play what you want. At the end of the day. I don't think it's gonna matter too much. Though, raid difficulty in Cataclysm will probably be the hardest that it has been yet in Classic. I'm curious to see how hard it feels relative to, like, retail Mythic raids. Should be fun. But I suspect it'll at least prove to be somewhat of a challenge, whereas basically everything in Classic thus far has been stupidly easy, and it's only ever been difficult if you have, like, really shitty people in your group who just don't know how to tie their shoes. Maybe able to do some goblin shenanigans with Alakir's lightning clouds. Ooh. There he is! We found him. He once was lost, but now he's found. The prodigal son. If I can jump over this fence. No, I can't. Nice. Anything good? Nope. Unlucky. Yours are Velcro. Well, you know, think smarter, not harder, right? If you have Velcro shoes, you don't even need to know how to tie them. Easy peasy. Play what you want is good advice. So many people get obsessed with the meta. Yeah. It's... I don't know. Also, at the same time, right, there's the consideration of something might be best for damage, but another thing could be really good utility. That's why I do think the Goblin rocket jump is a more interesting thing to think about than the actual, like, throughput attack speed ratio. But at the same time, in this version of WoW, we have Blood Elf Arcane Torrent. And I don't know all of the fights in Cataclysm, but I know Blood Elf Arcane Torrent is absolutely busted in dungeons and just trivializes almost every single dungeon out there. And if there is any fight with an interrupt, stacking Blood Elves is just going to be ludicrously strong. Because old Arcane Torrent is just, quite frankly, overpowered. So, I don't know. But I'm excited to play around with it. I guess there are some easy decisions. Like, for Paladin, you only have two options, I think. On Horde side, at least. So, on Alliance side, I don't know. Because I think Stoneform is, like, still pretty shit in this era. Nice, another chest. But on Alliance, or on Horde side, which is really all I care about, you have either Blood Elf or you have Torrent. And Blood Elf is just better at this point. Torrent, I think, still have some variation of their crit racial. I don't know exactly what it is, but their stamina racial at this point in the game is very, very, very low value. And the AoE stun just gets DR'd by too many things, so why would you really care about that? So, Tauren just don't really have much that they bring to the table. And then, what else? Druid is Troll and Tauren. And we already know how broken Troll racial is, so best in slot race for Druid will probably be Troll. I suspect, at least. The more interesting question, I guess, would be Blood DK and Prot Warrior. Huh. Yeah, that one I don't know. But obviously, Troll can be both of them. Blood DK, I suspect you'll want to be Troll. Maybe I need to level a Troll, Blood DK. But Berserking is just so fucking powerful. And I know, talking to one of my friends who plays a decent amount of Death Knight and Wrath, right now for Unholy, at the very least, the racial is already ridiculously powerful. And I would not be surprised if, with the way that blood works in Cataclysm, it's also really good for them. This is just kill a bunch of mages, I believe. Oh, fuck. Heroic Throw is a relatively long cooldown. Yeah, Victory Rush is fucking bonkers. I mean, I kind of knew this already just from retail leveling, but in retail leveling, a lot of times you have so much passive healing as a warrior that you don't even need to use Victory Rush. But coming from a classic setting, where warrior sustain is actually just really tough, having Victory Rush that you can just chain back to back to back just makes this feel so easy. 1 minute here to 1 second of retail, yeah. Kind of crazy, some of the adjustments. Is that fucking silver? Damn. I wonder, I'll have to look into Cataclysm stuff a bit more now. Because I am now curious about racials and, like, what would be best. Because I should probably start focusing on leveling specific races for that if there is one that is really good. But I'd have to check, like, the class discords to see if there's any sims early on. It might be a little bit too early for that, I don't know. But if they do have something, I'd like to know. Alright. The bank... Oh, I missed that earlier. The bank racial sounds worth rolling a goblin alone at the time you could save. Yeah, actually, having something like a portable bank in Classic is kind of unique. The thing about the bank racial for goblins is it has lost a lot of its value in the context of retail WoW, where there's like so many ways to access stuff like portably. You just press a button and you access your mail, your bank, etc. Even the auction house now with like the Brutosaur. So it's just it doesn't feel quite as impactful. But in Cataclysm, yeah, there's really not that much currently. So it can definitely feel much more impactful. Oh, this quest takes forever. Yep. It's different when you can't just spam Thrash or spam Spinning Crane Kick and just have all the mobs die. I'm actually really curious to see how fast monk speedruns will be in MoP. That'll be something. Because I remember doing a lot of ridiculously fast Windwalker monk speedruns back in original Mists of Pandaria. So it'll be fun to try that again in MoP Classic. I think that's it. There we go. Oh yeah, and I have a mount now. I've been forgetting to use it. That would be nice. Next quests are the Lord Godfrey ones.
What joy is there in this curse?
Oh. It's pretty good. I'm gonna take the chess piece, though.
What are we if not slaves to this torment?
And my bags are full. Let's see, I can vendor that. Vendor the milk. Alright, perfect.
Speak, friend.
Don't need that.
For the Horde.
And I'm gonna reload so it stops flashing at me. 1 second. I wonder if the rares have respawned, because I killed them much earlier. There's a good chance that they've popped back up. 1 second, let me check Discord. Let's see. Oh, it would already be in this phase. Oh, never mind. There we go. I was gonna say, I should have seen the old Ravenclaw by now, so we must not be up, but I was wrong. Wait, what? I didn't get Victory Rush credit for that? Oh, maybe because it doesn't give experience or honor. Hmm. This is an upgrade. Alright. What quest am I on? Oh, I forgot to pick up the quest. Did the talents change from trees? No, that's Mop. These are the Cataclysm trees. What am I missing? I think this is where Lord Godfrey is supposed to appear and give me quests.
I have no time for games.
Right? Yeah. So the NPCs aren't appearing. Hmm. Well, that's a problem. Oh, there they are. Perfect, okay. I got really worried for a second there. Getting parried. Mine the rare. Huh. Alright, we're nearing the end here. I'm curious how difficult the elite mobs are going to be. Because the elite dwarves are notoriously difficult in Chromie time. Will they be difficult in Cata? I'm kind of over-leveled, though. So, hard to say. Can you glitch those three into the next zone like you can in retail? I wonder. It actually might be worth it in this. I'm not going to be able to find out because I want to do the entire quest line. But I'll test that in my own time. That's a good idea, Goose Comics, to check. Because that's the type of thing that, like, on retail, it just doesn't matter because you one-shot most stuff anyways. But here, kill times actually aren't instant. Though they're damn close. But especially without heirlooms, that's the type of thing that actually could really matter. I also need to test different heirloom enchants to see what's best. Because obviously Elemental Force is really good, but Elemental Force was Mop. So until we get Elemental Force in Classic, I have to make do with other options, which I remember I had a list of ones that I wanted to test back when I was planning on doing Wrath Classic leveling. I suspect it's lifestealing, probably. Crusader... See, Crusader gives a lot of strength, and I think Crusader's going to be good at, like, the mid-levels, when, like, stuff won't die to weapon procs. But I feel like something like lifestealing, if it can one-tap a mob with a proc, that's really invaluable. But there is a good chance that it is just Crusader, yes. Another thing about Crusader, though, is at higher levels, it stops scaling. So I don't really know for sure what the best ones to use would be. Fire Enchant, yeah. I could see that. Another is obviously like Fiery Blaze enchantment. I could see for really low levels. That way you could do a really big pull. And then just one-tap all the mobs with like a really big proc. Oh yeah, this is back when it was still quest chains and stuff. Alright. General Marstone, I've come to test your mettle. Woo! God. Okay. Well, that answers that question. General Marstone absolutely still fucks on Cataclysm Classic. Yeah, damn. Whew. Honestly, the tuning on this feels very similar to retail, which is good. That means that overall, my leveling route will be pretty much just transferable, and this is without even having heirlooms. I think it was Chain Lightning that like did almost all of my health in a single cast. Very spooky. Successfully interrupting a spell increases my damage, huh? It's an interesting talent. And I don't really need Piercing Howl. Must choose a reward. I guess this. And now we do the RP section with Lorna Crowley, and then the very end part. What does this give? It's 2 strength ring. That's actually pretty good. Huh. But that's the kind of thing where, like, certain quests like this is absolutely worth completing for me because the reward is really strong. But I should mount up. I keep forgetting I have that now. But if I had heirloom rings, is what I was trying to say, this wouldn't matter at all. So that's one of the big differences between leveling with heirlooms and without heirlooms. In addition to, of course, the experience bonus. I guess technically speaking, right now I only have the 1 heirloom Dread Pirate Ring. But still, the general principle is the same. I guess the RP stopped because they're in combat. No, it's still working. Gotta eat up. How is Cata Warrior was planning on leveling on when Cata comes out? So far, it feels pretty good. I actually really like the leveling. Definitely nowhere near the bad rep that Warrior gets a lot for leveling. It's pretty solid. Oh, shit. Nice. Can I mount that? There we go. Yeah, so if I look at my damage breakdown, Rocket Barrage just does... Oh, it's hard to see. And I would have to move this. But you can see Rocket Barrage does basically nothing. Most of my damage comes from Bloodthirst, obviously. Rends does a lot too. And then just random miscellaneous spenders. Okay, come on. Work with me here, OBS. The timer kept, like, snapping up and down. It was impossible to get it to work. What they need to do every patch is switch up which builds are meta so your class keeps changing, but it's all balanced so you don't need new systems for player power. Yeah, but it's, like, hard to really balance things like that, and also not everybody wants change. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I don't want a different build to be viable for my spec every single time, every single patch. And doing that for all specs in the game would be pretty tricky. Like, personally, I wish that a Spirit Bomb build was just the meta playstyle for Vengeance Demon Hunter 100% of the time. But unfortunately, most of the time it isn't. And that just isn't very fun for me. But some people love just spamming Soul Cleave because they're just really boring, and they also like watching paint dry.
What are we if not slaves to this torment?
Work with what you have mentality. No. Like, I wouldn't hate that, but at the same time, it's like, I'd rather, if I want a new playstyle, I just switch classes. Like, I've been kind of getting bored of playing Blood DK Brewmaster and Vengeance Demon Hunter tier after tier, with, like, a tiny bit of Prot Warriors spiced in. It has been years and years and years since I've ever mained a Guardian Druid for Mythic rating. So, I'm hoping to, like, potentially switch to my Guardian Druid within the next few months. Because that's something that I haven't tried in quite a while, and I think it would be a fun change of pace. But I'm accomplishing that by switching classes, not just by switching builds or whatever I'm playing. Here we are. The very end of the questline. Forcing people to relearn a spec every patch would drive a lot of people away, yeah. Most people don't like change. And there's a lot of people who only like to play a single spec and nothing else. And they already get pissed when stuff changes, so... yeah. I guess you could make the argument that those same people would ignore meta builds anyway, and this change wouldn't even matter to them, but... you know. I just think from a balancing standpoint, that's just an impossibility. So this is more of a thought experiment than anything. Yeah. I mean, I watched you play Elemental that one time. But yeah, you've been playing the same class for like a while now. But I at least know you can play multiple classes. You just want Breath of Sindragosa to change? Yeah, I wish that... Breath of Sindragosa was such a cool ability. I know you're probably talking about DPS, but huh, I would love to have Breath of Stragosa back for Blood DKs. That would be sick. I don't think we get that for a while, though, in Classic. So I have to wait until I can finally play with that again. But it will be all worth it. Check the latest DK blog that came out. Oh, wait, what? Whoa, 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 whoa. New post? I don't see anything. Oh, was this from the other day? Oh. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, nice. Yeah, they do talk about Breath of Stragosa a bit, so there you go. Yeah, I think I remember reading that post, but I saw that there was only a paragraph for Blood DK, and I just like clicked off because I thought, whatever. What's going on here? Can I? I'm leveling in Cataclysm Classic Beta. That is what's going on. How should they fix button bloat for Feral? I don't play Feral, so I don't know, but button bloat in general is definitely a difficult issue to deal with. At a certain point, you just kind of need to remake the, what's it called, the rotation, the general spec from the ground up to really make it work with all the extra buttons. Brewmaster needs something similar. Brewmaster needs a bit of a rework. I think you added the wrong person, Goose Comics. You added my friend, Musical Surgeon. And the person typing is Music GW. What is this timer? That is how long I've been leveling.
We are the Forsaken. We will slaughter anyone who stands in our way. I have no time for games.
Racers seem good. Yeah, so obviously we're not going to be able to do the entire leveling process in one stream, but the idea is I keep the timer running, I see how long it takes me to reach level 85, and then when I start doing more refined runs, we see how much of a time save I get. Is it good to level 23 in 7 hours? Not necessarily, but really we're more just kind of getting a frame of reference here, so that I could judge future runs by. Not having anything mailed over definitely slows it down. Alright. I actually have a ludicrous amount of herbs and ore and stuff. What level is max? 85. Yeah. So it'll take time for sure, but... Silver. This is not Season of Discovery, no. This is Cataclysm Classic. The beta, specifically. Season of Discovery, the current max level is 50. Okay. Well, I grab this flight point. Yeah, I play both. I play pretty much all versions of WoW.
Beware, our enemies abound. Trust.
Turn that in. Nice. Damn, I'm already out leveling Hillspread Foothills too. That's another thing. It feels so weird. I keep... Like, I'm leveling through green quests, which feels inefficient, but these are still really good. Let's run in here. I believe this should count as a rested area. Yeah, this counts as a rested area. Alright, perfect. Okay. So, I'm going to pause the timer there. Obviously, whenever I resume the run in the future, the timer will pick up exactly where it left off. I don't know when you can expect a video on the second channel, but the next part will just be a second channel upload, not streamed. The next stream will be on Tuesday for Season 4 launch. I'll be doing Mythic Plus and stuff. How long did it take you to level in SOD? I don't know. I didn't really time myself in SOD. In SOD, I just kind of did whatever I felt like, mostly incursions from 40 to 50. And leveling is not this slow in Cataclysm, no. Keep in mind, I have no heirlooms. I started as a goblin, and I've taken breaks to do, like, profession shit. So, yeah, if you're actually seriously leveling with all of, like, the fancy stuff, it will not be this slow. But this is, like... This is effectively a fresh account run, because none of my stuff got copied over. I wasn't able to copy over any account data. So this will honestly be a good way to test it, because we'll have a full run, 1 to 85, on effectively a fresh account where I have to get everything from scratch, and then we'll be able to see how fast it is when you have access to heirlooms and all that stuff, which makes it significantly faster. Because obviously heirlooms are just a flat XP gain in this version of WoW. And obviously if you have like bags and stuff, like I have really small bags. I have a reputation bag here, but then I have 8 slaughters. I have no consumables or anything that I usually use for speedruns. It's very, very, very slow. But future runs should be significantly faster, and we'll see how much faster it gets as I start to hit like the really efficient quests. But we'll do that next time. My guild, right now, the guild that I'm in is a little bit more higher level. So if you're like looking to get back into Mythic, I would say probably not the best bet. But definitely, I would encourage you to try to get into Mythic raiding guilds. Mythic is a lot of fun. And yeah, there's still plenty of time, especially in Fated right now. We're going to have... Am I pro at WoW? I guess that define pro. It's a pretty broad term. Juice Comics literally said define pro. Yeah. Why did the timer stop? Because this is the end of the current stream. I'll do this again another time. But yeah, definitely encourage you to get into Mythic raiding. If you want to look for guilds, there's a recruitment Discord, which you can find with a quick Google search. And it's a really easy way to find potential guilds that might be recruiting. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people recruiting because the new season is about to start. I'm ending the stream, yes. But if you have not watched the rest of the stream, then you can watch the recording, and that is a full 7 hours to watch. So that should be fun. But yeah, I'm going to end it here. It's fairly late. It is 10:30 p.m. my time. Pretty late. Streamed for almost 8 hours, so fairly long overall. And we'll be continuing this another time. So yeah, thanks for stopping by the stream, and make sure to stop by on Tuesday. I know it won't be quite as exciting because I'll, be doing Mythic Plus. Definitely not ending early. No, this is not ending early. This is ending fairly late. I made it clear at the start here that we were not doing the entire speedrun in one sitting. This is like this is a 30 to 40 hour speedrun, most likely, and I need to break it into chunks or I will die, because doing 30 to 40 hours in one sitting is rough. So we'll have to take it in pieces. But yeah, thank you everybody for watching. I'm going to end it here. Peace.